Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 15 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 631, Exchange Student. Quietly standing by the window of the principal's office, Kuroto looked at the playground below with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke's class is on the playground. At the center of the crowd, two kids are present. One is Sasuke, who is standing with his arms folded over his chest and a proud smile on his face, while opposite to him is Naruto, who is sitting on the ground, rubbing his butt in embarrassment, and muttering something in confusion that perhaps only he can understand. For the ones who haven't figured out what exactly is going on, the answer is actually quite simple. Naruto again challenged Sasuke, and the result is also obvious. He was easily defeated by Sasuke. This kid Naruto, he really is something, despite losing again and again, and embarrassing himself in front of everyone each time. He hasn't given up. Muttered Kuroto with a smile. He really admired Naruto for his spirit of not giving up. Earlier, Iruka had reported to him that the students are frequently challenging Sasuke in the middle of the class, and this is disturbing the teaching environment as well as the decorum of the class. Kuroto did not blame or scold Iruka for his ineffective supervision. On the contrary, he instructed Iruka to not restrain the kids too much in this regard. After all, Ninja Academy is meant to train ninjas, so allowing the students to have a certain competitive relationship against each other is not a bad thing. Not only will this prompt them to improve themselves, it will also allow the teaching staff to find the weak points of the trainees so that the students can further work on those points. Kuroto believes this will increase the overall quality of the graduates, which is very important considering that the current shinobi is not as stable as it was in the canon at this time. In the canon, at this time, there was no trace of Amatsukami, no movement from the Akatsuki clan on the moon. The Akatsuki organization was in a dormant state and were busy performing missions and recruiting members. Additionally, the Third Great Shinobi War, as well as the later feud with Kumo the Cure, had just ended. There was no tension on any border of the Land of Fire, so no major conflict was going to occur in the near future. As such, it won't be wrong to say that the shinobi world was quite stable with no large-scale conflicts. Therefore, the atmosphere of Konoha was quite relaxed. The Ninja Academy was naturally affected by this relaxed atmosphere, and it was affected to such an extent that the number of enrolled trainees was decreasing each year and the teaching progress was also extremely slow. However, this is not the case in this world that has completely deviated from its original course because the butterfly effect occurred because of Hyuga Kuroto's presence. Konoha village had just experienced a major catastrophe and survived only with the help of a foreign party. Moreover, the culprit is still hiding somewhere in the shinobi world, and considering their intentions and objective, the threat of war is on Konoha, so a sense of crisis has enveloped Konoha as well as the entire shinobi world. The environment of Ninja Academy will naturally be affected by this. That's why all the children must understand the cruelty of the shinobi world as soon as possible. This is necessary for them to be prepared for the battlefield, lest there will remain Greenhorn and freeze in front of a stronger enemy, which will definitely lead to their death. Kuroto doesn't want the students of Ninja Academy to face such a situation, because this way most of them will die useless death, and lose their lives for nothing. Therefore, such measures are necessary, and this is just the first part of his plan. He has obviously planned how to train these kids into proper shinobi. Unquestionably, he will do everything very carefully, and after taking proper measures. Feeling excited over how much fun he is going to have, Kuroto's eyes landed on Sasuke. The scene where Sasuke knocked down Naruto just now was within Kuroto's gaze. Whether Sasuke's speed, agility, physical strength, or overall body coordination and timing, everything was perfect, such that he didn't have to put any effort and he knocked down Naruto. Sasuke has really become impeccable at this age. It's amazing. Even if I was in Naruto's place or someone else was in Naruto's place from my peers except Kakashi, they would suffer the same fate. Such a level of skill is rare to have at this age. Kuroto didn't have it, nor did most of his peers. Even Asuma didn't have it. The only one who had it was Kakashi, but Kakashi was already a Chunin at that point. Of course, Orochimaru, Namake's Minato, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi also had such skills at this age, but let's not talk about them for now. Among his peers, Sasuke is without a doubt the most dazzling, and his progress is really exceptional. While Kuroto was thinking about all these, the match on the playground had progressed, as Naruto again got up and faced Sasuke. Immediately as Naruto got up, the cheering and cooing voice of most of the girls present on the playground resounded throughout the school. "Come on Sasuke-kun, kick Naruto's ass. Yes, defeat him, defeat him." It's a pity that the one they were cheering for wasn't Naruto, but Sasuke. Sasuke's attractive appearance, extremely high strength, coupled with the Uchiha temperament and background of a major shinobi clan has made him eye candy for many girls his age. Of course, he is one of the many eye candies. Others include Neji, Shikamaru, and Sai, but Sasuke is currently the most popular one in the market. The fact that Sasuke was attracting the attention of so many girls incited the anger and hatred of many boys. They were jealous, they wanted Sasuke to lose and embarrass himself in front of everyone, so they cheered for Naruto, in an attempt to vent out their dissatisfaction. Oh, Hinata was also cheering for Naruto, it's just that she wasn't open about it and silently praying for Naruto to win, so, nobody except for Cheyenne, Kiyomi, and Yakumo realized it. Of course, not everyone was part of this fiasco. There were some kids who were standing quietly. These included Neji, Shikamaru, Sai, and Shin, then, Kiyomi, Cheyenne, and Yakumo. Observing all the kids for a while, Kuroto had a rough assessment of each of their strengths. At this moment, Kuroto's gaze shifted, and he noticed that Elder Koharu along with 3 children had entered the campus, and was making her way towards the building. As he noticed them, Kuroto couldn't help but narrow his eyes and noted that one of them was a young girl, wearing a white-colored kunoichi gear. She had short, layered mint green hair, orange eyes, and a slightly darker skin tone. Realizing who she is, he couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't she?" He didn't have to wait too long as Elder Koharu soon led the 3 children towards Kuroto's office. After arriving at the gate of his office, she made the 3 kids wait at the gate of Kuroto's office and came inside alone. Kuroto respectfully greeted Elder Koharu. She nodded, then passed a scroll to Kuroto and spoke, "From today, these children will also be attending the Ninja Academy. The 3 of them are exchange students from the allied nation Takigakure, so you must take good care of the 3 of them. Additionally, among the 3 kids, the girl has a special identity. This matter is extremely confidential, only you can know it, and you must not disclose this to anyone else." Kuroto nodded lightly. "I understand, Koharu-sama." In fact, even before Elder Koharu entered his office, Kuroto had already guessed it, and now that she revealed with such a solemn expression, Kuroto didn't even need any more information to determine the identity of that girl. Undoubtedly, she is Fu from Takigakure, and her other identity is the current Jinchuriki of Nanabi. It's just that Kuroto is slightly surprised that the Jinchuriki of Takigakure has come to Konoha's Ninja Academy as an exchange student. But if you think about the current situation of the shinobi world, this matter is not that hard to understand. Seeing Kuroto's calm reaction, which was much better than she had initially expected, Elder Koharu nodded in appreciation and then told him the entire story of how and why Fu has come to Konoha. The fact that the Akatsuki organization is after the 9 Bijou is not a secret in the shinobi world. Other than the 5 great shinobi villages, only Takigakure has a Bijou. However, they don't have enough strength to protect their Jinchuriki. Elder Hiruzen was worried that in this way Nanabi will fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, which would be very disadvantageous for the 5 great shinobi villages and the shinobi world. To make sure that such a situation doesn't happen, and Jinchuriki of Nanabi doesn't fall in the clutches of the Akatsuki organization, the former Hokage sent Elder Koharu to Takigakure. The objective was very clear and simple, and he requested the leader of Takigakure to hand over the responsibility of protecting Nanabi and its Jinchuriki to Konoha village. Ads by PubFuture. Regarding Elder Koharu's request, the leader of Takigakure was initially hesitating. But considering the great threat that the Akatsuki organization posed to the shinobi world, and how the entire Takigakure might also suffer the fate of annihilation if he didn't do something, he agreed, and sent 3 children from Takigakure as an exchange student. Fu is obviously among them. Obviously, only Fu's identity is important. the other two are just orphans who were sent with her to cover up her identity. After pondering for a while, Kuroto asked, "Is the state of Nanabai's Jinchuriki stable?" Unstable Jinchuriki is no different than a ticking bomb. Gaara also used to like that, and he lost control several times and caused heavy losses to Tsunegakure. If Fu's state is unstable and she loses control, then... Elder Koharu was also aware of this problem, and she reassured Kuroto, "Don't worry, child Fu is very talented. She has never once lost control over Nanabai. So, it shouldn't be a problem as long as we are careful." Moreover, Uchiha Shursui is also in school. If due to any unforeseen reason, she does lose control, then instruct Shursui to control the Nanabai with his Manjikyu Sharingan to restrain him, and then Nanabai can be immediately sealed back inside Fu. Kuroto said, "Alright, I'll see that no issue occurs." Elder Koharu nodded, then left the school. Somewhere in the land of fire. A Kirigakure Umbu pointed at the distant sky, and said, "Captain, is that guy on that clay bird our target?" The captain of the quad next to him nodded, and said, "Height, age, hair color, hairstyle, skin tone, as well as character matches the description written in the scroll Mizuki-sama handed us. That guy is definitely Deidara of Iwagakure. Finally, we are able to find him," the Umbu said with a somewhat excited tone. The captain nodded lightly, then asked the other subordinate, "Where is he going?" The other subordinate looked at the map, and then said, "In the direction he is flying, his destination is most likely the Fire Temple." The first Umbu immediately said, "Captain, what should we do now? Should we follow him, or—" The captain thought for a while, and said, "Let's follow him from long distance to make sure that he doesn't sense us and we don't lose track of him. Also, send the message to Mizuki-sama that we have found the target, and he is headed towards the Temple of Fire in the Land of Fire." The second Umbu nodded, and immediately passed the message to the Mizuki. After that, the three of them followed Deidara from a distance. Late at night, Konoha. Kuroto, who has just finished the dinner served by Yui, received the scroll from the summoned crow. He unfolded the scroll and grinned. Yui, who was cleaning up the dishes, noted the change in his expression, and asked, "Did something good happen, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto shook his head, "Nothing major." "Oh." She nodded in understanding. Kuroto didn't tell her, which obviously meant that she didn't need to know this matter. As such, she didn't pry any further. Kuroto thought about it a little, then said, "Yui, I'll not be present at home tonight. So, today, you should sleep at your parents' place." Yui nodded. "In that case, I'll go after I finish the dishes." With that, Kuroto gave Yui a goodnight kiss, then created a shadow clone whose role is to drop Yui at her parents' house, and also to act as Kuroto's cover in his absence. After making sure that everything was checked, he secretly left Konoha. Chapter 632, Explosions at the Temple of Fire. Holding a lantern in his hand, a monk in training questioned, "Did you hear the sound just now?" His companion, who is also a monk in training, carefully looked at nearby surroundings, but finding nothing, he said, "Perhaps it was just a small animal." "Is that so?" the first monk muttered doubtfully. "Yes, there are a lot of them in the surroundings. Squirrels and cats can always be seen here," answered the companion monk with a nod, then said, "Anyway, it's getting late and it's time to change shifts. Let's go back and rest. I am sleepy." "All right, let's go back." The first monk nodded, and then, the two monks left the area. They walked for a while, and arrived at the Buddha statue seated at the main hall of the temple, respectfully bowed towards it, then gently left the main hall and proceeded towards the monks' sleeping quarters to retire for the day. When the two monks in training left the main hall of the temple, when the light of the lantern started to dim, and when the sway of the candlelight lit in the hall had returned to normal, at that time, a shadow that was hiding between the wooden beams of the roof jumped down and gently landed on the ground. Looking at all the structures in the hall, he couldn't help but admire them. "Ah, so this is where the art of this temple was hidden." Undoubtedly, he, who has sneaked inside the Temple of Fire and is currently admiring the art of this ancient temple, is Deidara. He has been wandering all over the shinobi world for a few years now, and if it is said whether he has a purpose or not, then without a doubt it is the pursuit of art all over the shinobi world. Not long ago, Deidara heard somewhere that the sculptures of the ancient Temple of Fire are masterpieces of art, so here he is. Stroking all the bronze sculptures, Deidara was amazed. While admiring these pieces of art, he suddenly thought of something, then quickly put his hand inside the shinobi bags tied around his waist, and took out white clay. It was undoubtedly his detonation clay. Carefully matching all the details, Deidara shaped the detonation clay in his hands in the same structure and appearance as the sculptures in the hall. After he was done with this, he held the sculptures made of detonation clay in his hand, then again looked at the sculptures before him and said with a smile, "Any art that cannot explode is imperfect, it can never be called true art. Let me sublime you all with my masterpieces." And the very next moment he threw the sculptures made of detonation clay on the bronze sculptures in the hall. Although the white sculptures looked very good and they drew beautiful arcs in the air, under the dim light of the candle, they projected shadows on the wall that looked like flurrying demons. And as these flurrying demons approached the bronze sculptures, Deidara's smile widened, then without hesitation, he waved the hand sign, and shouted, "Katsu!" Boom 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 boom! Immediately as he shouted, several explosive roars sounded through the peaceful and quiet night sky, and the violent explosions shook the entire main hall. In the midst of the blazing flares that were soaring through the sky, the entire Temple of Fire fell in chaos. What happened? Did an enemy temple attack us? There's a fire in the main hall. Then why are you shouting around? Hurry up and extinguish the fire. All of a sudden, rapid screams resounded through the temple, and one after all the sleeping, resting, and meditating monks were disturbed. As a result, the entire Temple of Fire suddenly fell into commotion. All the monks rushed out of their houses and sleeping quarters like panicked animals in a drove. Some picked up batons to patrol the surroundings to watch out against the enemy, while others picked up wooden barrels and buckets and tried to put out the fire. In the crowd that was coming and going, Chiriku, the current head monk of the Temple of Fire, looked at everything with a frowned expression and scanned the surroundings of the area affected by the explosion with sharp eyes. He was quite sure that such an explosion couldn't have occurred naturally, so there must have been someone here who caused these explosions. Because it hasn't been very long since the explosion took place, there was a possibility that the suspect has yet to leave the Temple of Fire. And if that's the case, then his search was indeed fruitful, and soon enough he was able to find a few footprints in an inconspicuous place of the temple. As expected, someone did manage to sneak inside the temple, and this explosion was created by that person. But there was a problem. Is it a shinobi? Chiriku could be sure that these footprints aren't of the monks in the temple because the monks either remained barefooted or they were wooden sleepers, but these footprints were the result of shinobi sandals, which is something only ninjas wear. Chiriku has served as one of the 12 guardian ninjas for a few years, therefore, he was sure of his guess, but he wasn't sure of why would a shinobi destroy the main hall of Temple of Fire. This just doesn't make sense with how shinobi work in general. Unless this is just a diversion, he muttered in realization and quickly followed after those footprints. His figure flashed and disappeared from the Temple of Fire. Whoosh! In the forest outside the Temple of Fire. Looking back at the soaring flames, Deidara, who had already left the temple, smiled narcissistically and was still immersed in joy. Whoosh! But his joyful moments were soon interrupted as Chiriku appeared before him with a quick body flicker. Chiriku observed Deidara for a few moments, then asked, "Who are you and what was your purpose of sneaking inside the Temple of Fire?" "Purpose? I am just admiring art, huh?" Deidara answered with shrug. "Admiring art?" Chiriku was taken aback, then questioned angrily, "If that's the case, then why did you cause an explosion in the main hall? Was it because of art too?" Deidara nodded in an "isn't it obvious" manner, and said, "Of course. It was for art. Because true art is an explosion." Chiriku looked at Deidara's face that had no trace of guilt or tension with a shocked expression. From the manner the other party was speaking, it's obvious that he is extremely serious, but, with the way Deidara is behaving, Chiriku felt uneasy in his heart, and declared, "You are a dangerous person. You may not be lying, but you are psychologically disturbed and your tendency to create explosions in the name of art is extremely dangerous for innocent people. I cannot allow a dangerous person like you to walk away. Either you will become a monk in training at the temple and repent for all your sins, or your body will be buried in the cemetery of the Temple of Fire. Deidara shook his head and denied, I don't want to stay here. I have already seen all the art that this temple has to offer, and it is nothing compared to my art. In that case, you leave me no choice. As the head monk of the Temple of Fire, I cannot allow you to leave without paying for your sins. As Chiriku declared this, he put his hands together and exuded extremely powerful chakra. But Deidara wasn't perturbed. He calmly put his arm in his shinobi bag and said with an excited smile, I see, you want to fight, huh? I am all game. Chapter 633, The Gift of the Hermit Group. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. As the jutsu started to take form, Chiriku said, I don't have complete control over the power output of this jutsu, so there are chances that you might not be able to survive. If such a thing happened, I reassure you that I will bury you in the forest of the back mountain of the Temple of Fire, and pray that your soul ascends to the Pure Land after death. Accompanied by Chiriku's words, a terrifying chakra exploded out of him and took the form of the spirit of the thousand-handed Canon. The spirit was golden in color and it looked calm, angelic, and peaceful. Feeling the tranquil and peaceful chakra that he has never felt or experienced before, Deidara, who was about to start his offensive, suddenly came to a halt and muttered with a surprised expression, What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is so beautiful. Chiriku saw that Deidara has stopped his movements because of being impressed by his jutsu. This presented him a very good opportunity. However, instead of taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood in his position and calmly explained, This is the ultimate technique of the Fire Temple that is only taught to the ninja monks, and it requires a special chakra called the Gift of the Hermit Group. Of course, you too can learn it if you were to surrender now and become a monk in training at the Fire Temple. How about it? Are you interested? Chiriku didn't want to kill Deidara. If possible, he would much rather recruit Deidara into the fire. This way, not only the problem before him will be solved, but the Fire Temple will also gain a talented monk in training. To achieve his purpose, Chiriku introduced the Gift of the Hermit Group to Deidara, hoping that this unknown and mysterious knowledge draws Deidara's interest. Of course, Chiriku didn't deceive Deidara. The Gift of the Hermit Group is a unique chakra that the monk of the Fire Temple can learn. There is a secret method of training that allows people to learn this method, and only the monks of the Fire Temple know this method. The Gift of the Hermit Group is a unique technique of the Fire Temple. In actuality, its essence is just senjutsu, to a certain extent, at least. Perhaps, it would be more correct to say that the Gift of the Hermit Group is a relatively superficial approach to using the natural energy dispersed in the heavens and the earth that the monks of the Fire Temple have been able to learn through years of rigorous training. Although the Gift of the Hermit Group is less efficient and far backward and weak compared to the senjutsu applications of the three mysterious realms, it is still better than nothing. And this is one of the reasons why the Fire Temple has been able to survive for the past millennia and has always been valued by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Be that as it may, it didn't interest Deidara enough that he would go as far as to surrender here and become a monk of the Fire Temple. So, to answer Chiriku's question, he shook his head and said, although the real art of the Fire Temple is really good, it is still missing something. Huh? What are you saying? Chiriku's frown tightened. He felt that whatever he said up to now didn't go through Deidara. It is as if the two are on a completely different channel, and cannot communicate at all. Deidara didn't answer immediately. Instead, he put back his hands inside his two shinobi bags and took out a lot of explosive clay, and then answered, You have already shown me your ultimate art. How can I be left behind? Let me show you too, and teach you the real meaning of art. As for joining your Fire Temple, no thanks. I am not interested. The only aim of my life is the eternal pursuit of art. Seeing that the kid before him directly denied his offer, Chiriku understood that words won't work anymore, and only fists can talk now. But one thing Chiriku wanted to confirm before starting the battle. Let me ask you one more question. Are you Deidara, the Ronin of Awadikure? Deidara asked in surprise. Have you heard of me? Chiriku didn't answer, only his expression became more serious. Understanding that the monk had no intention of answering his question, Deidara shrugged, and without caring about it anymore, he threw the figurine in his hands that is made of the special explosive clay. The clay figurine of white color landed on the ground, then it instantly swelled up weirdly and turned into a big insect, then leaped towards Chiriku. Seeing that Deidara had started, Chiriku also no longer hesitated or waited, and started the offensive from his side. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. Instantly, the golden Canon spirit around Chiriku changed its color from golden to red, which symbolized anger, indicating that Chiriku was extremely angry, and the result of this anger is that countless fists flew towards Deidara. The fists detonated all the insect figurines as Chiriku stated, "These puppets are useless in front of my ultimate jutsu. Give up, you have no escape here." Deidara chuckled, "Don't be so sure." As soon as Deidara's words fell, the ground beneath Chiriku's feet cracked, out of which a centipede made up of white explosive clay crawled out and instantly entangled around Chiriku's body. "Damn it, when did you?" Chiriku exclaimed in shock and surprise. He didn't see Deidara creating any figurines other than the insects he destroyed a few moments ago. Moreover, with the speed with which the centipede entangled his body, Chiriku didn't even have enough time to react fast enough to dodge or distance himself from the centipede. As a result, he was instantly trapped and his jutsu was released without being able to cause any damage to Deidara. Seeing that his plan worked, Deidara had a triumphant smile on his face as he said, "You were saying something?" Chiriku gritted his teeth. Deidara chuckled and started to weave hand signs for finishing up the monk by the means of his true art, that is explosion. But just as he brought his hands together to explode the centipede that entangled Chiriku's body, his body became numb, and a scary scarlet eye covered his vision. What the hell? What is this? Chapter 634, Not So Intimidating First Impression. At this moment, Deidara's vision changed. The original dark night sky that was filled with countless stars and a silvery crescent moon now turned into a scarlet world with no stars and only a full moon of red color with 9 black tomo on it. A genjutsu? Deidara finally realized with a shocked expression, and immediately wanted to weave the hand signs to disrupt his chakra flow in order to break free of the genjutsu, but was again taken aback as he felt the sensation of several spikes driven through his body that took away his body's freedom. Therefore, he couldn't move at all. Well, that wasn't too hard. Unexpectedly, it went quite well, if I must say. While muttering these words, Uchiha Tsukihei, wearing the Homosubi disguise, walked out of the woods. After receiving the message that Deidara has headed towards the fire temple, Tsukihei immediately sneaked out of the village and came all the way towards the fire temple. It took her a complete day of travel to reach the fire temple, and she had consumed much of her chakra reserves in doing so. The moment she sneaked inside the back mountain of the fire temple, she happened to stumble upon the scene of Chiriku confronting Deidara just now. Fortunately, she was here on time, otherwise, the body of this former member of 12 Guardian Ninjas would have completely disappeared in the splendid fireworks of art. Chiriku, who was bound by Deidara's explosive centipede, used this opportunity and broke free of it. Then, he looked towards the third party who has suddenly appeared at the battlefield, and when he noticed the mask on the other party's face, he was taken aback and asked with a vigilant expression, You are Homosubi of Amatsukami?" Tsukihei glanced at Chiriku and said, "You are welcome." He was reminded that if not for Homosubi he would have died, so he lightly bowed towards Homosubi and said, "Thank you for saving me just now." Tsukihei nodded lightly, then curiously looked at this ninja monk who is worth 30 million ryo. From her basic analysis, Chiriku is not weak, his strength should at least be Jonin class, and coupled with the gift of the hermit group that he has mastered, his strength should surpass the Jonin rank, thus reaching the rank of an elite Jonin. This is not too strange if one thinks about it. After all, Chiriku was selected as one of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, so his strength is not questionable. In fact, if Tsukihei remembers correctly, in the canon, Chiriku had the complete upper hand against the zombie combo of the Akatsuki organization in the early stage of their battle. But after all, a monk is a monk. Even if he is considered a ninja monk, he is still not a pure shinobi, so he is rigid in his fighting style. Not to mention the abilities of the zombie combo of Akatsuki were too weird, and it wasn't too strange that he wasn't able to figure out a way around their abilities and died in the end. But all of this doesn't matter to Tsukihei, so not caring about Chiriku anymore, she lightly said to him, "Get out of here. I will handle this guy, you don't have the ability," and then withdrew her gaze towards Deidara. Chiriku hesitated a little but finally chose to compromise, and returned back to the fire temple to manage the overall situation and calm down the chaos. With Chiriku gone, the focus shifted towards Deidara, and at this moment, Deidara's voice reached Tsukihei's ears. "Hey you, what kind of genjutsu did you use on me? Why can't I move?" "Move, damn it!" As Deidara said these words, Tsukihei's expression under the Homusubi mask was filled with surprise. She didn't expect that Deidara's mental fortitude is strong enough to be able to resist the painful and tormenting sensation of having spikes driven through his body, and yet be able to speak. In fact, there are even signs that he has started to break free of the genjutsu. Seeing this, Tsukihei's gaze flickered. Kuroto believes that Itachi and Shisui, who are extremely proficient in genjutsu, are the best candidates to deal with Deidara. In the canon, not only did Itachi subdue Deidara with just a single gaze, he even left a trauma on the young Deidara's mind that he wasn't able to overcome no matter how he tried. Therefore, originally, Kuroto wanted Itachi to deal with Deidara, but considering that his main objective behind finding Deidara is to collect his cells and tissues, therefore, he hesitated a little, and finally chose to do the task himself. After all, the matter about the collecting cells and tissues has to be kept a secret. If possible, Kuroto doesn't want to involve any third party in between, therefore, he dispelled the idea of contacting Itachi and Shisui and came himself, or rather, herself. As for the reason why Kuroto used the Tsukihei clone for the task, well, it wasn't without consideration. He feels that directly dealing with Deidara would be a hassle, so he wanted to use the same method as Itachi used in the canon and subdue Deidara in just a single attempt without any needless battle. This is definitely the best method, and it would also allow Kuroto to collect Deidara's cells quite easily. And if everything went well, Kuroto also planned to use coercion and intimidation to recruit Deidara into Amatsukami or make him the second undercover spy in the Akatsuki organization. This is because Kuroto admires Deidara quite a lot, the weird obsession with art, the tendency to create explosions in the name of art, and the eternal pursuit of art even in death is something not many people have in this shinobi world. Moreover, Deidara's abilities are also very good, so he is a good candidate to become a member of the Amatsukami. But Tsukihei is not sure whether it will be possible to recruit Deidara. This is because the first impression she has left on Deidara is not intimidating enough. The genjutsu she used on Deidara was weaker compared to the genjutsu Itachi used on him. As such, Deidara was able to resist it to a certain extent, and there are even signs that he is about to break free of it. The first impression is very good. If in the first impression Tsukihei had shown her true intimidation, then Deidara would have definitely lost the will to resist her, but because it is not very good, so not only did Deidara not lose his will to resist her, but he was even shouting and yelling at her, "Hey, are you deaf? I am talking to you, answer me." Tsukihei clicked her tongue upon seeing the plan failed, and couldn't help but slander in her heart, "It seems I really can't be as good as Itachi or Shisui when it comes to genjutsu." After studying all sorts of ninja arts, Kuroto has found that his talent is worst for time and space jutsu, as well as genjutsu. And mastering these ninja arts requires a lot of effort, and even when he is able to master them, the effect is still not that good. This is also the reason why he rarely uses genjutsu even when controlling the Homusubi clone. Forget it, even if the plan failed, it doesn't matter all that much. I can at least collect Deidara's cells and tissues, she thought to herself, then took out a kunai from inside her cloak and hurled it towards Deidara. Why-ish. The kunai, glimmering with cold light, instantly cut through Deidara's shoulder and nailed a piece of his flesh and blood on the trunk of a tree behind him. As the piercing pain reached his senses, Deidara was somewhat frightened. "Damn it, you despicable guy." Tsukihei ignored his painful cry and glanced at the kunai nailed at the tree trunk. The kunai has cut off several muscles of Deidara's shoulder, and it carries both blood and his muscle tissues. "This much should be more than enough for me to clone Deidara's cells," she muttered with a thoughtful expression. The main objective of the finding Deidara has been completed, so Tsukihai breathed a brief sigh of relief. Then, for the second objective, she coldly looked at the golden blonde-haired kid in front of her and said, Deidara, I will give you two choices, either join Amatsukami or die. How about I chose the third? Deidara roared in struggle. With this roar, he finally managed to bring his hands together, then immediately weaved the hand signs, and shouted, Now witness my art, huh? Chapter 635, Deidara's Bad Luck. Seeing Homusubi looking at him, the clay clone of Deidara stepped back with a frightened expression, and questioned, Hey! I have had no business with the Amatsukami before, nor have I done anything to offend your organization, so why are you people looking for me? Tsukihai again used the Susanoo, and as the armor of the golden Susanoo took shape around her, she said in an indifferent tone, Oh, would you please stop with the act? Your stupid acting won't fool anyone the second time. After speaking such words, she didn't wait even a single moment and directly flicked her fingers, the golden lotus of hell. Whoosh! And as soon as she did so, instantly, golden flames started to rise all over their surroundings and rose up to several hundred meters of height. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with high-temperature golden flames that seemed to engulf and dissolve everything into oblivion that was unfortunate enough to be within the immediate range effect. The Golden Lotus of Hell is Tsukihai's new ninjutsu, and what's special about this ninjutsu is that it does not require hand signs, so, casting it takes close to no time, and as soon as it is used, it will instantly create a sea of fire within 100-meter radius around Tsukihai. Deidara's clay clone was within the range that Tsukihai's ninjutsu covered, and under the extreme heat of the golden flames it instantly melted and deformed into a slime-like substance. At the same time, its ability to explode was also lost. Far away, the real Deidara, while hiding in the ground, dementedly looked at the golden Susanoo bathing in the golden flames, looking like the golden god of war and fire, and couldn't help but think, can fire and burning also be so beautiful? But as soon as this thought came into his mind, he hurriedly covered his eyes with both hands like a shy girl and scolded himself, No, Deidara, what are you thinking? You cannot admire someone else's art and something that has nothing to do with the explosion. In the world, only explosions are true art. However, even if he tried to stop himself from admiring the beautiful scenery before him, he still couldn't help but peek through the gap between his fingers and exclaim while looking at the golden goddess of war and fire with a blush on his face, She is so powerful. Perhaps only the members of Amatsukami are so powerful, she really is worthy of being called an artist. However, even if that is the case, I will not lose. Today I accept my defeat, but this is not the end. Damn it, just you wait, I will make you witness the true ultimate art. After making such an affirmation to himself, and a secret declaration to Homusubi, Deidara looked at Homusubi once, then retracted back inside the ground, and fled the area in panic while using the hiding-like-mole technique. Back at the battlefield. Humph, I'll spare you this time because I am using your cells to create a clone, but the next time we meet, I swear I will make you cry, Tsukihai muttered with a cold snort, then dispersed the Susanoo as well as extinguished the golden flames. For her, collecting Deidara's cells was the highest priority task, and that has already been completed. Other matters are all secondary, and they are not so important. Moreover, Tsukihai also knows that if she were to drive Deidara into an extreme corner, then there is a very good chance that he might do something extremely crazy, the consequences of which even she might have to suffer. As the saying goes, the cornered rat will bite the cat, and if Deidara is also driven into an extreme corner, then the consequences might not be so pretty, and Tsukihai is unwilling to take unnecessary risks if it is not required. One must know that in this accursed shinobi world, there are thousands if not millions of things that can overturn the ship into a gutter, therefore, one must always remain composed and cautious. With this understood, after Deidara escaped the battlefield, Tsukihai looked at the cell sample in her hand, then nodded to herself and she too left the battlefield. A few days later. It has already been a few days since Deidara was bullied by the female Homusubi of Amatsukami, and after escaping from that battlefield near the fire temple, he carefully and slowly traveled towards the border of the land of fire, and after days of travel, he finally reached the border while using the hiding-like-a-mole technique. After crossing the border, Deidara crawled out of the ground, and while making sure that he wasn't followed, he dusted his body as well as clothes and muttered to himself, if only Homusubi was so powerful, then I can't even imagine the true strength of the entire Amatsukami organization, and in this way, the Akatsuki organization that can rival the Amatsukami organization should also be equally powerful and is probably not easy to mess with. If I want to remain alive and continue to pursue my art, it would be best to avoid these difficult people. Although Deidara said this, the Lady Luck wasn't on his side this time, and as fate would have it, just as he convinced himself to stay away from the Amatsukami organization and Akatsuki organization, 3 people, each wearing the turtle-neck black cloak with red cloud prints and a wooden hat with 2 bells, walked in front of him. These people are none other than the members of the Akatsuki organization, and looking at their faces, one can identify them as Uchiha Shinichi, the rogue nin from Konohadakure, the immortal Kakuzu, the rogue nin from Takigakure, and finally, the Sandaime Kazekage killer, Sasori of the Red Sand. Walking in front of Deidara, Shinichi took off his hat to reveal his Sharingan, and then, while looking at Deidara with them, he said with an annoyed and lazy expression, "Hey kid, you are Deidara, the rogue nin from Iwadakure, right? Now that I look at you so closely, I must say, you are a real piece of work, and such a troublesome guy. It took us so long to finally locate you. Now if you don't join the Akatsuki Before Shinichi could even finish his words, Deidara in front of suddenly expanded like a balloon as if it was about to burst out. Huh, what the hell? Seeing such a scene, whether it was Shinichi or Kakuzu or Sasori, each of the 3 of them was taken aback, and at a complete loss. They didn't have to remain stupefied for very long, as suddenly the expanding Deidara before them exploded. Boom boom boom! The explosion shook the entire forest, and the resulting shock waves made the surrounding forest a mess. The after effects felt as if an extremely terrifying storm had just passed through the forest. After a long time, the shock waves caused by the explosion subsided, and the smoke cleared to reveal the miserable situation of the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi was kneeling on the ground, and panting heavily. As the semi-destroyed green Susanoo started to disperse, he got up and cursed, "Fuck. Does that guy have some problem with his brain? Why did he explode as soon as we met him?" I hadn't even finished my words. Sasori crawled out of the Hiriko puppet and said coldly, "Don't complain, and start searching for Kakuzu. I just hope that he is still alive, otherwise we will be answerable to Nagato. The surroundings are destroyed, and everything is a mess. How do you expect me to find him?" said Shinichi in annoyance. Sasori was also not in a very good mood, and said with an unhappy expression, "I don't know, you have the Sharingan, and Manjiku Sharingan, don't you? Get it to work. TCH. Shinichi clicked his tongue and then started to look for Kakuzu with the help of the inside of his Sharingan. Sasori too started to search for Kakuzu, and while doing so, he muttered with a doubtful expression, "The information about Deidara said that he has some weird obsession with art and explosion. Zetsu said nothing about him being unable to even communicate. It's strange." Crack! Crack! At this moment, the ground cracked, and Kakuzu with an embarrassed appearance climbed out of it. Kakuzu's appearance was most miserable among the 3. Shinichi only suffered from slight chakra exhaustion, while Sasori was also safe. It's just that one of his puppets was destroyed, and now he would have to work on it again to repair it. But Kakuzu had no such way as Susanoo or puppet to defend himself. As such, he suffered the most under the effect of the explosion. His Akatsuki cloak had turned into rags and barely hung on his body, and among the 4 masks on his back, 3 were completely destroyed, while the last one was more than half cracked. Which meant that he was pretty close to death. Shinichi looked at Kakuzu in surprise. "Huh, you aren't dead yet?" Kakuzu snorted, and said viciously, "That kid Deidara, his heart is mine. Sasori, and I'll keep the body. There is no need to recruit such a lunatic into the organization. It would save everyone the trouble if we directly deal with him." Shinichi chuckled, "Now we are talking." Far away from the site of an explosion. Having escaped the site of explosion by once again using the cover of the clay clone, Deidara again crawled out of the ground with a speechless expression, and couldn't help but mutter to himself in doubt, "What the hell is going on? Why are such people coming after me one after another? Deidara completely understands that if he hadn't directly used body replacement jutsu with an explosion clone, he would have had to face those 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, and the result of the battle need not be guessed, it would have been his defeat. And considering the possibility that those 3 of them might still be after him, and hadn't given up, Deidara quickly created another clay bird, and hurriedly jumped on it and left the area. Currently, he is extremely nervous and frightened and continued to watch the surroundings alertly to make sure that no one is coming after him, otherwise, he would be done for. At this moment, Deidara just wants to get as far away from this damned country. TCH, the shinobi world is becoming more and more dangerous now, it's no longer safe enough to wander around alone, let's go back to the village to live peacefully, and apologize to the old man. With this in mind, Deidara changed his next course and went in the direction of the Land of Rock. Chapter 636, Gar and Karin's Growth. After obtaining the sample of Deidara's cells, Tsukihei returned to a nearby location with no one present in the immediate vicinity. There she transferred the soul back to the main, and then Kuroto, after making sure that no one was watching him, activated the Tenseigan chakra mode, and quickly made his way towards Anchor Vantien, the floating fortress, Amatsukami organization's current unofficial base, and Kuroto's main laboratory. Oh, and Gar and Karin's current home. Kuroto-sama, welcome back. As soon as Kuroto returned to the fortress, he was greeted by the excited Karin and cheerful Gar, both of whom greeted him respectfully. Noticing the 2 kids, Kuroto's thoughts halted for a moment. Immediately his figure disappeared from his position, and as it secretly arrived in front of Gar, he threw a punch on Gar. Gar instinctively leaped back. At the same time, sand around him gathered and took the form of a small sand shield that tried to block Kuroto's fist. Bang! Lo and behold, it actually succeeded. Kuroto's fist met the small sand shield and came to a sudden stop as a low muffled sound echoed in the passageway. It felt like I am hitting an iron wall. That's progress, he muttered with a surprised expression. His words were genuine, as he was really surprised that the momentum that his fist carried completely disappeared as his hand struck the sand shield. In the punch just now, although Kuroto had used only about 5 to 10% of his physical strength, that too without using any chakra amplification, without a doubt, even this much strength is higher than the best punch of a typical mid-rank chunin, and for Gar, who is only a kid at this point, this punch was still quite heavy, yet he was able to block it with perfect reaction and timings. Speaks volume of the hard work he is doing and the improvements he has done. What surprised Kuroto more is that Gar's sand controlling ability has also improved. Therefore, the amount of sand he is able to easily lift, and the speed with which he can move all the sand around him has also increased. It must not be forgotten that the Shikaku in Gar's body has been completely sealed by Kuroto, so no form of communication or help or guidance is possible through it, and even in this situation, if Gar is now able to control sand to this extent without feeling any strain, it can only mean that he has been training really hard in the past few months. For doing hard work, the least he deserves is praise, and Kuroto didn't want to take away this right from Gar, therefore, he did what he should do. He smiled, then retracted his hand and praised Gar. Very good, from your reaction and the perfect time at which you blocked my fist, I can see that you haven't been lazying around in my absence. Gar, who has rarely been praised by anyone, blushed in embarrassment, and said while scratching his hair shyly, Kuroto-sama, you are praising me too much. I haven't yet done anything praiseworthy. Kuroto smiled slightly, and said nothing in reply. Internally, he was evaluating Gar's current strength in comparison to other kids his age, since Shikaku has been sealed, so losing control over himself is no longer a possibility, although this increases the chances of dying in the worst situation. Nonetheless, his analysis ability and dependence on Shikaku has also disappeared. And from the speed and with which he is reacting and defending against the attacks, his current strength should be at the level of a low-level chunin, which is not much different from the strength of Uchiha Sasuke, now that I think about it. But, if a battle is conducted between the two, the chances of Sasuke winning the battle are slightly higher. This is obviously because of Sasuke's Sharingan and better battle analytical ability, which Gar's mind has yet to develop. Even without the power of Shikaku, Gar is one of the most talented children in this era, so there shouldn't have been much difference between Sasuke and Gar's strength. It's just that Sasuke has experienced the humiliation of losing to Kimamaru in the presence of the entire village that resulted in the awakening of his Sharingan, and later he has also undergone Shinichi's brutal combat training that gave him quite a lot of combat experience, so he might be able to outwit Gaara and manage to win against him at this point in time, but otherwise, both of them should have the relatively same strength, and it would be a tough toe-to-toe battle. But all of this doesn't matter now. What's important is that Gaara is making progress, and improving at a faster speed compared to what Kuroto had expected and planned, and that's all that matters. After reviewing Gaara's progress, he turned his head and looked at Karin, who was standing on the side. Seeing that Kuroto's attention was on her, Karin hurriedly said, "Kuroto-sama, I have mastered all the seals you have taught me until now. I have also finished my homework, and you can see for yourself, I have also lost a lot of weight." Kuroto held his chin and nodded after observing Karin's body. "That's true indeed." Karin proudly folded her hands over her chest and said, "You see, I am also not lazing around, and I too am training extremely hard so that I can be useful to you." Kuroto nodded towards her. "Very good, I have high expectations from you." "Yes." Karin nodded excitedly. There was no need to think much about Karin. Amongst all the kunoichi in the training of her age, she is undoubtedly the strongest at this point. No one, almost no one can match her. In fact, even in the history of all the kunoichi, perhaps only Tsunade might have had such strength when she was so young. So, Kuroto wasn't all that worried about Karin's growth. Karin's Uzumaki background already gave her ample potential. Now all she has to do is realize it, and she would undoubtedly become one of the strongest kunoichi in the history of the entire shinobi world. Kuroto smiled, then thought of something, and said, "Both of you, train well. After I feel that both of you have good enough strength, I will take the two of you to gain practical experience, and also let both of you understand what a real genius is like." Both Gaara and Karin nodded. "We will do our best to not let you down." With that, Kuroto left the two kids to their devices and the Kazekage puppet watching over them and made his way towards his laboratory. As soon as he entered his main laboratory, Kuroto looked at the neatly arranged new devices and machinery with an excited expression. This is the result of his hard work. Recently he has used a lot of funds from his pockets in buying new equipment. The hundreds of millions of Ryo that a person can't even spend in his lifetime, Kuroto spent it all in just a few days. Previously almost all the machinery in his laboratory was second-hand, but now, that's no longer the case. Since Amatsukami has become the strongest organization in the shinobi world, a lot of secret channels that weren't previously open to Amatsukami have now opened up, and Kuroto used all these channels to completely upgrade his laboratory. The result of doing all this is that today, Kuroto's laboratory is no inferior to that of Danzo's laboratory. And he is going to use all these machines to complete his Project Godhood. Chapter 637, Changing the Ninja Academy. Kuroto went to the cell incubation chamber to start preliminary processing of Deidara's cells after admiring his freshly updated laboratory for a while. He then gathered the processed cells and began the activation phase for Deidara's cells in the newly purchased incubator. Kuroto changed the cell fusion process after a lot of research and practice. Instead of performing the cell fusion process directly, he added a few extra steps before the final cell fusion to improve the viability of the cells, and only performs the cell fusion when the viability of two cells is the highest. Using this approach offers various advantages, including an increase of at least 3% in cell fusion success. Don't underestimate this 3% boost in success rate. It may appear insignificant at first, but as the number of experimental efforts approaches thousands or hundreds of thousands, there will always be some successful cases, no matter how diametrically opposed two cells are in nature. And that's not all. This 3% increase in success rate not only saves money and time, but it also enhances the overall grade of the cell generated after the fusion, which has a number of benefits, including improved physique, increased chakra reserves, greater Byakugan quality, and so on. Kuroto would have an easier time developing the clone if the grade was higher. Kuroto's Fujin clone is an example of this predicament. The Fujin clone he now employs suffered from genetic mutation and regression. As a result, it outperformed Kuroto's expectations, and there was no need to further develop or train it. In fact, it exceeded Kuroto's expectations to the point where he had to continue developing the Suijin clone and the Homusubi clone in order to keep all of the clones balanced. As a result, the new stages that have been included are extremely advantageous to him. Let's get back to the task at hand now that we've clarified the improved method. According to my estimates, the final success rate of the cell fusion is 4%, mumbled Kuroto, frowning as he examined the computed result in front of him. The additional stages he has included can boost the success rate by 3%, but the final success rate calculated is only 4%, which is far too low. And this low result clearly indicates that Deidara's cell tissues are incompatible with Kuroto's cells. Kuroto's cell tissues and Deidara's cell tissues are only marginally more compatible than Kuroto's cells with the Uchiha clan's cells. This is also quite understandable. Kuroto's cells reflect the Hyuga clan, which has a mild and tranquil chakra nature, but Deidara's cells represent a very violent and unstable chakra nature, hence it's only natural that their cells are particularly compatible. Fortunately, he has improved the technique so that the fundamental success rate of the fusion has increased, and he no longer has to struggle in an infinite circle of failure, as he did with the Uchiha clan cells. Deidara's cell tissues are already highly vigorous and don't need to be cultivated for very long because his body is in a developmental stage. As a result, after setting the incubation duration on the cell incubator, Kuroto gently exited the cell incubator room. Kuroto's gaze instinctively fell on the long row of brand new huge nutrition troughs in front of him as he walked out of the cultivation chamber. He recently purchased all of these big nutrient tanks. These new nutrition tanks have higher performance and are more stable than previous ones. Because he had so much money, Kuroto got rid of all the old large-scale nutrient tanks in the lab and bought 16 of the most modern large-scale nutrition tanks in the ninja world all at once. 6 of them will be utilized to store the clones of the 6 chakra natures. He prepped the remaining 10 for the cultivation of the other clones. He won't have to cultivate 2 clones at a time like in the past. With these 10 new huge nutrient tanks, he will now be able to complete 10 clones at a time, and the larger the base, the more likely fine products will emerge. In the future, he will be able to carefully select among 10 clones and choose the best clone for further development. With these thoughts in mind, Kuroto proceeded to check the condition of the Suijin clone and the Fujin clone. The Suijin clone is stable and there are no abnormalities, and the deterioration of the Fujin clone has been controlled after exchange transfusion treatment, but the effect of exchange blood therapy will become more and more poor based on the analysis of the data detected by the instrument. One blood change may last a month the first few times, but after a few times, one blood change may only last 20 days or even less, and this duration will continue to decrease with each change. In other words, the Fujin clone has its limits, even if the cost of exchange blood treatment is vigorously spent to preserve it. It's difficult for Kuroto to estimate how long this limit will last at the moment. It could be 2 to 3 years or even 4 to 5 years. In other words, his Wind Chakra Nature clone will always remain in danger of becoming a piece of scrap before his biotechnology advances further. Sigh, he can only sigh helplessly because he has no alternatives to provide in this situation. Kuroto left the laboratory and returned to the village after a long day. Back in Konoha. After quietly replacing the Shadow Clone in the principal's office, Kuroto briefly recalled the Shadow Clone's memories of the past 2 days. Everything went as usual during his absence of 2 days, and nothing major occurred. As usual, Naruto challenged Sasuke in the academy but was defeated by Sasuke. Sasuke's adversary has an extra face, which is the only difference. This new adversary is not someone else, it is the Jinchuriki of Nanabi, Fu from the Takigakure who has recently arrived in Konoha, and the outcome is self-evident. Fu has not gained control over the Nanabi, and considering the fact that she isn't allowed to reveal her status as a Jinchuriki without the help of Nanabi, she, like Naruto, was easily defeated by Sasuke. Fu, on the other hand, has a demeanor that is quite similar to Naruto's. She has a carefree and laid-back personality, therefore, even if she was defeated by Sasuke, she wasn't all that sad about it, and after becoming a loser who challenged Sasuke. Naruto, Rock Lee, Sai, and other kids became friends with her. As a result, she too became an official member of the Losers League. Kuroto grinned after reading all of the memories of his shadow clone. He shook his head with a chuckle, then put his hand on his chin in a thoughtful state. In actuality, because there are so many skilled faculty and staff in the academy, the principal, Hyuga Kuroto, is simply accountable for making general decisions and doesn't have any major role. Some of the things he has to do on a daily basis as a teacher are unimportant to him. In addition, he has already planned for a number of emergency circumstances. Preparation is key, therefore leading a shadow clone in the school is sufficient to handle the majority of the ninja school's everyday operations. He stood up and walked up to the window, where he gazed at the raucous playground below and the students frolicking in it. For a brief while, Kuroto grumbled, then he thought of something, and as a result, a group of faculty members were assembled in the faculty room and held an impromptu meeting. Faculty room. Kuroto gave the staff a sidelong glance and added, I believe that educational advancement is still too slow. This isn't a playground, it's a ninja school, we need to work while keeping this in mind. When the instructors gathered around the meeting table heard the remarks, they were taken aback. Kuroto has actually advanced the teaching progress of this batch of kids a while ago. The course will be completed shortly if they continue to enhance the teaching progress. After all, the ninja school simply teaches the most fundamental techniques, as well as some basic ninja skills like tracking, patrolling, and hunting. Iluka inquired, Kuroto-san, with our current teaching speed, the course that has to be completed in the entire duration will be completed within 2 years, which is already quite early, and if we further speed up the teaching speed, this duration will only decrease. So, what will the children do after that? Would they just graduate and become genin? But, that is a bit, some children are indeed capable of becoming genins at such a young age, but not everyone is. What about them? Iluka's words were not just his. All of the faculty members' doubts were directed at the Hyuga mirror, and they looked at him for an answer. With a wave of his hand, Hyuga Kayami said, Don't be concerned about these. I'll approach Hokage-sama and the other elders about adding some D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu to the Ninja Academy's scope. What? Everyone was caught aback by these words of Kuroto. Even in great shinobi villages like Konoha, there are few opportunities to learn ninjutsu. The majority of ninjas practice ninjutsu taught to them by their families and clans. This is why the ninjas from the ordinary villager background generally have no such resources with them. They have to fight multiple life and death battles and earn the right to learn a jutsu through merit. Aside from this, they can only learn ninjutsu from masters who are willing to teach their disciples. In short, on the basic matter of learning ninjutsu, ninjas with ordinary backgrounds have been far behind the ninjas with clan or family background, and that's why the starting line for two parties become different, and so does future achievements. Several generations of Hokage have built a mentoring structure for all the children who aspire to be shinobi, and this is still the case. The civilian ninja will have no chance to acquire any ninjutsu if there is no mentoring structure created by multiple generations of Hokage. All of the clans agree on suppressing civilian ninjas and monopolizing ninjutsu resources. This is why just the most fundamental 3 basic ninjutsu is taught at the ninja school. If the ninja school allows children to learn D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, it will have an impact not only on the affluent clan's interests but also on the village's reward and punishment system. After all, several D-rank or C-rank ninjutsu are awarded to deserving village residents. These benefits will be less appealing if the institution teaches them for free. Will the village agree? Shursui wondered. Shursui knows how strongly Kuroto's idea will be resisted as a member of the Uchiha clan. Shursui is concerned that many people within the Hyuga clan, much alone the other shinobi clans, will resist this plan. You don't have to worry about this because I'll take care of it. Kuroto said after a brief pause, I'd like all pupils to study one of the 3 body techniques this month. The evaluation results will be posted on the bulletin board outside the school at the end of the month. In the future, this will be standard procedure. A test will be held once a month, and the results will be posted on the notice board outside each time. Guy's expression shifted as he considered something and said, "Is it essential to be that strict?" "If these students don't want to be the last of their class and session," Kuroto said with a smile, "they'll have to work hard, which is precisely what I expect from them." Chapter 638, Danzo's Transformation Operation. Guy approached Kuroto after the meeting and said, "Kuroto, are you taking revenge?" Kuroto seemed somewhat perplexed as he questioned, "What do you mean?" "I won't say anything about the test next month, that's good," Guy remarked. "But what about the method of announcing results, which is to post them on the school's bulletin board? Isn't it going to be too much? The entire village will be aware of the results using this way." Kuroto's perplexity persisted, and he said, "So, once more, have you considered the feelings of individuals who rank last and are not very talented?" Guy asked, nervously. "No one knows better than us about the feelings of people who rank last," Kuroto stated, placing his hand on Guy's shoulder. "However, I also believe that this is the only way to strengthen these youngsters. How will they survive in conflicts if they can't handle such modest pressure? Where would their incentive to develop come from if there is no pressure on their shoulders?" Hearing Kuroto's explanation, Guy felt that it was reasonable, although you are right, however. He used to rank among the top few from the downward order when he was a student in the Ninja Academy. He felt pressure at the time, but he was never overwhelmed, and he worked harder because he wanted to overcome Kakashi, the kid who used to rank at the very top from the upward order. It was this notion that he worked harder and trained more arduously than everyone else. At the end of the day, all of his hard work and sweat paid off, and he is now who he is. As a result, he acknowledges that being under pressure isn't always a terrible thing. But, at that time, the Second Great Shinobi War had just finished, significant battles between nations were raging, and the Third Great Shinobi War was about to begin, thus the pressure was required to motivate the students at the academy, Guy said, shaking his head. "So, you appear to be perplexed about something, Guy," Kuroto interjected before Guy could finish his sentence. "Isn't it also wartime? Is it possible that the Akatsuki organization does not pose a threat to Konoha and the shinobi world in your eyes?" "Well, if you phrase it that way," Guy was rendered speechless. When Kuroto noticed Guy was silent, he got up from his seat, came up to the window, and stated gently, "I can tolerate these youngsters cursing me for making their life tough, and I can accept these children cursing their trainers for being hard and unkind to them. But I can't accept that these youngsters are dying in vain on the battlefields. These children are innocent, and they have yet to see the harshness of this world, but that day will come, and when it does, I want them to be prepared. I want these children to have strong minds so that they do not break. I don't want these kids to wind up like the majority of our friends." Guy's emotions shifted as he listened to Kuroto's reasoning. He's been through the dangers and sorrows that come with combat. He and his genin companions would have perished in the Third Great Shinobi War if not for his father's sacrifice. "You must constantly remember that we are all shinobi, and as shinobi, we will all travel to the battlefield at some point," Kuroto remarked calmly. "If they can't endure even this small strain, it's better to be a civilian." "Now I get it," Guy nodded seriously, then stood up and walked out of the meeting room, his face solemn. Kuroto smiled and murmured, "Heh, that was too simple," after Guy had left. A few days later, the Ninja Academy's new laws were promptly promulgated thanks to Kuroto's aggressive promotion. The trainees sobbed bloody tears as they read the notification, realizing that everyone was now in danger. Even the eldest Naruto has been diligently practicing the three-body techniques, which will be evaluated later this month. No one, including Naruto, wants to be the crane's tail in the eyes of the entire village. As a result, the daily pattern of challenging Sasuke on campus has dwindled, and the playground is no longer the same. At the same time, after some intellectual wrangling, Danzo finally agreed to Orochimaru's proposal and permitted him to carry out a complete transformation of his body. Danzo issued an invitation letter to the Amatsukami organization, inviting Homasubi to observe this transformation process, maybe to offset Orochimaru's presence. Kuroto, or rather, Homasubi, naturally accepted the invitation after receiving it. He has long yearned for Orochimaru's human body modification technique, but he also understands that learning the essence of Orochimaru's body modification technique only by viewing the operation in real time is tough. Kuroto transferred his soul into the Homusubi clone and came to the root base on the day of the operation. After all of the preparations were finished, the remodeling work began right away. In addition to Danzo on the operating table and Orochimaru in charge of the procedure, there is also the root's chief research officer, Akatsuki in her Homusubi guise, and 2 Danzo guards in this makeshift operating room. The presence of these bystanders appeared to have had no effect on Orochimaru's ability to operate the scalpel in his hand, as he skillfully controlled numerous surgical equipment and began the remodeling procedure. The fact that Danzo's physique is aged can't be denied. As a result, Danzo's physical metamorphosis should not be too drastic. Otherwise, given Danzo's physique, one would either die from a lack of control over the Hashirama cells or from organ failure. With this in mind, Orochimaru injected a huge amount of fusion fluid into Danzo, attempting to strengthen the union of the Hashirama cells and the Sharingan he had implanted in his body. Because his body will only be really strong when the Yang chakra of the Hashirama cells and the Yin chakra of the Sharingan he has implanted in his body are truly united. Although Orochimaru hasn't seen the stone tablet left by the Sage of Sixth Path in the Naka Shrine, this doesn't stop him from appreciating the significance of Yin and Yang harmony on the basis of chakra equilibrium. Ah! Danzo abruptly screamed in pain after receiving a heavy dose of fusion fluid. The 2 Danzo guards in the surgery room were anxious and glared at Orochimaru with homicidal intent. They were stopped by Homusubi. Don't get worked up over it, that's a normal human reaction. Although Homusubi is unsure of Orochimaru's fusion fluid's exact composition, the fluid's purpose is to suppress the body's rejection reaction and speed up the merging of transplanted cells, flesh, and blood with the person. The human body's biological impulse is rejection. The body will naturally suffer some harm and discomfort if one's instincts are forced to be suppressed. This can't be avoided. It was, after all, a natural reaction. Danzo's crying gradually diminished over time, and his body changed as well. The portion of the body where the Hashirama cells were transplanted is the most noticeable. The creases on the surface of that hand have begun to fade, the skin has smoothed out, and the entire body appears to have aged several years. Tsukihai's everlasting kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have been triggered under the mask of the flame pattern, and because of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, she can see all the small changes in Danzo's body. This is the power of creation of all things, and it can't be wrong. Homusubi sighed, clearly moved. Although Homusubi is unsure of Orochimaru's fusion fluid's exact composition, the fluid's purpose is to suppress the body's rejection reaction and speed up the merging of transplanted cells, flesh, and blood with the person. The human body's biological impulse is rejection. The body will naturally suffer some harm and discomfort if one's instincts are forced to be suppressed. This can't be avoided. It was, after all, a natural reaction. Danzo's crying gradually diminished over time, and his body changed as well. The portion of the body where the Hashirama cells were transplanted is the most noticeable. The creases on the surface of that hand have begun to fade, the skin has smoothed out, and the entire body appears to have aged several years. Tsukihai's everlasting kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have been triggered under the mask of the flame pattern, and because of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, she can see all the small changes in Danzo's body. This is the power of creation of all things, and it can't be wrong. Homusubi sighed, clearly moved. Chapter 639, Danzo's Transformation Operation Part 1. The pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Tsukihai's eye sockets created a mild pulsing like a heartbeat without warning at this precise instant. This sensation, she quietly extended out her hand to grip her brow and try to sense it. This alive aspect was probably the origin of the pulsation that occurred without warning just now. The feeble power of creation of all things emerging in Danzo's body was most likely the cause of this sensation. When Danzo began to develop this ability as a result of the Yin and Yang chakras unification, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan within Tsukihai's eyes most likely triggered an innate resonance. This is the typical effect after the Hashirama cells truly unite with our body, Orochimaru declared triumphantly at this point. When Danzo's chief researcher and the two guards witnessed the alterations in Danzo's body, they screamed, This is wonderful. The power and vitality of the elderly and sluggish bodies have returned. And no one could help but be amazed as they observed this event. Other people in the operating room, unlike Tsukihei, can't genuinely feel the yin-yang or the creation of all things, but they can see the amazing changes in Danzo's body with their naked eyes. Tsukihei observed the various instruments on the side of the operating table, temporarily suppressing the restlessness of the pair of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her eye sockets, and discovered that after the fusion of the yin and yang chakra, in addition to the heartbeat, all other values such as pulse rate, blood pressure, respiration rate, cell division rate, and so on were returning to the normal range. Orochimaru's fusion fluid appears to be better than the fusion fluid I made. Tsukihei scowled. Danzo's physique is worse and more degraded than Shishui's, but even in this situation, the yin-yang chakra in Danzo's body began to undergo preliminary yin-yang fusion as soon as the fusion generated by Orochimaru was put into his body. This fact alone demonstrates that the fusion fluid generated by Orochimaru has a far superior effect than the one made by Kuroto. Cough. Danzo on the operation table eventually regained consciousness amid a flurry of coughing. Hokage-sama, are you okay? Inquired Danzo's two guards as they hurriedly stood up. Danzo braced himself to sit up, fully ignoring the two guards' concerns, and sought to feel the changes in his body for a long time before saying to Orochimaru, Very well, Orochimaru, you have lived up to my trust. How do you feel? Orochimaru asked, chuckling. Danzo's stinking face broke into a rare smile. Better than ever, I feel like I've aged 30 years. Don't get too excited, Homasubi cautioned, this is only the result of the preliminary fusion. Everyone who has successfully transplanted Hashirama cells should experience the same impact. Don't get too excited, everyone who has successfully transplanted would feel this effect. The reason you didn't is simply that you didn't correctly transplant the Hashirama cells, and your technology isn't advanced enough, Homasubi's statements imply. When Danzo heard Homasubi's comments, the joy on his face vanished instantly. Danzo had truly wanted to turn his face away from Amatsukami and kill her right now if he hadn't remembered that he was still on the operation table and would still need Homasubi's help to keep Orochimaru in control. While Danzo was deflated, Orochimaru went inside the surgery room's freezer and removed a pure white arm. Kuroto hacked off one of those special Zetsu clone's arms not long ago, and this pure white arm is surely the same arm. Kuroto enlisted Naomi's assistance to ensure that this arm made its way into Danzo's hands. Of course, Danzo was dubious when Naomi gave him this one-of-a-kind limb, but after his researchers conducted some tests on it, he was surprised to discover that it not only had the Hashirama cells implanted in it, but it also has a peculiar material. The particular drug indicated here has a very effective relaxing effect on the implanted Hashirama cells, as well as the ability to restrict the Hashirama cells' uncontrollable vitality. In short, it is extremely beneficial to him and is created using cutting-edge biotechnology. These facts increase his suspicions regarding this arm, but despite scanning Naomi's mind for memories and further research into the origins of this arm, he has not been able to locate any information that can assist him in this area. With a pause, he looked at the severed limb in Orochimaru's hand. He's a little hesitant right now. What Homasubi said just now is definitely correct, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Only the first stages of fusion have been completed in your body. You have no choice but to replace that rotting arm with this arm if you truly wish to exploit the powers of Shodame Hokage-sama's cells and further study them. The yin and yang chakra in your body will be partly balanced after you replace that arm with this one. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation and his mesmerizing voice, Danzo paused for a moment, then stretched out his withered right hand studded with countless Sharingan and asked, Can you make sure that Shodame-sama's cells don't get out of control during the transplantation process? Uchiha Shin's arm must be amputated in order to transplant the Josetsu clone's arm, but Shin's arm, which is studded with many Sharingan, is what suppresses the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body. The suppression of Sharingan on the Hashirama cells will be eliminated if that arm is removed, and if that happens, the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body will become uncontrollable and totally engulf him. I understand your concerns, but you don't need to be concerned about that. Shodaime Hokage cells Samas have achieved primary integration with your body, so even if you temporarily lose Sharingan support, as long as you don't overdraw chakra, there will be no problem. I can assure you of that. Orochimaru spoke in a calm and gentle manner. Orochimaru, as long as I succeed, Danzo stated after a moment's thought, you will have all your wishes fulfilled in the future Shinobi world. Orochimaru, as long as I succeed, Danzo stated after a moment's thought, you will have all your wishes fulfilled in the future Shinobi world. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, I look forward to that day. Let's get this party started. Danzo said softly. Orochimaru stopped speaking gibberish and began removing the transplanted arm from Danzo's hand. On the surface, this operation appears to be complex, yet it is actually quite simple. Even an Irionin from Konoha Hospital can perform it. There is no risk of rejection, and the success rate is extremely high because Danzo already has Hashirama cells implanted in his body. During the operation, Homusubi noticed that only 7 of Shin's 10 vacancies were filled with Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, while the remaining 3 vacancies were left empty, most likely because Danzo lacked the necessary number of Sharingan after Obito stole many of his inventory, and the Uchiha clan was not annihilated. If the Sharingan embedded in his eye is counted as well, he now has a total of 8 Sharingan. He has a total of 9 lives, and he can use Izanagi a maximum of 8 times. Chapter 640, Danzo's Transformation Operation Part 3. Orochimaru just required roughly 30 minutes for the complete arm transplant operation, which apparently included implanting all of Danzo's Sharingan in his new arm. The skill, speed, and ability are so impressive that it astounds everyone including Homusubi. Orochimaru poured the fusion fluid into Danzo's body once again once the transplanting and implantation were completed, and Danzo's agonizing cries echoed throughout the operating room. Ah! When his 2 guards saw Danzo rolling and shouting in anguish on the operation table, they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. As his most trusted followers, they are too familiar with Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, the previous root commander and current acting leader of Konoha Village, is a precise, somber, and dark figure in their minds. He would never act in such a manner, and they never imagined seeing him in such a position one day. The fusion fluid made by Orochimaru doesn't seem to have any bad consequences that would cause Danzo to howl and roll in anguish. Tsukihei, wearing the Homusubi mask, narrowed her eyes as she watched Danzo's condition. The pain he's in appears to be natural, and it's something that most people can't stand. Well, I suppose he can be commended for his endurance in the face of such adversity. After a long time, Danzo's roaring subsided and he reverted to his regular state. Orochimaru strained to restrain his laugh as he questioned, "How do you feel?" Looking at Danzo, whose nose was red and tears were flowing down his face, Orochimaru asked, "How do you feel?" "Damn it, why is the reaction so big this time?" Danzo grumbled. "Didn't you say the procedure would go off without a hitch? Any subversive cell fusion will be accompanied by the degradation and death of numerous ancient cells," Orochimaru explained in a mournful tone of voice. "Your old cells, which are far weaker than the Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells, are gradually dying since the Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells have been transplanted in you and are fusing with you. This is a natural occurrence." "What does this mean?" Danzo inquired, frowning. "In the last 45 minutes, 99% of the cells in your body have experienced violent disintegration and division," Orochimaru remarked. "In some ways, you're not the same person you were 45 minutes ago. In other words, you've just finished a cellular replacement of yourself, replacing your original body with one more akin to Shodaime Hokage-sama's." Hearing this, Danzo became enraged. "All of my body's cells have been replaced in less than 45 minutes. Why didn't you properly explain this to me earlier? There's a major risk here. Why didn't you explain it to me earlier? If I had told you, the chances of getting beyond the fusion would have lessened," Orochimaru shrugged. "I don't want such a thing to happen again. Danzo said coldly to Orochimaru, his malicious purpose visible in his eyes. Orochimaru. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you feel the changes in your body? Orochimaru asked, unconcerned about Danzo's intimidation. My chakra reserves look to have increased, Danzo said, shaking his fist slowly to feel the changes. And the growth isn't insignificant, however. With a serious face, Danzo shaded his right eye. But what? Orochimaru inquired hopefully. Your visual prowess has also risen, right? Homusubi, who was standing off to the side, whispered softly. How do you know? Danzo inquired, suspiciously looking at Homusubi. Homusubi grinned, uninterested in responding to Danzo's question. Josetsu's cell tissues are without a doubt capable of boosting Sharingan's visual prowess. Obito, whose visual prowess had also increased significantly after he was discovered and saved by Madara, is the best example of this condition. Homusubi is aware of all of this information, thus when Danzo covered his eye for a brief moment, she was able to deduce that the Sharingan in his eye had changed. And the most likely possibility is that his visual prowess has improved, making it a little more difficult for him to adjust for a while. Naturally, his visual prowess did not improve significantly, and the Sharingan in his eye is still a 3-tomo Sharingan. After a moment of adjusting, Danzo restrained his excitement and murmured to Orochimaru, excellent. I am quite pleased with the outcome of this procedure. What makes you think the operation is already over? Orochimaru licked his lips, then remarked with a peculiar smile. Is there still something else to do? Danzo inquired, surprised. No! It's not that there aren't things to do, rather, I've only just started. The basic goal of this procedure is to change your body. It hasn't even gotten started yet. Orochimaru responded, his visage becoming more and more fanatical and excited with each word. Danzo's demeanor changed when he saw Orochimaru's madness. Could it be that the prior procedures were all just preparations before body modification? Even Homusubi on the side shook when she saw Orochimaru's look, not to mention Danzo on the operation table. Soon after, the core transformation operation began, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. Orochimaru's methods directly influenced the minds and hearts of the bystanders in the room, not to mention others. Even Homusubi, a biotechnology expert, felt her scalp tingling. Nobody knew how long it took, but the nightmare operation was finally over, and when it was, Danzo was encased in layers of sutures and bandages and looked like a mummy on the operating table. Homusubi exited the root base when the operation was completed. She then returned to the Ninja Academy, changing her soul back into her normal body. Kuroto recorded everything and examined the alteration operation when he returned to the principal office. Kuroto had to concede that he had underestimated Orochimaru's body modification and transformation abilities. Shimura Danzo's body had two fundamental flaws. The first was his body's age and lack of cell vitality, making it difficult to integrate other people's cells into his body, and the second was the yin and yang chakra's unstable balance due to the existence of Hashirama cells and Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. But now that the yang chakra has nourished Danzo's body, his entire cellular activity has surged. The yin and yang balance has also been maintained as a result of the Hashirama cell's absorption into his body. This signifies that both of his body's ailments have been resolved. Well, now that Danzo's body transformation operation is complete, all he needs is some rest before moving on to the next step, which is to execute the ritual. I've put so much effort into this ritual, he grumbled. I only hope Danzo can remain longer in the ritual so that I can get as much data as possible. Chapter 641, Assessment at Academy. Niji, you did a fantastic job, and your grade is an A+. Irika smiled and complimented Niji, giving him an A+ in the grade book. On the podium, Niji released the clone technique he had just utilized, bowed Irika calmly, and then slid back into his seat. Niji has long mastered this level of ninjutsu. As a result, the stressful assessment for other students poses no challenge for him, and to be honest, he did not feel the least bit proud of Irika's compliment just now. Sigh, Niji-kun is a true genius, Irika grumbled to himself as she observed Niji's placid expression. In Irika's opinion, a student like Niji is perfect in every way. Next is Uchiha Sasuke, Irika said, turning past the page containing Niji's information. Sasuke-kun, it's your turn. Please, Sasuke-kun. You've got this. Sasuke-san. You're the best. The podium was quickly covered by a chorus of applause from the spectators. Without a doubt, all of Sasuke's cheers came from the Academy's girls who had a crush on him, which accounted for more than 90% of the girls. Sasuke stepped up from his seat, his hands in the pocket of his trouser, and walked towards the platform with a cool smile on his face. Trousers. Damn, why does Sasuke get all the attention, said Naruto in the audience, looking at Sasuke with an envious frown. TCH, snorted Kiba from the side. This guy, Sasuke, is incredibly arrogant. Just wait, I'm getting my Ninken shortly, and as soon as that happens, I'm kicking his arse. As Sasuke approached the stage, the students fell silent, and Irika asked Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, according to the topic of the assessment, you must demonstrate one of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Which one do you want to demonstrate? While provocatively staring at Niji, who had just returned to his seat, Sasuke ignored Irika's query and rapidly weaved the hand gestures and exclaimed, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof! Another Sasuke appeared next to Sasuke, with the same appearance and features as Uchiha Sasuke, thanks to a flash of white smoke. How did Sasuke-kun decide on the Bunshin no Jutsu? Amazing! He and his Bunshin have the same appearance. It's impossible to distinguish between them. And, as soon as Sasuke finished the jutsu, the girls in the audience became active again, discussing the jutsu he used and how great he is at it. The majority of the boys were dissatisfied, but they couldn't bring out any flaws, so they had no choice but to remain mute while clenching their teeth. Irika, on the other hand, was different. He had a dignified expression, unlike adulation or jealousy. Because he could see that the jutsu Sasuke used was not the Bunshin no Jutsu that he should have possessed, but rather Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which is an extremely difficult jutsu for an academy student to learn and master. And Irika could clearly see that Sasuke has excellent mastery and control over this jutsu by the ease with which he accomplished it. Aside from Irika, there were a few other pupils who realized something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was, with the exception of Niji. Only Niji, other from Irika, knew the jutsu that Sasuke had just used. But, unlike Irika, Niji was unfazed and unconcerned about it. After all, he, like Sasuke, has mastered the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, it's just that he doesn't want to flaunt it like Sasuke is doing right now. As Niji snorted, sparks shot between the eyes of Sasuke, who was standing on the stage, and Niji, who was seated in the audience. Since the day Kuroto single-handedly crushed 8 jonins of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke and Niji's bond has changed. They are no longer just friends, but rivals, shouldering the reputations of their clans. Of course, their friendship continues, but they also have a rivalry. They've both landed the first spot of the year. Sasuke-kun, Irika said sincerely as he stepped closer with a worried gaze. Isn't it Kage Bunshin no Jutsu that you used? This jutsu, while extremely valuable, comes with a risk. As a result, you should avoid utilizing it for the time being, at least until Yo. I'm aware of the danger. You don't have to be concerned, the Uchiha clansmen have stronger chakra reserves than the general public. Now that it's out of the way, Sensei, what's my score? Irika's remarks were lodged in his throat, and he shook his head in frustration before grading him. What the hell, Sasuke-kun just did Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. That's ninjutsu at the B level. To learn it, you have to be at least a chunin, right? Is this the Uchiha clan's talent? Irika and Sasuke's chat made the already boisterous classroom much noisier. This time, not only the girls, but also the members of the League of Losers, which comprised Naruto, Kiba, Fu, and others, idolized Sasuke. They were also taken aback at this point. Only Rock Lee stood out from the crowd. He had both hands on the table, his eyes were whirling in circles, and he was muttering, it's over, in a terrified tone. Lee, what are you scared about? Shikamaru, who was sitting next to him, remarked casually. Sasuke's use of Kage Bunshin on Jutsu has no bearing on us, and it has no bearing on our grade. If we use one of the just Bunshin no Jutsu, we can still get a good grade. But I can't. Rock Lee shook his head, tears in his eyes and a runny nose. In that case, utilize one of the other two jutsu, Shikamaru suggested casually. Substitution jutsu can be used. It's a lot less difficult than Bunshin on jutsu. The three basic ninjutsu are the most fundamental aspects of shinobi training. As a result, these simpler and life-saving jutsu are taught to shinobi clan youngsters at a young age. And because these jutsu are so simple to learn, most of the children from the great clans don't even bother. As a result, children like Shikamaru have long mastered them and are unconcerned about this evaluation. However, this is not the case for children from non-military families. Rock Lee has had a particularly bad run of luck. As a result, he sobbed miserably and added, I can't utilize substitution jutsu either. What about the transformation jutsu? Shikamaru inquired, slightly astonished. Can't use it either, said Rock Lee, shaking his head. Then don't worry, Shikamaru said, blinking twice before smiling slightly and patting Rock Lee on the shoulder. Wait. Why, says the narrator. Lee looked perplexed. You can't employ either of the three fundamental ninjutsu, therefore you'll undoubtedly fail and finish last, Shikamaru stated. It's pointless to worry about the outcome because it's already been determined and can't be changed. Remain calm and relaxed. Tintin on the side smiled and covered her mouth, Shikamaru-kun. Do you truly have no idea how to console someone? Shikamaru was perplexed. Why? Tintin didn't have to respond since Shikamaru's answer was given by the unexpected sound of thump. Lee had collapsed on the ground and his eyes had lost focus. He had apparently passed out. I see. I believe I was a tad too direct. He muttered with a helpless expression, then turned away from Lee and gazed at the podium. On the stage. Uchiha Sasuke, the result of the assessment is A+. Irika sighed as he saw Sasuke return to his seat casually. The assessment continued after a round of applause from the trainees. The evaluation was eventually completed after a hard day, and the booklet containing all of the kids' grades arrived in Kuroto's office. Kuroto-san. As he delivered the booklet to Kuroto, Irika stated, the assessment is finished, and this booklet reflects the results. It's a tad too blunt. He muttered with a helpless expression, then turned away from Lee and gazed at the podium. Kuroto grinned slightly after taking a quick look at it. As expected, Sasuke and Neji are momentarily tied for top place in the grade with an A+, while the other Shinobi clan students have also performed admirably. Irika, noticing Kuroto's smile, tentatively inquired, do you really want to post the findings of this assessment on the bulletin board, Kuroto-san? Isn't this inequitable to the trainees who come from a civilian background? Rock Lee was the student who finished last in the class. He comes from a civilian background, therefore it's understandable that he couldn't learn any of the three bodily procedures. However, posting the results on the bulletin board in this manner. This did not sit well with Irika. Of all, restrictions are regulations, and no one is exempt. Kuroto nodded honestly. And having Rock Lee go through this isn't a negative thing. I'm concerned that he might, remarked Irika. I am aware of your concerns, Kuroto nodded. Chapter 642, Irika's helplessness, Hiruzen's doubts, and Orochimaru's expectations. I'm concerned that he might, remarked Irika. I am aware of your concerns, Kuroto nodded. Then why? Irika inquired. You don't have to worry about that, Kuroto said calmly, I have my plans. But to display the test results on the notice board outside the academy, won't it? Iruka was still a little irritated. Kuroto locked his gaze on Irika, then sighed and asked, Answer me, Irika. You have learned the 3 basic ninjutsu, and you have been teaching them to other children for quite a while. How long do you think it takes a beginner to learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu? This. 1 month, I guess? Irika tentatively said after a little pause. If someone can't learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu in a week, it means they don't have any ninjutsu talent. Kuroto said, shaking his head. This criterion is actually somewhat ambiguous. If Orochimaru's standards are to be followed, anyone who cannot acquire one of the 3 basic ninjutsu in a single day can be labeled as an idiot who has no qualifications to become a shinobi or kunoichi at all. Furthermore, geniuses like Sasuke, Neji, and Kimimaro may learn the 3 basic ninjutsu in as little as a few hours. Kuroto gave trainees a full 2 weeks of time, which is more than enough to learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu techniques. Within 2 weeks, even children from a civilian background who had never been exposed to any type of ninjutsu and knowledge should have mastered one of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Even so, if someone still fails to learn even one ninjutsu, they clearly do not have a ninjutsu talent. This is an undeniable reality. You mean Rock Lee has no skill for ninjutsu? Iluka asked, his expression darkening. Do you want him to be kicked out of the ninja academy? I indicated a while back that I have plans for him. Kuroto shook his head. True, he's a ninjutsu failure, but that doesn't mean I'm going to throw him out. Rock Lee is a unique breed of genius. Rock Lee, even if he failed and finished last, is still a very gifted child in my opinion. It's only that his talent is different from that of his contemporaries. But, won't doing this be too harsh for him? Irika wondered, relieved that Kuroto had no plans to remove Rock Lee. Kuroto cast a glance out the window. Warmth and sheltered shinobi are not tolerated in today's ninja world. If someone wants to be great, he must bear everything and march forward with his heart full of it. Irika sighed and walked away. He's powerless. Kuroto is the principal, and he can't refuse the principal's orders, therefore he'll have to follow them. Kuroto set the grade book aside and got a copy of the test data from his desk drawer, which he continued to review attentively after Irika had departed. Kuroto was not idle during Danzo's recovery after the transformation operation. He was concentrating on self-fusion experiments and the Earth Chakra Nature clone. The experiment's outcome was also the same this time. Because Kuroto's and Deidara's cells are incompatible, the success rate of the fusion is extremely low. Despite that, he was able to get a large number of eligible samples thanks to his superior technology, of which he selected the most active ones and began to produce 10 Earth Chakra Nature clones with the support of 10 nutrition tanks. And the test data in his grasp right now comes from the 10 Earth Chakra Nature clones. The development of these 10 clones appears to be normal, with no deformity or mutation, according to the statistics. As a result, Kuroto has a hard time deciding which clone to develop and train further. I think I'll have to wait a while to decide which of these 10 clones is the best. The clone with the best overall stats will be picked, however, it will take some time to choose that clone. Even with updated technology, clone culture will still take 2 months, thus Kuroto predicts that Danzo should have a result before this batch of Earth Chakra Nature clones develops. Hokage Building, Elder Hiruzen's office. Are you sure of it? The former Hokage asked Kakashi, holding his tobacco pipe in his hand. According to my investigation, Danzo-sama has transferred over 1,000 shinobi, Kakashi said, nodding, and practically all of them have left the village in stealth. Elder Hiruzen's brows furrowed. Did you manage to figure out where they were going? Unfortunately no, I haven't tracked that as of yet, Kakashi said with a shake of his head. Danzo has mobilized over 1,000 shinobi at once. What precisely is he trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was concerned. The news that Danzo surreptitiously mobilized over 1,000 Konoha shinobi may be kept from the rest of the world, but not from Elder Hiruzen, who has ruled Konoha for decades. But the problem is, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has deduced this, he is stumped as to why Danzo did what he did. According to the feedback I've gotten, more and more shinobi are being ordered by Danzo-sama, Kakashi said, concerned. In fact, a large number of Irionin have lately been relocated from Konoha. Sandaime pondered for a moment before muttering, does he intend to start a war? It doesn't take over 1,000 shinobi to start a war with a small country, so this option is indeed possible, especially with Danzo's personality. However, due to the existence of the Akatsuki organization and the Amatsukami organization, nearly all shinobi villages have signed a covenant stating that no war will be started until the threat posed by these two organizations is eradicated. As a result, Hiruzen is quite concerned. He doesn't want Danzo to make a mistake that will make Konoha seem bad. What should I do now? Kakashi inquired hurriedly. We need to find out where the ninja Danzo surreptitiously transferred went and what they're doing. Hiruzen instructed, pausing for a moment before adding, you should also pay attention to your own safety. Understood. Kakashi gave a quick nod before disappearing from Elder Hiruzen's office. Whoosh! Elder Hiruzen got up from his seat and strolled back and forth in the office after Kakashi had departed. The more he considered it, the more concerned he was. Go and convene all the members of the advisory board for an emergency meeting, he commanded the Umbu guards after some thought. Inside an active volcanic cave in the northern portion of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru smiled from the corner of his mouth as he stood atop a cliff, gazing at the massive volcanic cave that smelt like burning sulfur. The volcanic cave in front of him is undoubtedly the location where Danzo will perform the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, and hundreds of shinobi from Root are currently busy making various preparations here. According to the plan, these Root shinobi are constructing a ritual altar in the cave's center, fortifying the cave's walls, and a sophisticated chakra transmission line is set up for the chakra transmission array. Orochimaru was ecstatic when he saw this scenario and smiled to himself. Will the ninja world change as a result of what's going to happen tonight? Hey, it's something I'm really looking forward to. Orochimaru was enthusiastic about the approaching Kekkei Genkai absorption ceremony, and why wouldn't he be? After all, he has put in just as much effort as Kuroto. If he were, to be honest, Orochimaru has no regrets, even if the person undergoing the rite is Shimura Danzo, whom he despises. Every cell in his body is ecstatic at the prospect of taking part in a god creation project of this magnitude. Orochimaru has always despised the idea that a person's bloodline determines the upper limit of their strength. What he despises, even more, is the fragility of human existence. Orochimaru has a deep desire to break free from the two cages that imprison all humans in this shinobi world. And now such things are about to happen right in front of his eyes. Something he has always wished for is about to become a reality, tonight. He's curious to see how the shinobi world will evolve from here. He's curious as to what will happen if this ceremony is successful. Chapter 643, Commencing the Ritual. Following the sound of crutches on the ground, Homusubi turned around to find Danzo approaching them, still costumed as a sickly old man with a bandage wrapped over his body and a cane in his hand. She sneered, "Stinky old man." Danzo has totally transformed after undergoing the body modification operation at the hands of Orochimaru. His current body outperforms 99% of the shinobi world's ninjas. Not only does he no longer have any disabilities in his body, but his cells have also gained a tremendous amount of vigor. Danzo's current physique is far more powerful than it was when he was younger. Furthermore, his strength has surpassed both his and Sarutobi Hiruzen's peak. So, in terms of strength, it wouldn't be inaccurate to state that the present Danzo has the qualifications to be the Hokage of Konoha in the genuine sense. He is really careful, Orochimaru remarked with a sarcastic smirk when he saw Danzo's appearance. Despite the presence of hundreds of Root shinobi in the area, Danzo continues to portray himself as a frail and handicapped elderly man. From this, it is clear that Danzo trusts no one but himself. Danzo approached Homusubi and Orochimaru a few seconds later and inquired, "How are the ritual arrangements?" "All of the arrangements inside the cave are nearly finished. As for the arrangements outside the cave, the basic arrangements were designed by us, the rest was all up to you. In that matter, we can't help," Orochimaru replied after a brief pause. Homusubi and Orochimaru's ritual is broken into two parts, inside the cave and outside the cave. The ritual altar and related Fuinjutsu arrangements are located inside the cave, while the chakra conveying array is located outside. The Kekkai Jinkai absorption ritual necessitates a massive quantity of chakra, which a normal shinobi will never have in his entire life. To overcome the difficulty, Chiriku devised an amazing plan to relocate the ceremony to the top of a mountain, utilizing the celestial phenomenon's power. Because Danzo needs to use the unique environment of a volcanic cave to suppress the presence of excessive water chakra in his body, therefore, he couldn't copy Chiriku's method, thus he chose to mobilize a large number of Konoha shinobi to serve as temporary chakra batteries for his rituals. There wouldn't be a problem in that respect, Danzo stated indifferently. I brought around 1,500 shinobi and kunoichi. With a shocked expression on his face, Orochimaru whispered, "There are more than 1,500 people outside?" Bringing such a large group is no laughing matter. It's important to recognize that surreptitiously gathering nearly 1,500 ninjas, even for a strong shinobi village, is no easy task. Not to mention the fact that these ninjas have been brought in as chakra batteries. As a result, the fraction of ninjas with a small chakra reserve should be low, implying that among the 1,500 Konoha ninjas present outside the volcanic cave, a considerable proportion is ranked higher than or equivalent to a high-class chunin, which isn't a joke. This is a full-fledged army. An army capable of easily annihilating a small nation. Even Homosubi was taken aback when she heard Danzo's statement. Only Danzo, Konoha's current temporary leader, is capable of drawing such a formation. Anyone else, at least in Konoha, doesn't have that kind of power. And it's for this reason that Homosubi is delighted she chose Shimura Danzo as her pawn. Homosubi would have had a significant problem if someone else had been used instead of Danzo. Of course, this subject concerns the life and death of their commander, as well as the destiny of the entire shinobi world, Danzo said with a nod. Much to Orochimaru's amazement, it's a privilege for them to be allowed to take part in this ritual. Orochimaru was taken aback and couldn't help but think to himself with a sigh, what an idiot. Although building a chakra transport array is not a difficult task, it is quite impossible to guarantee stability without repeated testing in advance. Have you taken this into consideration? Homosubi said at the time. The chakra transport array outside the cave was set up after 47 trial runs. Everything is in line with the specifications set by you, Danzo said nonchalantly. Nothing should go wrong as long as there isn't an issue on your end. As long as the chakra conveyance array remains steady, a total of 1,500 Konoha shinobi should be enough to meet the chakra needs during the Kekkai Jinkai absorption ritual, Homosubi said lightly, then questioned, when will you begin? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru. Anytime you want, Orochimaru said with a smile. When Danzo heard Orochimaru's comments, he slammed his crutch to the ground and said, in that case, let's get started. 5 gaps erupted in the ritual altar as a result of Danzo's remarks, and 5 people who had been caught by the root shinobi were extracted from those gaps. Danzo had never shown the captured targets to Homosubi and Orochimaru before, so both of them were intrigued and glanced over. These victims were tethered to the 5 crosses, and it was clear that they had been horribly tortured based on their appearance. Because they appeared to be administered with hefty sleeping doses, all 5 targets tied to the torture frame were in a coma. Based on their clothes, it can be seen the 3 of them appear to be civilians, while the other 2 are shinobi from Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Homosubi was able to roughly recognize each of their Kekkai Jinkai with just a single glance. Danzo turned back and proceeded slowly towards the altar as the 5 crosses came to a halt. With a dismal and chilly smile, he first stared at the 5 targets tied to the crosses, then turned around and looked at Orochimaru and Homosubi. Danzo has covertly arranged for labor to bury the exploding tags on the molten cave's supporting points. He'll detonate these exploding tags once the ritual rite is completely finished, erasing all evidence of his crime. Danzo also intends to dispose of Homosubi and Orochimaru in addition to all of the evidence of his crime. As for the follow-up inquiries from Amatsukami, Danzo is unconcerned about it. He believes that once the ritual is completed, he will have sufficient strength and will no longer be terrified of Amatsukami, therefore he intends to blame Homosubi's death on an accident. Of course, Homosubi and Orochimaru also sensed Danzo's coldness, but they opted to ignore it and didn't give it any thought. Danzo, in Homasubi's opinion, is nothing more than a lousy pawn who will not live for very long, thus she doesn't give a damn about Danzo's intentions. The same can be said for Orochimaru, who seemed fully oblivious to Danzo's murderous intent. With such complex thoughts running through their heads, the three gazed at each other and waited for the ceremony to begin. Chapter 644, Untitled. Kakashi slowly pulled aside the bushes that were obscuring his eyesight, revealing a distant scene. The spectacle in front of him astounded him. It was a massive army. On a rough count, Kakashi counted over 1,500 shinobi gathering outside the volcano, implying that all the shinobi who were surreptitiously transported outside the village by Danzo had assembled here. However, this makes no sense. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a reason why over 1,000 shinobi would meet here of all locations. This is in the middle of nowhere. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kakashi pulled a monocular telescope from his shinobi pack and peered towards the volcano. Although Kakashi is significantly benefited in the sense that he is no longer concerned about low chakra reserves as a result of losing the Sharingan, the insight and vision advantage that he had as a result of the Sharingan is also no longer available. As a result, he must now rely on equipment like binoculars and monoculars. Kakashi was taken aback when he discovered the pattern array beneath the assembled shinobi's feet. This isn't your typical assembly. There appears to be a few injutsu drawn beneath their feet. What on earth is Danzo doing? He wondered inwardly, his heart pounding. Despite the fact that Kakashi had no idea what Danzo had planned, his instincts told him it would be a terrible thing, so he instantly wrote down all he observed in a scroll and sent it to Sarutobi Hiruzen via a summon. The answer to all my doubts should be in that volcano, he said as he followed the Fuinjutsu network that connected roughly 1,500 shinobi all the way to the volcano's entrance. The security at the volcano's entrance, on the other hand, is extremely strict. On the positive side, there are 4 teams watching the entrance, and in the dark, there are over a dozen root shinobi watching the entrance. When Kakashi saw this, he scowled and said, "How do I go in?" On the ritual altar inside the volcano. 3 persons exchanged a strange smile and then silently diverted their gazes as the steps leading up to the ritual start were accomplished. Danzo tossed his crutch to his attendant and sat cross-legged on the ritual altar as he proceeded towards the altar's center. On Homasubi and Orochimaru's side, Homasubi drew a storage scroll from her cloak and extracted an observation tool. According to logic, she should be able to observe the entire ritual with the help of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but just to be safe, she carried this observation equipment with her to keep a close eye on the ritual. This Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual is, after all, one of a kind. She just has one chance, and she wants to get as much useful information out of this ceremony as possible. In this case, no mistakes will be accepted. As a result, observation equipment is required. Orochimaru gave Homasubi a long, thoughtful look before asking, "Are you the only one from Amatsukami who is going to observe this ritual?" "At the very least, I anticipated Fujin to show up." "Our objective is only to collect data," Homasubi replied casually. "I am more than sufficient for this, others are not required." "It appears that Fujin's condition is far worse than I had previously imagined. Danzo seems to have some other notions too," Orochimaru said, then silently peered at the root shinobi encircling them. Homasubi nodded and cast a sly glance around the room. Many root shinobi gathered around Homasubi and Orochimaru, and she deduced that they were all elite shinobi based on their chakra reserves. But that was the end of it. Homasubi had lost interest in them. All of Danzo's acts are worthless to her as long as she achieves her goal. Furthermore, Homasubi was unsure whether Danzo intended to kill them or if he was simply taking precautions to avoid Orochimaru and Homasubi. Anyway, she doesn't care what Danzo's intentions are. Soon after, the root shinobi who had been assisting Danzo stepped away from the ritual altar, and Danzo softly closed his eyes. He straightened up and yelled, "Begin," in a grandiose tone after taking a few deep breaths. Orochimaru followed this instruction and moved towards the Fuinjutsu formation starting point, weaving a sequence of hand signs before slamming both hands on the ground and shouting, "Kai." Whoosh! A red brilliance suddenly enveloped the ritual altar as Orochimaru finished the key, and a swirling air current appeared inside the volcano. The targets who had been comatose until recently regained consciousness together with the swirl of hot air current. WH. What am I doing here? Who are you people, and why did you bring me here? Please. Woo, please don't kill me. People from a civilian background who had not had any formal shinobi training were clearly crying and begging. They are just fortunate individuals who were born with unusual Kekkei Genkai, but their good fortune did not endure long. Despite having the potential to become great shinobi in the future, they became Danzo's target and are now victims of this ritual. Clearly, Danzo, Orochimaru, and Homasubi felt no sympathy for those three, and they didn't even blink when they heard their pleas. And, unlike the three crying targets with civilian background, the shinobi from Kumogakure and Kirigakure who were also tethered to the torture posts carefully studied the situation, and upon noticing the person at the center of the ritual altar, they yelled at him, "Shimura Danzo, do you know the consequences of what you are doing? You traitor, you have broken the alliance, Mizuki-sama will not forgive you," yelled a shinobi from Kirigakure. Danzo sniffed angrily at the remarks of Kumogakure and Kirigakure shinobi, "Humph, as if I care." Chapter 645, Ritual. Your sacrifice is for the greater good of the shinobi world. Danzo snorted coldly. Kumogakure's shinobi recognized the gravity of the situation after hearing Danzo's icy remarks and seeing the mystery ritual altar. He cried in terror, "You want to be like Hiriko of the Five Style and take in our Kekkei Genkai." As the Akatsuki organization grew in popularity among shinobi, Hiriko and the Chimera Jutsu he created has become a nightmare for all Kekkei Genkai-bearing shinobi, as anyone who carries a Kekkei Genkai is at risk of becoming prey. When the shinobi from Kirigakure heard the words, he shuddered as well. "You son of a bastard. You are unworthy to be the leader of a shinobi village." Danzo was unconcerned with the remark of the soon-to-be-dead and clasped his hands together after giving them an apathetic glance. Clap! Snap! With a snapping sound, the bandages wrapped around his body were torn apart by the thunderous clapping, and the glue that had been wrapped around his body with the bandages was quickly strewn on the ritual altar. This glue is Homasubi and Orochimaru's recently produced Chimera Bud. There are various reasons why the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual is held inside this volcano. The qualities of the freshly generated Chimera Buds are taken into account in addition to balancing all of the chakra natures in Danzo's body. Temperature affects the activity of the newly formed Chimera Buds. It increases under high temperatures and generates a stronger and better fusion effect than the previous Chimera Bud, which is why the volcano is the favored place. Raikage-sama will seek retribution. What the hell is this? Don't come here. Please forgive me. I didn't do anything. Woo! As they saw the Chimera Buds rushing towards them, all five targets chained to the cross cursed loudly, begged for mercy in terror, or wailed bitterly. With a frigid smirk, Danzo stared at these poor people. Danzo has always yearned for the power of Kekkei Genkai as a shinobi who did not inherit it. He has tried a variety of harsh experiments over the years in order to achieve this, but he has never succeeded. The closest he's ever come to realizing his ambition is transplanting Uchiha Shin's arm and implanting Sharingan and Hashirama cells in it. But even he understood deep down that this wasn't the true way to get a Kekkei Genkai. As a result, he was never satisfied and continued to conduct more research and experiments in order to satisfy his desire for power. Only now, with everything he'd always wanted right in front of him, Danzo couldn't help but feel superior. In his heart, he believes he is superior to others and looks over all living beings as if he were a god. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips with a frigid smile as he watched Danzo's arrogant and ignorant attitude. For a brief moment, a greedy spark flared in his eyes. In Orochimaru's eyes, the current Danzo is nothing short of a piece of art that will soon belong to him. On the other side, Homasubi turned on the observation equipment she had brought with her and was observing everything that was happening on the altar with the help of her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and observation equipment. Ah. The chimera buds sprouting from Danzo intertwined the 5 targets and tore them off the frame one by one amid a cacophony of screams and roars. The 5 targets sobbing and crying became less and less audible as they were swallowed one by the transparent chimera buds, and the altar gradually fell silent, filled with fear and anxiety. The chimera buds squirming and the whistling sound of high-pressured hot air were the only sounds left. Uchiha Tsukihai's originally tranquil face gradually revealed subtle changes under Homosubi's fire-patterned mask. Homosubi had predicted that the newly improved chimera buds' swallowing and devouring powers would be better than Hiriko's chimera buds in a high-temperature environment, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. This is a ridiculously high level. Danzo hasn't even tried to urge the chimera buds up until now, and yet the swallowing procedure is this good. What a fantastic discovery! Tsukihai exclaimed to herself as she gazed in awe at Orochimaru. Tsukihai's brows creased as soon as she stared at Orochimaru. Only now has she realized that Orochimaru's expression is completely erroneous. His eyes exhibited a range of emotions, including but not limited to expectancy, covetousness, and even avarice. What is Orochimaru planning? She wondered, frowning. Before she could think too much, a plop sound resounded in the volcano. At this moment, the chimera buds have completely swallowed the bodies of the 5 targets. The Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual has now reached the most critical point, and Tsukihai did not dare to get distracted. She would deeply regret it if she misses any detail, therefore, she suppressed the anxiety in her heart and focused all her attention back on Danzo on the altar. The chimera buds consuming the bodies of the targets is merely the first phase of the ritual. The next step, which is fusion, is more complex and complicated. Danzo's visage became clouded and doubtful when the chimera buds returned to his body after swallowing the bodies of all 5 targets. It was as if his face represented a plethora of feelings at the same moment. Ah! Danzo yelled, his chakra exploding with frenzy. Boom! A vast amount of chakra visible to the naked eye engulfed Danzo in an instant, and the fusion immediately strengthened with the outbreak of this chakra. His chakra, it's gotten this big! Hyuga Koji exclaimed with a frown. Even she was taken aback by the amount of chakra that burst from Danzo at this precise instant. This chakra volume has surpassed that of a typical shinobi and has only just surpassed that of a Jinchuriki. Yes, watching such a scene feels pretty wonderful, Orochimaru muttered on the side, smiling. Hearing such words from Orochimaru's mouth, Homosubi suddenly realized that the body transformation surgery performed by Orochimaru on Danzo was not as simple as she had initially imagined, but she couldn't separate the energy to think about it at this point, so she pushed all doubts to the back of her mind and focused her attention on the altar. On the altar. Not enough, not enough. This is simply not enough, shouted Danzo. Orochimaru, activate the chakra transmission formation. Even if such a large amount of chakra was released by him, it was insufficient for fusion, and as a result, the fusion speed did not meet expectations. Therefore, Danzo didn't think twice about ordering Orochimaru to activate the chakra transmission array outside the cave. Orochimaru nodded and pushed his hands on the Fuinjutsu configuration that governs the entire ceremony after weaving the hand signs. More than 1,500 Konoha shinobi gathering around the volcano felt their chakra being dragged by the Fuinjutsu formation beneath their feet in a second. Don't worry, this is simply a regular chakra transmission test that we told everyone about. Dozens of root shinobi who were patrolling the area assured all of the Konoha shinobi. The pressure on Danzo immediately decreased in the volcano after receiving chakra from over 1,500 Konoha shinobi, and the rate of fusion also quickened. As the fusion process progressed, Homosubi increased her concentration on the ritual to ensure that no detail was overlooked by the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her gaze. She instantly realized that the intensity of Danzo's yin and yang chakra began to rise at this time. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in his one eye began to alter as the yin chakra and yang chakra in his body ascended higher. The 3 Tomo in his Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate faster and faster, and it wasn't long before they began to merge and turn into something completely else. This! Homosubi gasped in horror and disbelief. Chapter 646, abnormality. This. Homosubi gasped in horror and disbelief. But she didn't have time to be astonished before the next stunning event occurred. Homosubi recalls that only Danzo's right eye was grafted with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, while the other, the left eye, remained a normal eye. This fact was not altered by the preceding transformation operation. This truth, however, has changed at this time. The left eye, which was supposed to be a regular human eye, has grown into a scarlet-red Sharingan with 3 tomo. Even individuals who are utterly inexperienced with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan would notice something unusual about the circumstance, let alone Homosubi, who has an excessive amount of knowledge and in-depth research on Sharingan. As such, she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming, "What the hell?" And it wasn't even close to being over. The 3 tomos of both the Sharingan in Danzo's eyes were swiftly swirling and showed hints of evolution. Is it really what I think it is? Is Danzo truly on the verge of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan? Homosubi's thoughts shifted sharply as she struggled to come up with a rational explanation for such a shift. Danzo's left eye was his own, not the Uchiha clan Sharingan or the eye of an Uchiha Shinobi, hence it shouldn't have evolved into a Sharingan, let alone a 3-tomo Sharingan. However, if you think about it, what's actually needed to awaken the Sharingan are Uchiha clan genes combined with the In chakra, which has unique properties that only Uchiha clan Shinobi have. If both of these conditions are met, then the Sharingan can be awakened, at least theoretically. According to the same idea, during the last struggle against Akatsuki Kagaya in the Canon, even Kakashi briefly awakened both the Manjikyu Sharingan. So, how did that happen? The answer is straightforward and consistent with the hypothesis. Kakashi did have certain Uchiha characteristics in his body after bearing Obito's Sharingan in both eyes for over a decade, and after Obito's death, Obito gave Kakashi his chakra, allowing Kakashi to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in both eyes, allowing him to use Kamui in both eyes as well as the ultimate body Susanoo. As a result, it may be inferred that to awaken the Sharingan, genes and In chakra with Uchiha characteristics are sufficient. This also explains how Danzo's left eye can transform into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo's left eye has changed into the Sharingan, indicating that he is currently in a state of fusion and possesses a high-intensity In chakra akin to an Uchiha Shinobi who has awoken the 3-tomo Sharingan. And this isn't the end of it. The fusing of chakra with many distinct characteristics progresses as the ceremony progresses, and the intensity of In chakra in his body gradually increases, which explains why the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket is showing indications of turning into the Manjikyu Sharingan. After figuring out all of this, Homosubi discovered something else. Homosubi discovered that she no longer requires the observation equipment she is now employing. She believes that as the fusion of various Kekkai Genkai occurs, she will be able to accurately discern the physical and spiritual changes in Danzo's body if she continues to monitor the changes in Danzo's eyes. And, without a doubt, this procedure will yield the most accurate findings. If Homosubi can figure out all of this, Orochimaru will obviously not be left behind. He was instinctively aware of the aberration in Danzo's eyes, which had evolved into a Sharingan and was showing symptoms of further evolution. His face erupted into a crazed expression. It was a mix of longing, expectation, covetousness, adoration, and even shock. The snake-like vertical pupils' greed totally burst, leaving no room for concealment. Homosubi was definitely taken aback by Orochimaru's ugliness, but she didn't let it distract her from her task of closely observing Danzo. Whatever scheme Orochimaru has concocted isn't as vital to her as gathering data. The new Chimera Bud's devouring and swallowing effect is better than predicted in a high-temperature setting. The chakra is the real key to the advancement of the fusion. After the ritual enters the fusion stage, even the Bija-class chakra may not secure the smooth completion of the ritual. This is an area where more attention should be paid. The Sharingan of the test body has shown an evolutionary trend in the presence of ample chakra, indicating that the fusion of multiple chakra natures in the test subject's body is proceeding smoothly. This fact also ensures that the ritual created by Orochimaru and myself is as effective as we hoped. And, as long as all requirements are met, achieving Kekkai more is not an unrealistic goal. Homosubi summed up the situation. After around 3 minutes, both Sharingan and Danzo's eyes had shifted from the 3-tomo state to a new pattern and a more powerful condition. The design in both of his eyes resembles gears. Manjikyu Sharingan! Homosubi exclaimed, staring at the newly awakened pair of eyes in front of her. Although she had expected this shift a long time ago, she took a deep breath in amazement and surprise when she saw a non-Uchiha awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan directly in front of her eyes. And, like Homosubi, Orochimaru was caught off guard. Simultaneously, the greed in his eyes grew even more. Danzo, who was standing at the altar, appeared to be conscious of the changes in his eyes, and his face had a relaxed expression. However, a weird expression appeared on Danzo's face at this point, which appeared to be fear and fury, as well as a trace of imperceptible sluggishness. "Is this it?" Homosubi mumbled, frowning. He was able to detect that something was awry on the altar because he is used to utilizing his soul to control multiple clone bodies. Boom! Danzo's body burst, accompanied by a muffled sound. He, who had previously kept practically all of the chimera buds in his body, was unable to retain it any longer, and the chimera buds exploded explosively. All of the chimera buds spread out over the ritual altar once more in an instant. Chimera buds are out of control? Orochimaru was taken aback and mumbled. The obvious peculiarity of Danzo on the altar alarmed not just Homosubi and Orochimaru, but also the other root shinobi present inside the volcano. When the top research officer at the root saw Danzo had lost control of the chimera buds, he rapidly triggered a massive device that had been put on the altar. Poof off! When the instrument was turned on, freezing mist inundated the altar, and the out-of-control chimera buds immediately lost their vigor and withered owing to the mist's rapid cooling. The aberration in Danzo's spirit did not go away even when the chimera buds lost their vigor. He knelt before the altar, his countenance changing all the time. Homosubi was unsurprised in this regard. Danzo's chances of succeeding in this ritual were quite slim from the very beginning, therefore what's going on right now is nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 647, From Expected to Unexpected. Damn! With each passing second, Danzo's countenance on the altar became increasingly contorted. He appeared to be drowning, frantically grasping at anything he could find in the hope of finding a life-saving straw that did not exist. He shouted loudly, and his roar was like a low-pitched roar that didn't sound like a human voice, but rather like the roar of an evil spirit in the netherworld, which caused the hairs on the backs of others' necks to stand on end. Danzo stumbled when it came to the evolution of the soul, and as a result, the fusion of all the Kekkai Jinkai in his body came to a halt. Observing the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets reveals this fact. Sharingan is the dojutsu that represents the soul, and the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets also represents the ritual's progression at this time. The presence of different chakra natures in his body, the efficiency of fusion of all those different chakra natures, and the speed of fusion of all those different chakra natures are all directly reflected by the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, and it wouldn't be incorrect to say that that pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes is the most accurate indicator of the ritual's progress. And, based on Homosubi's observations on the newly evolved pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, the merging of all the chakra natures in his body has actually ceased. Is it the end? She sighed as she realized this. At this point, even she isn't sure whether the sigh is one of disappointment or one of relief. Homosubi couldn't decide whether she should be relieved that the ceremony had come to an end or if she should be disappointed that it had come to an end. After all, Danzo's chances of succeeding in the ritual were as low as 2%, yet that little chance did exist. If Danzo had gotten extremely lucky and managed to successfully absorb all of the Kekkai Jinkai in this ritual with the goddess of luck's blessing, he would have posed a significant threat to Amatsukami and the shinobi world, especially since he now has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan with unknown and mysterious abilities, as well as Hashirama cells and the other 5 Kekkai Jinkai in his body. With so many powerful Kekkai Jinkai, if Danzo does not die, he will undoubtedly cause difficulties that Amatsukami does not like to deal with at this time. Homosubi, who had been frightened up until now, began to conclude the complete procedure after inhaling a choking breath. Let's see. Chimera Jutsu has improved, and the ceremony's intended features appear to be in good working order. This time, the preview was more successful than I had anticipated. However, the issue of Chimera Bud's unexpected hostile behavior and Danzo's loss of control over it is something to consider. Maybe I should conduct some investigation on this. To be honest, Homusubi is rather content with this practice. The first and second stages of the ritual, which comprised devouring and fusion, went off without a hitch. Everything virtually went according to Homusubi's expectations, and the entire process was exceedingly seamless, which was a huge relief. This clearly indicates that the advancements in Chimera Jutsu, as well as the ritual ceremony's arrangement, are quite good and that Kuroto may employ a similar design for his own ascendants. Homusubi came up with these ideas while standing calmly in the same spot, waiting for Danzo to die entirely so she could get her hands on the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eyes. Not everyone, however, was as peaceful and quiet as Homusubi because of the failure of the ritual. When the root shinobi inside the volcano realized Danzo was likely to perish, they were concerned. "Orochimaru, do something," Danzo's chief researcher exclaimed as he hurried towards Orochimaru. "You must come up with a plan to rescue Hokage-sama's life." "Just wait and watch," murmured Orochimaru, who didn't blink for a second and kept his gaze fixed on the ritual altar. Homusubi grimaced as he heard Orochimaru's comments. Anyone with perceptive eyes can see that Danzo's situation is dire and that saving him is nearly impossible. Orochimaru, on the other hand, stated these remarks with such serenity. This is unusual. Homusubi could think of two reasons for Orochimaru's composure when speaking such statements. To begin with, Orochimaru, like her, knows exactly why Danzo faltered and failed. As a result, he is unsurprised and has calmly accepted the reality. Second, Orochimaru is likely to have something up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet. Homusubi believes that the first possibility is not the case here, implying that the second option is more plausible and that the ritual has not yet been completed as she thought initially. And her hunch turned out to be true. At this point, Danzo, who was urgently attempting to stay alive, came to a halt, looked disoriented, and whispered, "What's going on? Can you tell me where I am?" Homusubi frowned and whispered in amazement as she gazed at Danzo, "Is it what I believe it to be?" Danzo's soul was defeated by the other souls in his body, and he now has no control over it? Homusubi can be certain that these words were not spoken by Shimura Danzo because the tone of voice and the way of speaking were both different from what she was used to. Orochimaru grinned, then swiftly weaved the hand gestures and screamed, "Kai," as Homusubi was stunned. A series of black symbols erupted out of Danzo's flesh in an instant, and they spread all over his body in the blink of an eye. Curse seal? When did he put it in Danzo's body? Is it possible that it happened during the transformation process? Homusubi expressed her skepticism with a whispered remark. These sign markings are plainly familiar to Homusubi. This is Orochimaru's curse seal, which he created utilizing his own chakra and Hyuga's DNA makeup that has the power to absorb natural energy dissipated in heaven and earth. And, as far as Homusubi could tell, Orochimaru's sole opportunity of implanting the curse on Danzo's body was during the transformation procedure. Because neither Homusubi nor the chief researcher of Root has as much knowledge in the field of body transformation as Orochimaru, effectively supervising all of his actions was a difficult task. Additionally, Danzo's guard was a little down against Orochimaru during the transformation operation, so that was the ideal opportunity for Orochimaru. And, in retrospect, he did make the most of that perfect opportunity. Now back to the ritual in front. New alterations occurred once the curse seal implanted on Danzo was activated. The pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye socket began to transform, even though his expression remained a little lethargic. The black inner circles of the metallic gear-like pattern in the scarlet wheel began to gently rotate again, indicating that the fusion of several chakra natures has been re-established. Homusubi screamed in disbelief. She glanced at Orochimaru in astonishment and clicked her tongue in annoyance. I underestimated him. It appears that he devised a solution to the problem of soul fusion. Orochimaru's implanting of such a seal on Danzo is proof of this. However, Orochimaru's approach to solving the problem is barbarous. Destroying everyone's souls isn't the way to go, she reasoned. Orochimaru's strategy is to use natural energy's erosive tendency to dissolve the souls of others by eroding the chakra that bears a person's soul signature. If that particular chakra vanishes, the soul will inevitably vanish as well. Although this strategy works, Homosubi believes it is terribly barbarous and will undoubtedly cause future difficulties. And the ritual's next phase unfolded exactly as Homosubi had predicted. All of the souls in Danzo's body began to erode as natural energy invaded. As a result, the conflict between different souls reduced, and the sluggish ritual progressed once again. As the ritual advanced, the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eyes began to evolve even further. The pattern changed a little, and the black sections got a little bigger. Those eyes have evolved yet again. Those are the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, muttered Homosubi, from a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan to a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, this time. And, after seeing this sight, Homosubi, who had been able to retain her equanimity up until now, could no longer do so. Never in her wildest dreams could she imagine such a dramatic change of events tonight. The ritual ceremony has now veered off into unpredictable territory. Even Orochimaru was taken aback. He glanced at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with a desperate look in his serpent-like eyes and whispered in shock. It turns out that Manjikyu Sharingan isn't the final phase of Sharingan evolution. There's still another level above. Chapter 648, Homosubi's Excitement. Manjikyu Sharingan's existence is a well-kept secret in the shinobi world. Even inside the Uchiha clan, only a few people are aware of it, let alone outside the Uchiha clan. As a result, despite Orochimaru and Danzo's thirst for the power of Sharingan and Manjikyu Sharingan, none of them is aware of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. Because Orochimaru is exceedingly vulnerable in front of an Uchiha after the Manjikyu Sharingan is awakened by an Uchiha, so, their research and understanding have been confined to the level of a 3-tomo Sharingan, and they know little to nothing about the Manjikyu Sharingan, let alone the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. But now that Orochimaru has directly experienced Sharingan's transformation into the Manjikyu Sharingan and from the Manjikyu Sharingan to eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in front of him, he has discovered that Sharingan may evolve again after developing to Manjikyu Sharingan. This discovery astounded and delighted him considerably. Unlike Orochimaru, who was startled and happy, Homosubi, who knew more about Sharingan and its latter stages, was concerned at this time. The problem of soul fusion is Danzo's major roadblock to completing the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. Homosubi was certain that Danzo would never be able to get through this stumbling block. But, thanks to Orochimaru, that barrier has been overcome. Although Orochimaru's way of solving the problem was exceedingly violent and might produce additional problems in the future, the problem was solved for the time being, and this has substantially boosted Danzo's chances of succeeding in the ritual. And, given that Danzo has also awoken the eternal Manjikyu and possesses the Hashirama cells in his body, along with the 5 Kekkei Genkai, each representing a chakra nature, as such, the chances of him achieving Kekkei Mora are no longer 0, which is a major headache for Homosubi. As Tsukihei was becoming increasingly concerned, she began to see changes in Danzo's body, and upon noticing these changes, the anxious Tsukihei felt a flicker of hope in her heart. Within Danzo's flesh, the power of creation of all things is growing stronger. Is it conceivable for those eyes to evolve even after they have evolved into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? The process of unification of different chakra natures in his body can be seen in the alterations in his eyes. For the time being, it can be assumed that because he has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the level of Yin chakra in his body has greatly increased, and now that Homosubi has felt an increase in the power of creation of all things in his body, the Yin and Yang chakra in his body has begun. If the current Yin-Yang chakra nature fusion continues, Danzo's eyes will most certainly evolve further, and transform from the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to the Rinnegan. And if Danzo awakens the Rinnegan, he will be qualified to attain Kekkei Mora if all of the prerequisites are completed. Homosubi's heart swelled with excitement as she realized this. She is not concerned about the immense problems that will ensue if Danzo achieves Kekimura at this time, rather, she is relieved that achieving Kekimura in this manner is indeed achievable. This is exemplified by the scene on the ritual altar. If all of the prerequisites are met, the upgraded Chimera Jutsu combined with the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual designed by Orochimaru and her can create real gods. Previously, Kuroto had been working tirelessly to achieve Kekimura through Chimera Jutsu, but he was always unsure if it was truly attainable. After all of his intentions are theoretical, and there hasn't been a precedent to verify whether or not that theoretical possibility is genuine. As a result, he was constantly worried about whether or not he would be successful. But now that Kuroto has seen Danzo evolve in front of his eyes, he is convinced that achieving Kekimura through Chimera Jutsu is conceivable. Because Kuroto possesses the Tenseigan, his chances of succeeding in the ritual are significantly greater. While Homosubi was relieved and excited, not everyone felt the same way. As Danzo recovered control over his body, he clenched his teeth in rage and growled, "Orochimaru." As he gazed at Orochimaru, his face was filled with anger and murderous purpose. When confronted with Danzo's murderous purpose, Orochimaru grinned and remarked, without a hint of fear or anxiety in his eyes, "Danzo, you should be grateful to me. You would have died by now if it hadn't been for me." "What the hell did you do to my body?" Danzo exclaimed violently. "Something that helped you get out of that one-way road to hell," Orochimaru said, licking his lips with delight. Danzo's brows narrowed as he considered Orochimaru's statements. And now that he thinks about it, he only regained control of his body after Orochimaru did something. Despite the fact that Danzo doesn't fully comprehend what Orochimaru accomplished, it did assist him. As a result, Danzo kept his cool and said, "Orochimaru, please assist me in completing this rite successfully. I'll pardon your mistakes and lavishly reward you if I succeed." The strength of Danzo's soul has increased greatly as a result of the Manjikyu Sharingan's awakening, and the invasion of natural energy via Orochimaru's cursed seal has eroded some parts of the souls of other people in his body. Danzo was able to regain control of his body as a result of these two factors. But it wasn't a simple task. His soul hasn't totally suppressed the other souls that have melded into his body, even now. He has opted not to pursue the topic precisely because he is at the most vital moment of the ritual. "All right," Orochimaru answered, his grin widening. As Orochimaru responded, Danzo pressed his hand on the ground, panting violently, and yelled, "Chakra! I'm in desperate need of more chakra." The more chakra is necessary to move forward in the ritual process, the more chakra is required. Because the eyes in Danzo's eye sockets have evolved into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the chakra supply that had previously sufficed is no longer sufficient. As a result, Danzo's chakra requirements have grown, and he now requires more chakra. "Hokage-sama, the supply is already at the maximum power," Root's top researcher replied blankly in answer to Danzo's order. "If the supply is not boosted further, the shinobis on the outside will." "Fool!" Danzo interrupted the chief researcher before he could finish his sentence. "I am the Hokage, the village's leader. Any sacrifice made in my honor is a sacrifice made in the village's name. Furthermore, expand the supply right now." The principal researcher has no choice but to carry out Danzo's instructions. He was well aware that doing so would result in a large number of casualties, but he did it nonetheless because it was Danzo-sama's command. Outside the volcano. With the abrupt surge in transmission power, several shinobi's chakra reserves were quickly depleted, resulting in their instant death, startling all other shinobi in the area. "He passed away. How come you're still absorbing his chakra? Didn't you guys say this was merely a demonstration of a new technology? Then why are people dying here? You scumbags. What the hell are you guys up to?" The Konoha shinobi questioned the Root shinobi after witnessing their colleague's terrible demise. When confronted with the furious and enraged questioning of all the Konoha shinobi, the patrolling team's leaders exchanged glances before weaving hand gestures and activating a cursed seal. The bodies of approximately 1,500 shinobis were imprisoned in place as a result of the activation of this new cursed seal, and they were unable to escape the chakra transmission array or take any action in retaliation. "I apologize for what you people are going through," the head of the entire patrol squad remarked, looking at the angry and scared faces of over 1,500 Konoha shinobis. "This, however, is all for Hokage-sama. I can only sacrifice you all for his sake." Chapter 649, A Sudden Strangeness. More than 1,500 Konoha shinobi were bound to the chakra transmission array without being able to put up any opposition, and as a result, they became human-formed chakra batteries under the control of the cursed jutsu. Only a handful of the shinobi connected to the chakra transmission array, those with strong chakra reserves, was able to keep it going for a time, but the rest all suffered terrible side effects. Because the essence of chakra is the fusion of spiritual and physical energy, shinobi can draw out more chakra at the cost of overdrawing vitality and overconsumption of spiritual energy, which is why continuously extracting chakra from their bodies is equivalent to extracting their spiritual and physical energies. And death is the outcome of excessive physical and spiritual energy consumption. And so it came to pass, plop, plop. One by one, shinobis began to falter and fall to the ground not long after the chakra transmission array began to pull out chakra without concern for the lives of the people. Some were simply fatigued, while others had succumbed to their afflictions. The expressions on the alive shinobi's faces darkened as they continued to observe the travesty right in front of their eyes while powerless to stop it. "Something's obviously not right within that cave." Kakashi, who was monitoring the chakra transmission array from afar, saw the shift and scowled. "Inside the volcano. There isn't enough. This is still insufficient. I'm in desperate need of more chakra." As the ritual progressed, Danzo continued to growl like a beast in despair as he demanded more and more chakra. When the Root's chief researcher saw Danzo like this, he was terrified and crouched on the ground, apologizing. Hokage-sama, this is the maximum limit. The chakra surrounding Danzo is as dense and fierce as that of a Bijuu right now. Its concentration is so intense that it can be seen with the naked eye. The last time he saw so much chakra was during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. But, despite the abundance of chakra surrounding him, Danzo is unsatisfied and demands more chakra like a beast. He is really terrified by this scene. "Quickly, raise the power of the transmission array!" Danzo screamed once more. The researcher went completely still. He was at a loss for what to do. Homasubi, on the other hand, maintained a serene demeanor as she observed the events unfolding in front of her. She recognized at this point that she had seemingly forgotten a critical issue, the high chakra requirement of the Kekkai Genkai fusion ritual. Homasubi only realized now that Chiriku's criteria for the ceremony are far higher than all her previous expectations. Danzo's chakra reserves have increased greatly as a result of Orochimaru's transformation procedure, plus the chakra collected from over 1,500 Konoha shinobi. This is an excessive amount of chakra. This much chakra should have been more than plenty, according to Homasubi's expectations, at least. However, it turns out that this isn't enough. The chakra supply was more than ample when his simple eye evolved into Sharingan, and when the pair of Sharingan in his eye sockets evolved into the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, as the chakra fusion in his body advanced, and the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes evolved into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the need for chakra escalated to a point where the Chirika transmission array, which consisted of over 1,500 shinobi, couldn't keep up. And this is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which represents the Yin chakra's pinnacle. The Rinnegan follows, which is a merger of the Yin and Yang chakras. After that, there's a much higher level. The union of the 7 chakra natures is known as Kekkai Mora. Obviously, this level of chakra supply will not be able to meet those standards. Homasubi's brows furrowed as she considered this. And if Homasubi is correct, Danzo won't be able to awaken Rinnegan or achieve the Kekkai Mora. She's come to one basic conclusion based on her examination of the ceremony thus far. That is, as the ritual progresses through each level, the amount of chakra required for the following level increases exponentially. When Danzo achieved the level of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the demand for chakra exceeded the supply, and the possibilities of his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan evolving into the Rinnegan were little to none. This fact also helped her realize something else. Until now, we were all mistaken. When it comes to ascending, the true challenge is not the issue of soul fusion, but rather the necessity of too much chakra, which virtually no one can organize. As a result of her realization, Homusubi was able to let go of her anxiety. It is impossible for Danzo to achieve Kekkei Mora. Whether he can successfully complete the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual or not is entirely dependent on his luck. Although she felt relieved after coming to this decision, she was also made aware of a severe dilemma. The chakra supply from more than 1,500 shinobi is insufficient to meet the requirement for the total fusion of yin and yang chakra, thus if Homusubi wants to achieve Kekkei Mora, she'll need tens of thousands of shinobi. The matter of chakra needs will have to be handled as well, otherwise, achieving Kekkei Mora will be a pipe dream, she sighed helplessly. She returned her gaze to Danzo after the helpless sigh. Seeing Danzo's plight, Homusubi felt a little sympathy for him, regardless of how harsh his acts were at the time. Back to the ritual. When Danzo noticed the principal researcher hesitating, he did not issue an order. Instead, he established fleeting eye contact with the scientist. And then, the next thing you know, my body. The top researcher had lost control of his body after just a few seconds of eye contact, as the potency of chakra transmission was amplified past its maximum limit. Whoosh! Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan began to spin erratically as soon as the transmission power exceeded the maximum. Homusubi also shielded her eyes with her hand at the same time. The pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and her eyes had begun to tingle for some reason she didn't fathom. Chapter 650, Eternal Manjikyu vs. Eternal Manjikyu. With a somber gaze, Tsukihei whispered, "What the hell is going on?" The pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan now in Homusubi's eye was nourished with yang chakra of Hashirama cells while Shui was undergoing the Hashirama cells implantation operation. As a result, they developed some ability of creation of all things, and got a little alive characteristic. Homusubi has sensed this lively character on several occasions, but never to this magnitude. And now that this pair in her eyes is acting erratically, it can only mean that something has piqued their interest, or, more accurately, something has enticed them into becoming restless. Homusubi realized what was going on when she gazed at the test subject on the altar. But even if she understood everything, she couldn't let the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her eyes get out of hand, as that would be a bad idea and complicate things further, so, without hesitation, she utilized her chakra reserves to calm her restless eyes. Back on the altar. As the chakra transmission was increased beyond its maximum chakra transfer limit, a massive amount of chakra entered Danzo's body for the first time, suppressing the numerous negative consequences of the fusing of several bodies into one. Despite the fact that Danzo's figure was stumbling on the altar, his condition was progressively improving, and the curse markings on his body had gradually receded, allowing him to regain control of his body. The chakra fusion and Kekkei Genkai integration in Danzo's body is developing smoothly as the ritual progresses, which is why Danzo's strength is increasing with each passing second. Danzo's control over his body is stabilizing as his power grows, especially his spiritual strength, to the point where the curse mark surreptitiously implanted in his body by Orochimaru is no longer effective on him. Danzo grinned contentedly to himself at this point, standing in the midst of the altar. He can sense the unfathomable power hidden within his eyes, and it intrigues him, making him want to utilize it. He's eager to see just how powerful he is right now. But Danzo also saw that the ritual wasn't finished yet, so he stopped himself, even though he was ready to put his strength to the test. Even if Danzo was restrained, he couldn't help but give Orochimaru and Homusubi furious eyes from a safe distance. Orochimaru dared to fool me. After the ritual, I'll show him what it's like to play with me. Homusubi, on the other hand, well, she too must be plotting something against me. Heh, but it doesn't matter any longer, all plans are fragile in the face of pure strength. For both of them, today is their last day. He pondered in his head. Danzo now regards Homusubi and Orochimaru like little fishes in the face of unlimited strength he has never felt before in his life. Both of them are now considered trash in his eyes. He has lost interest in both Homusubi and Orochimaru and believes that the shinobi world's future now rests entirely in his hands. This time, Orochimaru couldn't resist Danzo's malevolent look as he had in the past. Orochimaru hastily looked downward when Danzo gazed at him, terrified to make eye contact with him. Danzo was able to overcome the curse seal suppression implanted in his body. This didn't surprise Orochimaru in the least. It's not that Orochimaru isn't surprised, it's just that everything he's seen in this god creation ceremony has eclipsed his first amazement. And, in comparison to Danzo's ability to avoid the curse seal suppression, Orochimaru is more attentive toward the pair of extraordinary Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eyes. He notices and feels that those eyes are far more strong than any other pair of Manjikyu Sharingan he's ever seen. And this makes him even more concerned, and much more apprehensive about making direct eye contact with those pupils. Especially after Orochimaru saw Danzo use single momentary eye contact to manipulate his chief researcher. It's too late to learn humility, Orochimaru. When Danzo realized that Orochimaru didn't even have the courage to look him in the eyes, he remarked with a frigid snort and became smugger as he arrogantly diverted his focus to Homusubi. However, unlike Orochimaru, Homusubi's reaction was not what Danzo had anticipated. Of course, Homusubi sensed Danzo's undisguised murderous intent, but she didn't have the time to notice because she was in the midst of a far more pressing situation. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Tsukihai's eyes is becoming increasingly restless as the yin and yang unity within Danzo's body progresses. This restlessness has gotten to the point where she can no longer suppress these eyes. Damn it! Why are these eyes becoming uncontrollable now, of all times? Is it exactly the same as I imagined? Is it possible that these eyeballs are attempting to draw power? Homusubi frowned as she pondered. She wasn't sure, but she thought this was the most plausible cause. Homusubi became irritated as her control over her eyes deteriorated with each passing second. After some thought, she decided not to try to repress it any longer and let them do whatever they wanted. Tsukihai's gaze joined Danzo's as soon as she let go of control. When Danzo saw Homusubi dare to look her in the eyes, he scoffed bitterly. I agree that you have the audacity, then what's the point? Danzo felt a lot of strain on him before he could finish his words. It was the stress of being scrutinized by Manjikyu Sharingan. What? Danzo exclaimed, surprised. There. He immediately realized that Homusubi's Manjikyu Sharingan is not ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, rather, they are a level higher, just like his eyes. And before he could recover from his amazement, a golden chakra protruded from Homusubi's body, erupting in a beautiful, godlike cry. Roar! The rumble shook the volcano and deafened everyone inside the cave. That wasn't all. The Susanoo grabbed Danzo, who was standing on the altar, and began to take the yin and yang chakra from his body at the same time. Everyone was taken away when they saw this unexpected turn of events. Except for Orochimaru, that is. I knew you had some other ideas, sure enough. I was right, he said as he gazed at Homusubi with an as-I-thought attitude. Damn it! Danzo exclaimed, taken aback. How dare you take my chakra? Do you think you'll get away with it? Danzo urged the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into his eyes, and a murky dark crimson chakra protruded from his body in the flash of an eye. The appearance of the massive red figure encircled the altar, and an awful chakra coming from the red figure instantly filled the cave. This terrifying crimson-hued figure is none other than Susanoo, as everyone had suspected. Susanoo belongs to Danzo. Susanoo made by Danzo isn't like typical Susanoo. It doesn't have any weaponry like Shirsui's drill sword or Itachi's odachi. Rather, both hands were armed with terrible and deadly claws. And toxic red mist flowed from these horrible and corrosive hands. The volcanic cave became even narrower with the simultaneous arrival of two Susanoo one after the other. Almost every shinobi in the cave, even Orochimaru, kept their distance from the two Susanoo. They could feel the enormous godlike power the two Susanoo possessed after merely feeling the pressure flowing from the two Susanoo. As a result, they completely comprehended that they are powerless to intervene in this situation. Boom! Hence, the battle between the two Susanoo commenced with an explosion. Chapter 651, A2 vs 2 Battle. Boom! Boom! The entire cave shook and crumbled with each impact, as if it may fall at any minute under the loud roar and battle of two Susanoo. Despite the tremors and devastation, Orochimaru, who was hiding not far away, was ecstatically watching the battle. For Orochimaru, a conflict between two Susanoo is incredibly rare. And he is intrigued by this sight in which Homusubi's Manjikyu Sharingan can contend with Shimura Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan. According to Orochimaru's understanding, Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan is obviously a level above any common Manjikyu Sharingan, but even with that Manjikyu Sharingan, she can compete with Danzo on an even footing. What exactly does this imply? Orochimaru is unsure, but he believes it's because Homusubi's Manjikyu Sharingan is at the same level as Danzo's. The words Danzo blurted out with a shocked face. "Your eyes," added to Orochimaru's skepticism. "On the ritual altar. I'm going to rip you to shreds." Danzo screamed angrily, and the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes radiated a dark, frigid, and homicidal aura with his rage. His Susanoo, too, emanated a peculiar red mist filled with wicked, cold, and homicidal aura, driven by his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Puff! 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 This weird crimson mist appeared to have particular corrosive properties, as everyone or anything who came into even the slightest contact with it began to rot, melt, and disintegrate. The blood-red mist appeared to be the very embodiment of death, sucking up all signs of life from anything and everything in its path, whether it were living beings like rude shinobis or inanimate items like rocks. Nothing appeared to be able to stand in its way. Even Homusubi appeared frightened when she saw such a spectacle. She'd seen a lot of Susanoo in her life, but Danzo's Susanoo seemed to have surpassed all of her expectations in terms of strength and power. Not to mention the venomous chakra it exudes. Knowing that if the stalemate persisted, the situation may spiral out of control, Homusubi took a deep breath and, without hesitation, fully utilized the visual power of her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Voila! Instantly, beautiful golden flames erupted from the earth, enveloping Homusubi's Susanoo in golden flames and giving it the appearance of the sun. And the golden flames didn't stop there. After covering the Susanoo, they spread to other areas of the cave in an attempt to clear all remnants of red mist and illuminate the entire volcanic tunnel in a beautiful golden light. Danzo, however, was not to be left behind, and when he saw he was being overpowered by Homusubi, he increased his chakra and visual prowess. Inside the volcanic cave, the two Susanoo fought each other ferociously in this manner. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but summon a snake several meters long and hide inside it, being so close to such a level of fight. The other rude shinobi had the same reaction. They stared at the two Susanoo with terror in their eyes, and attempted to go as far away from there as possible. Perhaps this conflict between Homusubi and Danzo is the very first between two people who possess the Uchiha clan's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. What's more ludicrous, or perhaps ironic to put it another way, neither Homusubi nor Shimura Danzo is actual Uchiha clan shinobi. After a period of deadlock, Danzo became irritated and enraged. "Why don't you just die already?" He couldn't believe that, despite his great power, he couldn't deal with Homusubi right away. He's in desperate need of a quick triumph right now. Danzo is well aware that the longer he waits, the more difficult his predicament will become because Homusubi is constantly sucking chakra from his body. Danzo doesn't want the chakra that belongs solely to him to go to Homusubi, whether instinctively or consciously. He has no idea what is causing the alterations in his eyes. But whatever is going on, he doesn't want anything or anyone to get in the way. Danzo is irritated by the fact that Homusubi's presence is causing him to do exactly what he doesn't want. What's more aggravating is that he can't do anything to prevent it. Not only Danzo, but also Homusubi, are full of surprises when confronted with such a predicament. She had no idea things would turn out the way they did. It may appear to Danzo and Orochimaru that this is Homosubi's long-planned plot, but Homosubi knows better than anyone that she had no intention of doing such a thing. What's going on is wholly unintentional and beyond her or anybody else's control. In fact, anyone who witnesses this combat will find it unusual. Aside from the conflict between the two Susanoo, the two pairs of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan are also engaged in combat. Both sets of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan have approximately equal visual prowess, making it difficult to choose between the victor and defeated party at the same time. As a result, the Yin-Yang Chakra, which is the ritual's primary product, has become the decisive element. The Yin-Yang Chakra is responsible for Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's transformation into Rinnegan. As a result, it is reasonable to conclude that the conflict will be won by whoever absorbs the most Yin-Yang Chakra and wakes the Rinnegan. Because of this, both Danzo and Homosubi are giving it their all and putting in increasing amounts of effort to absorb the Yin-Yang Chakra. Not only the two of them were trying their hardest, but their eyes were as well. Both Homosubi and Danzo, who are currently engaged in combat, have had first-hand experience with this. As a result, rather than 1 versus 1, this may be described as a 2 versus 2 battle. This, however, is an issue. Both Homosubi and Danzo were apprehensive about the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's alive features. In Homosubi's view, the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not hers, she got it from Uchiha Ryota. And, while not identical, Danzo's situation is fairly comparable. As a result, neither Homosubi nor Danzo have complete command of their Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. As the eye's visual acuity improves, the alive qualities become more apparent, which could be a significant dilemma for both of them. But putting that aside for now, as the conflict progressed, the odds began to favor Homosubi. She had more expertise and knowledge with Sharingan than Danzo, and as a result, she was able to quickly dominate Danzo in battle. How is this even possible? Danzo muttered in shock and wonder. Everything was unfolding right in front of Danzo's eyes, but he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He is still losing to some Uchiha after awakening a dojutsu that is a rank higher than the Manjikyu Sharingan. His dojutsu should have been the strongest in the world, yet he's losing to a Uchiha Homosubi in the confrontation of visual prowess. This is completely and absolutely absurd. Chapter 652, so the battle continues. Die! 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 Danzo became increasingly agitated as he felt the Yin-Yang Chakra being ripped out of his body, erupting in a demonic howl. Roar! On Homosubi's side. Puff! Homosubi staggered slightly and vomited a mouthful of blood as Danzo's roar reached her ears. Danzo's roar seemed to contain demonic chakra, it was loud and piercing to listeners' ears, sounded highly unsettling, and rocked the spirits of everyone in the cave. Even Homosubi was not saved, as her spiritual body suffered some damage. Cough cough. It's practically impossible to defend against his abilities. Homosubi mumbled as she coughed and stood up again. Her spirit body has only become strong enough to withstand the shock of Danzo's roar because she has been accustomed to employing the Tenseigan soul descend. Based on the extent of the harm she sustained, she can safely assume that if someone else had been in her position, their soul would have been broken instantly. But she also understands that if she is continually subjected to Danzo's roar, she, too, will not be spared and will suffer irreversible damage. Tsukihei realized this and raised her defense to protect herself from Danzo's scream. She then refocused her attention on the battle in front of her and tried to think of a way to take advantage of it. Apart from the ninjutsu battles and the melee war between the two Susanoo, the main battle taking place inside the volcano is the competition to absorb more and more Yin-Yang Chakra via the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Despite the fact that it wasn't initiated by Homosubi, given her character, she would neither repent nor back away from when it started. As a result, she is fully committed to winning this struggle. Tsukihei switched her focus to the Yin-Yang Chakra and the power of the creation of all things, then examined the current situation, with such goals. Given the situation and Danzo's foolish behavior of boosting the power of chakra transmission above the maximum limit, it wouldn't be surprising if by the time the ritual continues to the next stage, all the 1,500 shinobi outside the cave will be annihilated, Homusubi grumbled. There is no doubt that raising the transmission array's power will enhance the chakra supply for the ceremony, but the chakra is ultimately limited by the life energy and spiritual force. As a result, the higher the chakra supply, the more quickly it will be depleted. As a result, once all of the chakra has been utilized and all of the shinobi outside have been eliminated, the chakra supply will be cut off. In other words, it is reasonable to assume that the supply of chakra will be depleted before the ceremony can be completed. Homusubi was comforted when she realized this and cast another glance at Shimura Danzo, who stood on the altar. Danzo feels anxious and depraved right now. His face has turned horrible, with a deformed expression that gives others an odd sense. Although the use of Cursed Seal has alleviated the problem of soul conflict in Danzo's body, it is not a permanent solution, Homusubi thought to herself as she analyzed his condition. The Cursed Seal contained natural energy, which not only destroyed the souls of the other persons inside Danzo's body, but also damaged Danzo's soul to some extent, making it exceedingly unstable. At first, I assumed that after awakening the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan his soul had stabilized, but that does not appear to be the case. Finally, Orochimaru's answer to the problem of soul fusion can be regarded to be overly harsh. But, come to think of it, that isn't the case if Orochimaru's purpose is taken into account. If Homusubi is correct, Orochimaru's goal in implanting the cursed in Danzo's body was to dissolve all the souls in Danzo's body, leaving behind an empty shell with 7 separate Kekkai Genkai fused in it. Clearly, he intended to employ his forbidden Jutsu Corpse soul reincarnation to capture that flawless shell. It's only that Orochimaru's plans didn't pan out, and the situation has now reached this point. Sigh, he's always causing others trouble, Tsukihide sighed quietly to herself. This ceremony was expected to fail in Homusubi's design, therefore allowing Danzo to participate had no ramifications. However, Orochimaru's deed of implanting the cursed in Danzo's body during the ceremony changed everything, granting Danzo the ability to survive the rite. Despite Homusubi's belief that Danzo will never achieve Kekkai Mura because the supply of chakra will soon run out, the fact that Danzo has survived the most dangerous part of the ritual and now has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as would release and 5 other Kekkai Genkai, is still a very troubling situation. Homusubi took a big breath and said, Susanoo, knowing full well that she couldn't let the situation get out of her control. Susanoo proceeded to the next stage with a pair of wings at the rear and 4 arms, each brandishing a golden flame sword, as the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her eyes spun faster with her yell. Roar! The evolved Susanoo threw up a thunderous yell. Homusubi could feel the increased speed of yin-yang chakra absorption from Danzo's body after completely activating her golden Susanoo. Danzo couldn't compete against Homusubi because he wasn't familiar with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and its different skills, and he was also in the middle of the ritual, so he couldn't consume too much chakra for fear of dying, so all he could do now was clench his teeth in rage and curse her. In fact, even if this aspect is ignored, Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is far inferior to Homusubi's on its own. To awaken the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the conventional approach is to merge 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. Yin chakras that are quite similar to each other fuse together using this way, giving birth to a stronger and more formidable Yin chakra, being the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. If the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is awakened in this way, the overall visual prowess of the pair of eyes improves enormously as the Yang chakra begins to fuse with the Yin chakra. Unfortunately, Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was not awakened by this means, hence his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan's visual prowess is inferior to Homusubi's. That is why, in the war of visual prowess, Homusubi enjoys a significant advantage over Danzo. However, it is important to remember that this yin-yang chakra is the result of the fusion of the yin chakra and the yang chakra within Danzo's body, which is why Danzo has been able to absorb much of the yin-yang chakra from the start. What Homusubi is absorbing is the part that Danzo is unable to absorb directly, yet even that small quantity is significant and aids Homusubi in the development of her dojutsu. The chakra transmission array exhibited slight fluctuations as the battle for dojutsu evolution continued. Despite the fact that the fluctuations were minor, Danzo and Homosubi both recognized what they meant. Both of them were well understood that the chakra supply was approaching its maximum and that it may be cut off at any time. Danzo and Homosubi exchanged glances when they realized what had happened. Because the supply of chakra is going to run out, the chance of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan evolving into a higher level of dojutsu is also about to stop. However, there is a slim chance that one couple will evolve. Chapter 653, Kakashi Acts. Only one pair of people can evolve. Is he going to be the one? Only one pair of people will evolve. Will it be her? No. Never. It can't possibly be him. It can't possibly be her. It has to be me. Almost simultaneously, whether it was Danzo or Homosubi, they both had the same answer in their hearts. It's got to be me. They want their eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to evolve regardless of the circumstances. They both knew they couldn't allow the other party's dojutsu to evolve since they were fully aware of the long-term ramifications if the other party's dojutsu evolved. Both Homosubi and Shimura Danzo have their own motives and motivations in this regard. Leaving aside the matter of the other 6 Kekkei Jinkai fusing in Danzo's body, the presence of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's possession is already a major threat that Homosubi must not overlook. If Danzo's eyes continue to transform into the Rinnegan, it will spell disaster not only for her but for the entire shinobi world. With Rinnegan in his possession and the identity of Konoha's interim Hokage agent, Danzo will be able to influence the whole shinobi world. Initially, this is not a bad thing, but with Danzo's mentality and aspirations of uniting and governing over the entire shinobi world under Konoha's flag, the path the shinobi world will progress under his supervision will be doomed for most. Not to mention that if Danzo is discovered, the actual potential of Chimera Jutsu and the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual will be revealed to the whole shinobi world. So, whether for the sake of the shinobi world as a whole or for the sake of her own future intentions, Homosubi cannot stand Danzo. Danzo, like Homosubi, has his own motives, and to be honest, his predicament is far worse than Homosubi's. The lives of over 1,500 Konoha shinobi are on the line as a price for the evolution of his dojutsu. One of the darkest betrayals in the shinobi world's history is killing the shinobi of his own village in order to gain a higher level of power. If the entire shinobi world learns of this incident, Danzo will be labeled as one of the most dangerous renegade shinobi ever. Even yet, given his present strength, this isn't a major issue. The greater issue is the ramifications of becoming an enemy of the Amatsukami organization. Danzo is well aware that whether his dojutsu evolves or not, Amatsukami will pursue him. As a result, he wishes to obtain a higher ranked dojutsu in order to ensure that he has the capacity to protect himself against Amatsukami. As a result, he can't let Homosubi succeed no matter what, because if she does, it will be a huge problem for him. With such thoughts running through both of their heads, their eyes met for a brief moment, and they each recognized what the other was up to. Both of them realized that this combat was unavoidable and that they could neither retreat nor surrender. Danzo realized this and, without caring about the implications of chakra consumption, he clasped his hands together with a snap sound, releasing all of his reserves with an explosive burst. Boom! An explosion happened as all of the chakras within his body appeared in physical form, powerful winds blew, and the ritual platform beneath his feet collapsed. Roar! The dark red Susanoo he projected let out a ferocious demon-like roar and began to undergo new alterations with the help of Danzo's chakra reserves. As skeletal muscles grew, the Susanoo quickly developed in bulk, along with gaining arms, legs, and wings. In less than a minute, it became a complete body Susanoo. Danzo's Susanoo had a pair of oni-like horns over its head and many monsters with sharp fangs in its mouth, which was an unexpected alteration. As a result of these two alterations, Danzo's Susanoo appeared to be the incarnation of a Magen of War rather than the incarnation of God of War. Homosubi couldn't help but shudder when she saw Danzo's Susanoo, complete body Susanoo. Is he already capable of using Susanoo's entire body? Even after awakening the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it takes a lot of time and training for the Uchiha clansman to be able to use the complete body Susanoo, thus it's rather remarkable that Danzo can use it right away. Furthermore, the size of Danzo's complete body Susanoo. It's too large, twice as big as Homusubi's complete body Susanoo body. It immediately changed the course of the combat and tipped the battle to Danzo's advantage the moment it acted. Homusubi, on the other hand, was not to be outdone. Even with the half-size Susanoo, she used her tactics and experience to defeat Danzo's Susanoo. Bang, bang. Boom! 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 The volcanic cave shook once again during the furious conflict between the two complete-body Susanoo, reaching the limit of what it can withstand before bursting out. Heh, things are starting to get interesting, Orochimaru grinned as he whispered. Orochimaru's demeanor was serene. Everything on the battlefield seemed to be going according to plan. And based on his behavior, he clearly has something up his sleeve that he hasn't shown yet. Maybe he's just waiting for the right moment. The chance to change everything and emerge as the biggest winner from this ordeal. Kakashi couldn't take it any longer as he watched the Konoha shinobi die one by one. He knew that acting irresponsibly here might make him a traitor to Konoha, but he couldn't keep watching and do nothing. His devotion to Konoha wouldn't let him stand by and watch as other villagers perish in vain before his very eyes. Kakashi couldn't help but think as he made up his decision to act. Heh! Otu-sama. Despite the fact that the circumstance I'm in is not the same as yours, what I'm experiencing right now is probably not too different from how you felt when you decided to abandon your mission. I finally understand you, and your intentions. He let out a sigh and then shook his head. Then the look in his eyes shifted. In his eyes, he exuded seriousness and maturity like never before. With a fresh look on his face, Kakashi reached into his shinobi bag and pulled out numerous kunai. Why-ish. 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 All the kunai were thrown at different angles. And the very next moment, he disappeared. Whoosh! Chapter 654, Orochimaru joins the battle. Why-ish. With an air-cutting sound, a specially marked kunai was nailed at the foot of a root shinobi. The sudden appearance of kunai out of nowhere surprised the root shinobi and prompted him to take the battle stance. Chirp! But before he had the time to figure out how and where the kunai came from, he found an arm clad in sliver blue lightning through his chest, and at the same time, the very iconic sound of chirping of thousands of birds entered his ears. Hada, ku, kak, as, h. Before he could finish his words, his body turned cold and he lost all signs of life. The death of the root shinobi was noticed by one of the other root shinobi who immediately alerted all the other shinobi present in the surroundings. Enemy attack. Everyone, be careful, it's an enemy attack. And the one attacking us is none other than Hatake Kakashi, are you kidding me? As far as I know, Hatake Kakashi has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. How are we supposed to deal with that bug jutsu? Instantly, Kakashi became the center of attention of all root shinobi, and the situation turned chaotic. Back in the volcanic cave. Under the raw power of Danzo's demonic Susanoo, Homusubi's golden Susanoo was constantly suppressed and forced to the corner of the cave. Undoubtedly, in the battle of pure physical power, Homusubi's Susanoo is no match for Danzo's Susanoo. In fact, not only her, even Shursui and Obito's Susanoo are not matched against Danzo's Susanoo, in raw physical power at least. Danzo's Susanoo is really strong. Damn it! Homusubi gritted her teeth. She could feel that Danzo was gradually gaining an advantage even in the battle of absorbing the yin-yang chakra, and this is clearly not a good thing for Homusubi, because it means that Danzo is reaching closer and closer to awakening the Rinnegan. Looking into Danzo's eyes, Homusubi noticed that the pattern of Danzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has started to distort, the scarlet and black color of the Tomo and copy wheel has started to change into violet color with a ripple pattern. All signs indicate that Danzo's eternal Menjikyu Sharingan is close to evolving to the next stage. While Homosubi was worried and panicked, Danzo on the other hand was excited. As he realized that he is gaining a dominant position and his dojutsu is reaching closer and closer to evolution, and he is reaching closer and closer to becoming a true god, he became more and more ecstatic, and roared, "Ha ha ha. I will become the true god of the shinobi world and make it bow down at my fei." Before Danzo could finish his words, something that Danzo never wanted to happen happened. Danzo, who was traveling on Cloud 9, suddenly felt his heart cold and his body frozen. The chakra transmission was suddenly cut off. Along with the cut-off of chakra supply, even Danzo's eternal Menjikyu Sharingan, which was only a few steps away from evolving into the Rinnegan, also stagnated and reverted back to the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan. Time seems to have stopped all of a sudden, and the two Susanoo who were engaged in combat also stopped in their respective positions. Thankfully it stopped. Homosubi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tsukihide doesn't exactly know what caused the chakra transmission array to malfunction all of a sudden and stop the chakra transmission, she is really glad that it happened. If a lunatic like him awakened the Rinnegan, then it would have been doomed for the entire shinobi world. Just imagining the situation with Danzo having the Rinnegan scares Tsukihide to the core. Seeing that the ritual has come to a stop midway, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. What a pity. I was just a step away from witnessing a miracle. Orochimaru's words brought everyone back to their senses, especially Danzo. He glanced at Orochimaru for a moment with a blank expression, then his expression started to change, and within a few seconds he was shouting like a maniac, "It's all because of you bastards. You people are again and again hindering me. Why? Why are you bugs not kneeling before me like obedient servants? Why don't all of you just die?" With each of his words, the chakra emanating from his body became more and more violent. And different from before, this time Danzo wasn't restrained at all. Roar! Danzo's madness caused the dark red Susanoo of his to enter the berserker mode and roar like a mad beast. Along with the roar, a spiritual attack that directly attacks the soul was also released and once again shook the entire cave. And as if that wasn't already more than enough, even the crimson-red corrosive mist also spread within the volcanic cave. Ah! I can't breathe. My arm. All the shinobi within the cave who didn't have a way to protect themselves from the corrosive mist and soul-shaking roar instantly became prey to Danzo's hysteria. Homosubi was lucky enough to have the protection of Susanoo over her body, that's why she didn't instantly fall prey to the corrosive mist, otherwise, perhaps even she might have turned into nothingness. Relieved and alert, she quickly released her Susanoo, and instantly used the body flicker jutsu to appear next to Orochimaru and angrily scolded him, "You created this mess, now find a way to deal with it immediately." It was exactly as Homosubi said. If not for Orochimaru, Danzo would have long since died and they wouldn't have to face this trouble before them right now. Orochimaru said, "Well, I suppose both of us agree that a lunatic like him should really be buried here." Homosubi sighed and stated, "It's about time you use all your cards, else the situation will completely get out of our hands." Homosubi didn't know what cards does Orochimaru still have, but she knows that there must be something. Especially considering that the snake inside which he was hiding until now has almost melted under corrosion, but there are no signs of Orochimaru panicking even the slightest. It definitely means that Orochimaru is still confident of his win. The only reason he hasn't used that card of his is that he is still eyeing Danzo's body. Homosubi understands this very well, so obviously, she won't be idiot enough to let Orochimaru take advantage here. Understanding that he can no longer act as a bystander, Orochimaru smiled awkwardly, and then without speaking any nonsense, he bit his finger, weaved the hand signs, and then tapped on the ground, Edo Tensei no Jutsu. Chapter 655, Orochimaru's Trump Cards. Bang! Bang! Two coffins appeared out of nowhere, with the words Sho and Inai written on the lids. Edo Tensei of Shodame and Nidame Hokage? Homosubi grimaced as she saw the two coffins. Are they your trump card? Are you certain they'll be able to handle Danzo? Homosubi has already confronted the two Hokage while using the Fujin clone a few months back. The two Hokage in the Edo Tensei form, as far as she knows, aren't too weak, and their strength should be slightly higher than Kage rank, but that's it. Shodame Hokage and Nidame Hokage in their present Edo Tensei form would not be enough to fight Shimura Danzo, who now has 7 Kekkai Jinkai, including the Wood Release and Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Orochimaru grinned and remained deafeningly silent. He'd much rather have his masterwork demonstrated to Homusubi via action than through words. With a sigh and a shake of her head, Homusubi expressed her dissatisfaction with the situation. She has no idea how things will turn out now, all she knows is that she hopes it doesn't get out of hand. Tuck! Tuck! Two individuals with dull faces and cracked bodies walked out of the coffin step by step as the lids of both coffins slid off. Homusubi's pupils shrank as soon as she noticed the two of them with her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Orochimaru, how did he do it in such a short amount of time? The chakra fluctuations she was sensing from the bodies of the two former Hokages, particularly the Shodame Hokage, were exceedingly powerful, far more so than the ones Fujin had felt from them during his last combat with them. It's not impossible for an Edo Tensei to have such strength. Uchiha Madara's strength in the Fourth Great Shinobi War is clear proof of this. However, the possibility of them being able to show such strength at this point in time should have been next to impossible, but this is no longer the case, and it can only mean one thing, and it's extremely surprising. How did Orochimaru enhance the Edo Tensei Jutsu to this degree so quickly? Homusubi wondered. She has no idea what the answer is to this question. She can only assume it's due of the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization, which is always hovering above Orochimaru's head. Whatever the reason for his rapid improvement in Edo Tensei Jutsu, it is a positive thing for them right now. Even if Danzo is their former apprentice, Homusubi is confident that the two Hokages will not remain silent after witnessing Danzo's horrible crimes against the Konoha shinobi. The Shodame Hokage, dressed in the red shinobi armor of the Warring States period, stared at his broken hands and groaned miserably, "This jutsu again?" The Nidame Hokage, dressed in Warring States period blue shinobi gear, folded his hands over his chest and studied the young figure standing not far away for a time before muttering, "Danzo. Is that you?" Nidame Hokage, as the superior and sensei of the 6 shinobi at the time, was a very dedicated sensei to his 6 followers. To defend his followers and Konoha's future, he even chose to face Ginkaku, and their elite forces on his own to ensure that Konoha's future was protected. As a result, when Senju Tobarama saw the familiar face of one of those 6 children, he immediately recognized it as none other than Danzo. He was astonished when he observed something unexpected and exclaimed, "Manjikyu Sharingan," and shook his head. "No, that pair isn't merely Manjikyu Sharingan. It's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." His elder brother Hashirama, drawn in by Tobarama's comments, shifted his gaze to the young man who resembled Danzo and nodded slightly. "Well, you are right, Tobarama. That pair of eyes reminds me of Madara's. They are the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Shodame and Nidame Hokage, who had dealt with the Uchiha clan before, were well versed in the Manjikyu Sharingan and the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Senju Hashirama, in particular, because he has frequently battled the strongest Uchiha, could tell just by looking at the youngster's dark crimson Susanoo that the Sharingan's visual prowess in his eyes is closer to that of Madara back in the day. Shodame, on the other hand, believes that the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of the child inside the crimson Susanoo is far more malevolent than Madara's. It appears to be loaded with rage, greed, lust, and other vices. Tobarama's face became grave as he received his elder brother's affirmation, and he said, "Danzo, you are Danzo, right? Why do you have the Uchiha clan's eyes?" The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can only be awakened by a Uchiha clansman, and Danzo isn't a Uchiha, so the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Danzo holds must have been stolen from someone. Tobarama's heart was freezing. He couldn't believe his apprentice had become enamored with power and had strayed from the will of fire. This was too much for him to bear. He instilled in them the desire to be better than this. On the shattered altar, Danzo inhaled deeply and mumbled to himself, "Is that Sensei?" as he glanced at the two familiar figures with a puzzled expression. Danzo hasn't fully recovered his mind, but he did know the two figures, Shodame Hokage and Nighame Hokage. Shodame Hokage-sama, Nighame Hokage-sama, I believe it is appropriate to reminisce about the past days at a later time. Just now, the Konoha village and the entire shinobi world are in peril. Shodame and Nighame both turned around and gazed at Orochimaru with a puzzled expression on their faces. First, this guy conspired against Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and forced him to step down from the position of Hokage, and about a month after taking the power of Konoha village in his hands, he ordered nearly 1,500 high-ranking Konoha shinobi to secretly assemble outside this volcano, Orochimaru said, pointing at Danzo. For a war? Tobirama asked, frowning. If it was merely for a war, then the Konoha village and the entire shinobi world wouldn't have been imperiled by his acts, Orochimaru explained, shaking his head. He gathered those 1,500 Konoha shinobi outside this cave for the goal of absorbing their chakra and life force while performing a ceremony. A ritual? Shodame was perplexed this time. What type of ritual are you talking about? A ceremony to climb into a god, Orochimaru continued. If he succeeds, he will become a god, and I don't suppose I need to explain what it takes to become a god, the life of the 1,500 Konoha shinobi outside this cave. We attempted to stop him ourselves, but the strength he has already acquired is far greater than we can bear. As a result, I had no choice but to extricate the two of you from the underworld. Nighame Hokage's expression darkened after hearing Orochimaru's explanation. Shodame Hokage sought to sense the condition outside the cave at the same moment, and he did detect over 1,500 chakra signals. Many of them were already dead, some were barely surviving, and the remainder were on the verge of death as they spoke. Shodame's face became somber as he realized there was some truth to that statement. Although Nighame didn't totally trust Orochimaru's words, he couldn't help but be suspicious when he felt the evil chakra encircling Danzo and saw people dying all around him. Danzo, did you really do all of this? He wondered. Did you truly plan to sabotage Hiruzen? You were mistaken, Sensei. Hiruzen, he's not deserving of the title of Hokage. I am the only shinobi who has been it and will be worthy of the title of Hokage. Only I have the ability to take Konoha to new heights, said Danzo with a roar as if to add weight to his words. The current Danzo lacks the mental capacity to comprehend the circumstances. Instead of responding appropriately to Tobirama's query, he uttered the ideas that had always been hidden in his heart. Rather than sprinkling water on the fire that Orochimaru was attempting to start, Danzo added more oil to it. Tobirama, this pupil of yours has lost his head in the desire of power, Hashirama stated casually as he rubbed his brother's shoulder. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain Hokage because he would wreck Konoha. We must put an end to him at all costs. Shodame Hokage went so far as to kill Madara for the sake of Konoha, so how can he spare simply a Danzo? Tobirama drew a deep breath and stayed silent. He had not anticipated the day when he would be forced to murder his own apprentice. Chapter 656, Perfect Shinobi. Tobirama, this disciple of yours has lost his mind in the chase of power, Hashirama said solemnly. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain Hokage because he would wreck Konoha. We must put an end to him at all costs. This is truly your responsibility, Orochimaru said with a smile. After all, Shimura Danzo is your own disciple, Senju Tobirama-sama. Shodame gave Orochimaru a harsh look and sighed, choosing not to say anything to him. After a brief moment of self-reflection, he shifted his gaze towards Homasubi and exclaimed, "This is a surprise, another pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? But now that I sense it, unlike Danzo's, your eyes don't seem to be full of wickedness or malice. Are you the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan?" Nighame awoke from his reverie and glanced at Homasubi with a thoughtful expression. "Elder brother, her attire is quite similar to that of the other guy we battled against the last time Orochimaru summoned us," he remembered after seeing the intricacies of Homasubi's mask and cloak and told Hashirama. Perhaps they're both affiliated with the same organization. Tobirama was describing their battle with Fujin at the ruins of the shrine. Despite the fact that both Shodame and Nidame were under Orochimaru's control at the time, Nidame recalls the events of that battle vividly, as well as the foe they faced that night. But, unlike Nidame, Shodame isn't so convinced. That level of the fight was nothing to him. He wondered. Tobirama, are you sure? Fujin didn't leave a strong enough impact on Shodame that he would remember him immediately. Orochimaru glanced worriedly at Homasubi after hearing the Senju brothers' chat. He is concerned that Homasubi will be unable to contain her arrogance and will say something silly, complicating their predicament, which is something Orochimaru knows he wouldn't be able to afford in this situation. On the surface, it may appear that Orochimaru has complete authority over Shodame and Nidame, but he knows this is not the truth. Even if Shodame and Nidame haven't been restored to their former glory, their current power is incredibly strong, making controlling the two of them, particularly Shodame Hokage, a difficult chore even for Orochimaru. Orochimaru is confident that, if Shodame sincerely intends, he will be able to free himself from Orochimaru's influence at any time. That's why Orochimaru is terrified of Shodame Hokage discovering the truth. It will be doom for them if they discover that not only Danzo but also Orochimaru and Homasubi are the masterminds behind this ceremony. Faced with Shodame's inquiring look, Nidame's piercing gaze, and Orochimaru's anxious gaze, Homasubi delicately bowed to the two Hokage and said respectfully, "Shodame Hokage-sama, Nidame Hokage-sama. I'm sorry, but I'm not the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, rather, I'm the Konoha Military Police Force's vice-captain. Several mysterious disappearances of my clansmen have occurred in recent years, and we assume that these disappearances are linked to the Amatsukami group. So, on the Patriarch's orders, I entered the Amatsukami organization in order to learn the truth and, if possible, rescue my clansmen. However, after more inquiry, I discovered that the disappearance is actually linked to Shimura Danzo, not the Amatsukami organization. I found a few more secrets, including this ritual and how Danzo planned to use my clansmen as a sacrifice for this ritual, in addition to this stunning reality. I ran here to put an end to his ambition, but I was a step late and couldn't save them. If only. So that's the situation, Shodame groaned. Danzo did indeed steal the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. Nidame's eyes furrowed as he listened intently to Orochimaru and Homasubi's explanation. Tobirama finds it difficult to comprehend that in this period, there are two pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. However, given the current situation and his knowledge of the ins and outs of things, he is unable to dismiss Orochimaru and Homasubi's comments. While Nidame was pondering Homasubi's comments, Danzo erupted in a violent roar from the rubble of the ceremonial altar, drawing everyone's attention. Danzo was stooped over, the tips of his fingers brushing the ground, his breath was heavy, and a massive plume of white smoke billowed from his nostrils with each exhale. With his tangled hair full of sweat and fluids, as well as the dark red erosive colors surrounding him, he seemed like a devil crawled out of hell. Sensei, your period has already passed. Today is the dawn of a new era, an era that exclusively belongs to me, said Danzo looking at Tobirama. I will be the sole ruler of the whole shinobi world during this age. Tobirama sighed regretfully when he heard such remarks. Danzo, you become this because of your greed and hunger for power. It's partly my fault that you become this. As your sensei, it is now my obligation to correct my mistakes, so I shall put an end to your goals. As he said these words, Tobirama's expression turned cold. His body flickered and vanished in a white flash as soon as he concluded his remarks. Whoosh! Shodame clapped his hands and said, "Wood style, wood dragon jutsu," at the same instant. Instantly, a massive wooden dragon appeared from the ground and began to coil around Danzo's blood-red Susanoo, getting tighter and tighter with each passing second, as if it would crush the Susanoo within it. Roar! But how can Danzo's Susanoo let the wood dragon crush it? Enraged, the Susanoo let out a furious roar, then tore the wooden dragon apart with its claws and fangs. Shodame had underestimated the Susanoo's strength. With its pure physical strength and the sharpness of its claws, the Susanoo was able to tear apart the wooden dragon in just a few attempts. "Oh ho, this is a pleasant surprise," in a moment of astonishment, Hashirama mumbled. But that was it, he reached out his hands and clapped furiously without looking back. Bang, bang, bang. 3 wooden dragons sprang from the earth, bigger, thicker, tougher, and darker than the previous one, and entwined Danzo's Susanoo. Who were the sacrifices for summoning them? Homosubi couldn't help but wonder as she watched Hashirama's performance. The Edo Tensei summon strength is also determined by the summoner's sacrifices. The better and more powerful the sacrifices, the greater the Edo Tensei summon's strength. If the sacrifice is of poor quality, no matter how powerful the summon was when he was alive, he would never be able to function at his best in the Edo Tensei form. It's a secret, Orochimaru remarked, smirking. Homosubi shook her head and walked away from the situation. On the other hand, Night-Aim noticed Danzo was preoccupied with the wooden dragons and decided to take advantage of the situation. He used his flying Raijin jutsu and earth release jutsu to get closer to Danzo, and as he reached him, he extended his hands and muttered softly, soul extraction technique. Tobirama is a knowledgeable and experienced shinobi who was able to figure out the trouble in Danzo's soul with a single glance, thus he utilized the most appropriate jutsu to deal with him. When Danzo becomes the target of the soul extraction technique, all of the souls in his body, including Danzo's own, will be extracted, resulting in Danzo's instant death. As he watched Tobirama speeding toward him, Danzo felt a strong sense of crisis overwhelm him. His head may not have been working properly, but his instincts were still saving him. Danzo did everything he could based on his intuition, and just as Tobirama was about to touch him, his figure vanished. Even Tobirama, who was famed for his speed, was caught aback by his speed and was unable to respond in time. Tobirama glanced for evidence of Danzo while still in midair, shocked and surprised, and whispered quietly, "His body flicker jutsu has gotten this fast?" "Don't be mistaken," Orochimaru chuckled as he explained from afar, "that's not only body flicker jutsu, Night-Aim Hokage-sama. It's the outcome of Danzo stealing swift-release Kekkai Jinkai from a shinobi similar to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." "Is that even possible?" both Night-Aim and Shodaime wondered. "Yes, it is feasible with the ritual he performed," Orochimaru nodded. "A ritual to take other people's Kekkai Jinkai?" Night-Aim wondered. "Doesn't it sound strange?" "But it's the truth. He used this jutsu to steal not only the Uchiha clan Sharingan and the swift release from an Uzumaki shinobi, but also several other Kekkai Jinkais such as Wood Release, Dark Release, Crystal Release, Storm Release, and Boil Release, to become the most perfect shinobi in existence," Orochimaru said. Chapter 657, Time to Get Serious. Tobirama couldn't help but frown after hearing Orochimaru's explanation. The most ideal shinobi, he wondered. He immediately looked down at the remnants of the altar beneath his feet and studied the numerous fuinjutsu carved on the altar's ruins. After a while, he looked along the chakra-carrying lines and his face turned solemn. Remember, Night-Aim Hokage is one of the top ninjutsu innovators and researchers in the world of shinobi. Senju Tobirama created some of the most famous and dangerous ninjutsu in the shinobi world, including but not limited to Kage Bunshin, Edo Tensei, Flying Raijin, and so on. As a result, he was able to understand the outline of the ritual ceremony performed in this volcanic cave in a matter of seconds, and couldn't help but be more regretful. "Danzo. I'm beginning to think my decision was incorrect. Sarutobi is not deserving of the title of Hokage." Tobirama's abrupt remarks, Sarutobi not deserving, caught all three of them off guard, whether it was Hashirama, Orochimaru, or Homosubi. "What are you trying to say?" Ha 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 ha, do you finally realize that instead of Sarutobi, you should have picked me?" Danzo laughed menacingly and mockingly inside the volcano, "But it's already too late." "Don't get me wrong, Danzo," Tobirama replied with a shake of his head, "even if I had another chance to pick between Sarutobi and you, I would choose Sarutobi. The only reason I believe Sarutobi is unworthy of being Hokage is that, despite knowing exactly what kind of person you are, he did not get rid of you while the situation was still manageable." Boom! Tobirama was about to finish his sentence when Danzo appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach. Bang! Tobirama flew away like a cannonball and smashed against the volcano's granite wall, accompanied by a deafening loud roar. Smash! The form of Danzo became clearer after Tobirama was shot within the wall. He had used the swift release to its utmost limit in that blow just now, and as a result, his speed was so quick that only Homasubi, with the help of her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, was able to catch his figure. Aside from her, no one could see Danzo's figure. Hashiyama would have been able to sense Danzo with ease if he had been in Sennin mode, but because he wasn't, tracking Danzo with just his eyes was a difficult chore even for him. No one else, including Tobirama and Orochimaru, was able to grab Danzo's figure. "Die!" shouted Danzo at this point. "Die, die, die! You must all perish," and instinctively weaved the hand signs. Thousands of exploding tags buried beneath the rocks erupted and shook the entire volcano, bringing it to the active stage. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, blood-red crystals emerged at the cave's openings, sealing all possible exit routes from the volcano. Outside the volcano. All the shinobi outside the cave looked in the direction of the cave with worrisome expressions due to the strong shaking and explosions. What the hell is going on inside? Whether Konoha shinobi were tied to the Chirika transmission array or the root shinobi confronting Kakashi, they were all overcome with doubts and anxiety at this moment. As the tremors became more intense, bottomless cracks began to form all around the volcano. These fractures were large enough to start hundreds of meters away from the volcano's foot and extend all the way up to the volcano's peak, giving the impression that the volcano and the surrounding land were about to be buried. Is this volcano going to erupt? A nagging doubt emerged in their minds. In the face of such a crisis, the root shinobis turned their backs on Kakashi and focused on how to assess the situation on the inside. Their master Danzo is still inside, therefore they must discover how to contact him and, if necessary, save him. Even Kakashi was concerned. He had no idea what was going on inside the volcano or why it was displaying indications of collapse. He was, however, relieved that he now had the possibility to save all of the Konoha shinobi here. He still hasn't worked out how he'll save over 1,000 shinobis, though. Of course, Kakashi had no idea that the creation of a Rinnegan had been stopped because of his hasty resolve to save the Konoha shinobi. If he were to learn of it, he wouldn't know whether to be pleased or disappointed. Somewhere on the edge of the land of fire. Rumble. The Yondaime Raikage questioned one of the Kumogakure shinobi standing behind him. Is that the direction? After hearing a small rumbling sound in the distance and feeling the vibrations on the earth. Well, the sound is indeed coming from the location where the Konoha shinobi have collected, the Kumogakure shinobi confirmed. Although, if that's the case, then we can't wait any longer, Yondaime Raikage said. Start right away. Yondaime Raikage's attendant, Dodai, instantly halted him. Raikage-sama. Over 1,500 Konoha shinobi have gathered there, according to Umbu's report. Our total number, including all Umbu teams, is less than 100. If we ventured into Konoha's territory irresponsibly in such a situation, the situation would quickly spiral out of control. Please, at the very least, wait for the preliminary investigation squads to return so that we can devise an effective plan. Because Raikage's goal is to sneak into the land of fire, he didn't bring many shinobi squads with him. Aside from himself and his personal guards, there are only roughly 24-man squads in the area. They've been waiting for the preliminary investigation teams to return for this reason. Although Ai is impatient, he understands that he is Kumogakure's backbone and cannot afford any mishaps. In the current state of the shinobi world, if something happened to him, the entire Kumogakure would be terrified, so he kept his cool and asked, how long would it take for all of them to return? I have already relayed the order to assemble here. It should take no more than 15 minutes for all the squads to return, said the young Mabui, Yondaime Raikage's assistant. 10 minutes at most. No matter how many squads have assembled by that time, we will depart in 10 minutes. Raikage said, waving his hand. Somewhere else in the land of fire. How far is it, Naomi? Naomi replied, Homasubi-sama, we're almost to their base. All right then, Homasubi said, nodding. As soon as we arrive, I'll take charge of attracting all the attention, and while I battle against them, you'll sneak inside their base and rescue the girl. Understood, Naomi nodded. As a result, Homosubi and Naomi sped up and dashed for one of Root's secret strongholds in an attempt to save Senjumika from Shimura Danzo's clutches. Inside the volcano. Because Danzo used crystals to close all of the volcano's apertures, the volcano was filled with the dust, smoke, and heat produced by the detonation of hundreds of thousands of explosive tags. The entire volcano was engulfed in smoke and dust in a matter of seconds, as if it were the epitome of hell on earth. Homosubi and Orochimaru exchanged worried glances while standing inside this hell. The issue is that the volcano's activity is increasing as a result of the earthquake, and it has begun to show signals of eruption, which may be extremely harmful to everyone. Furthermore, the volcano's walls have become increasingly fragile as it begins to crumble as a result of the incessant shaking. Shodaime pushed his palms to the ground and yelled, wood-style, deep forest emergence, as the walls of the volcano began to crumble. Chapter 658, When All Four Acts. As Shodaime became more serious, he clasped his hands together and manipulated the tree vines to assault Danzo's Susanoo, denying Danzo any time to fight back. Countless thick tree vines attacked Danzo from all directions and wrapped around his Susanoo under Shodaime's power. Danzo's Susanoo was wrapped in and around by thick tree vines in a matter of seconds, but that wasn't the end of it, as the tree vines began to tighten and crush Danzo's Susanoo one by one. Damn you! Danzo screamed violently and unleashed more chakra and visual prowess onto the battlefield. 2 streaks of bloody tears poured down his cheeks, and Danzo's Susanoo began a furious struggle shortly after. Danzo began shredding the tree vines one by one with the brutal force and sharpness of his Susanoo's claws. Simultaneously, the bloody mist coming out of his Susanoo became denser, and the tree vines began to corrode and break loose under its corrosive influence. Shodaime grimaced when he saw this, and after weaving the hand motions, he yelled, Wood Golem Jutsu! Thousands of trees emerged from the ground and assembled into the shape of a statue-like monster with an Oni-like face, a human-like body, and a wooden dragon wrapped around its torso, just a little smaller than Danzo's Susanoo. Shodaime leaped on the wooden golem's body as it took shape, commanding it to battle Danzo's Susanoo. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! As a result, the Susanoo and the wooden golem attacked each other. With a roar, the wooden golem drove the Susanoo against the volcano's wall with a powerful blow. Shodaime didn't allow Danzo a chance to catch his breath after the first successful assault and instead continued to hit him one by one. Shodaime appeared to have a good chance of defeating Danzo considering his advantage over him, but this advantage didn't last long as bloody red crystals began to emerge beneath Golem's feet. The bloody red crystals imprisoned the Golem's motions as they appeared beneath his feet. Crystal style, says the narrator. Shodaime mumbled, frowning. When the wooden golem's movements were sealed, Danzo used this tiny window to command his Susanoo to pounce on the golem, putting more effort into fighting Shodaime's golem. The conflict between 2 giants shook the cave once more, and the Susanoo's walls began to disintegrate even more. The entire volcano would have crumbled long ago if it hadn't been for Shodaime's gigantic trees that supported the cave's walls. Roar! The bloody red Susanoo let out another powerful roar at this point, shaking the souls of everyone in the cave. Because Susanoo was not defended this time, even Homosubi was not spared and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Orochimaru's health deteriorated as he spit a large amount of blood, causing his body to become weak, his face to turn pale, and he to be forced to kneel on the ground while taking deep breaths. Was that the same ability he had just a few minutes ago? But, what type of ability is this, exactly? He can use sound to directly target his adversary's souls? Homosubi was concerned about Danzo's power to assault the souls of his foes directly. Ordinary shinobi have no way of attacking other shinobi's souls, and up until now, possibly only 2 shinobi had this ability. The first was undoubtedly Senju Tobirama, and the second was Dan Kato, who employed the spirit transformation jutsu. However, it looks that even Danzo has obtained the power to attack souls directly, which is a major problem for his foes. Ordinary shinobi have no way of increasing the strength of their souls except by training the In chakra, which doesn't improve the strength of the soul very much. As a result, if ordinary shinobi are attacked directly in the soul, they become entirely feeble and helpless. Especially those who, like Orochimaru, have made their souls extremely weak by conducting unlawful rituals on them on a regular basis. Orochimaru was the one who suffered the most during this period, and he grumbled, "I never expected Danzo to become such a headache." "And the credit for this goes to none other than you," Homosubi remarked, irritably clicking her tongue. "Danzo would have long since died if you hadn't messed with the ceremony, and we wouldn't be meeting him here. Shodaime, no matter how powerful he is an Edo Tensei, therefore he can't show off his full potential and can't unleash his most powerful jutsus like veritable 1,000-armed Canon and all that. Because Shodaime isn't at his best right now, Danzo can easily keep up with him. As a result, thinking that the most powerful Hokage will put a stop to Danzo is a naive concept that will never come true. And if Danzo managed to flee this volcano, the danger he would pose to the shinobi world, Amatsukami, and Orochimaru would be enormous. The reason for this is that he will be able to restore his sanity and become acquainted with the 7 Kekkai Genkai in his body, which is something Homosubi does not desire." As a result, she folded her fists in front of her and muttered to Orochimaru beside her, "Strike while the iron is hot. This is our best chance. Let's all assault him at the same time and put a stop to this charade." Orochimaru nodded, agreeing with Homosubi's point of view. "I guess I don't have much of a choice at this point." He then activated the cursed seals he implanted in himself. Homosubi used an incredibly enormous flame jutsu on Danzo as soon as her handsons were finished, and she also reactivated her golden Susanoo to the ultimate wing stage and pounced on him with it. Whoosh! As soon as she rushed toward Danzo, Homosubi used the 4 golden swords of her Susanoo and slashed them at Danzo with all her might. Whyish! The right arm of Danzo's Susanoo flew out as the golden sword dropped. What the? Danzo was taken aback. He had not expected such a thing to happen. He hadn't expected Homosubi to still be capable of slashing his Susanoo's arm with a single stroke. But, after a period of shock and amazement, he became enraged. He screamed angrily and waved his fists furiously, attempting to rip Homosubi and her Susanoo to shreds. However, when Homosubi was able to parry Danzo's claw attacks, he became increasingly irritated. Danzo made the hand motions out of rage and restlessness, and the ground underneath them rocked. But, unlike the other occasions, this time it wasn't the Susanoo or anything else that attacked Homosubi. Instead, it was the thick tree vines. "With style," says the narrator. "So, he really does have more than 1 Kekkai Genkai." Shodaime grumbled, frowning. Furthermore, Danzo's control over them appears to be immaculate. Whether it's Susanoo, the preceding crystal style, or the wood style, all of them have been employed really well by Danzo, and they have shown a lot of power. It's as though he's been training them for years. Or, to put it another way, he has intrinsically gained them in a highly powerful form, which implies that, despite his lack of command over them, he can demonstrate immense power from them. Homosubi did not sit still as she saw innumerable tree vines approaching her and attempting to entwine around her contours. She wove in the hand sings by folding her hands together. Except for Shodaime and Nidaime, others were shocked to notice that, in addition to Homosubi's hand signs, her Susanoo's arms were also weaving the same hand signs. "Blaze release, Ashihime, golden lotus of hell," Homosubi whispered as the hand signs were completed. As soon as she said the name of the jutsu, golden flames flew into the night sky in a radius of almost 100 meters around her, as if the volcano had burst. Ashihime is not only Homosubi's distinctive Kekkai Genkai, but also her Susanoo's natural ability. As a result, when she uses her Kekkai Genkai while using the Susanoo, the effect is on another level. The bloody red smoke and the blazing golden flames soon began a tug-of-war. Orochimaru made his move just as Homosubi and Danzo were locked in a tug-of-battle. The 8-headed serpent's art. Orochimaru changed into a monstrous 8-headed serpent, similar to Yamato no Orochi from Tales and Folklore, and pounced on the gory red Susanoo after speaking these words. Strangely, contrary to mythology, Yamato no Orochi appeared to be the good man, while Susanoo, the god of thunder and storms who slew it in stories, appeared to be the bad person. Chapter 659, Death of Danzo. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Burning fire and corrosive mist crashed against each other and generated a shock wave all around the volcano, amidst the explosive and rumbling sounds. These shock waves, when paired with the pandemonium and noise, exacerbated the situation. The mayhem was caused by two complete-body Susanoo, one wooden golem almost as tall as the golden Susanoo, and the newly added Yamata no Orochi form of Orochimaru with 8 heads. The 4 huge existences battled together while being squeezed inside the little volcano. It's easy to visualize the chaos inside the volcanic cave. The structure of the volcano has long been destroyed by such catastrophe. Cracks are heaped on top of each other on the volcano's walls, forming cracked cobwebs. The entire volcano would have crumbled long ago if it hadn't been for Shodaime Hokage's tree vines. Shodaime expended a great deal of effort and chakra to prevent the volcano from collapsing because he is aware of the presence of over 1,500 shinobi outside the volcano, and he understands that if the volcano collapses, those 1,500 shinobi will all perish instantly, which he cannot allow as the Shodaime Hokage. Even Hashirama's tree vines couldn't keep tons of rocks and boulders from tumbling into the magma pool and spilling it all over the region. Even in the midst of confusion, the furious struggle continued. While Shodaime and Homusubi had captured the majority of Danzo's focus, Yamata no Orochimaru's unexpected attack caught Danzo off guard and tipped the battle's balance. In some ways, Orochimaru's the 8-headed serpent's art can be considered a very powerful ninjutsu, because as long as Orochimaru's chakra isn't depleted, the Yamata no Orochi form of Orochimaru has enough raw power and means to fight even low-tier or mid-tier tailed beasts, which isn't a joke. Another significant benefit of this jutsu is that it promotes constant regeneration. And Orochimaru's regeneration ability in the Yamata no Orochi form is a godsend against Danzo, as it allows him to resist Danzo's bloody red mist. Danzo's attention has already been diverted due to his involvement in a struggle with both Shodaime and Homusubi. Even when Orochimaru wasn't present, Danzo was having trouble keeping up with both Homusubi and Shodaime, half of whose attention was focused on preventing the volcano's collapse, and when Orochimaru, who can resist the effect of decay of bloody red mist, joined the fray, the battle's balance was immediately shifted. Danzo was at a severe disadvantage and was quickly suppressed. As a result, even the tree vines he fashioned to hold Homusubi in place didn't last long. Danzo's wood style is obviously not as powerful as Shodaime Hokage's wood style, and if Danzo's tree vines have the ability to absorb the chakra of their target, then even Homusubi's golden flames have the ability to burn down all the chakra that they come into contact with, so the wood style was never able to gain any significant advantage over Homusubi to begin with. As a result, when Ashihimi's golden flames began to flare up, Homusubi's figure, like the goddess of war, became increasingly dominant over all beings. Danzo became increasingly enraged as his Susanoo failed to provide any advantage against the joint suppression of 3 enormous monsters, and even the tree vines he formed were rendered worthless, and he screamed wildly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, why are you all trying to stop me?" Danzo received no response from any of the 3. In reality, even if they were suppressing him unilaterally, none of the 3 of them showed any signs of triumph on their faces, and they dared not relax their vigilance. While it is true that they were able to subdue Danzo, the reality that they were only able to do so because they collaborated is indisputable. Danzo's strength has surpassed all expectations and soared to such heights that even Shodaime Hokage was taken aback. If Hashirama is being honest, Danzo is without a doubt the second most powerful foe he has ever faced, the first being undoubtedly Madara. But, with Madara falling in front of him, how can Danzo stay standing? Crack! The dark crimson Susanoo of Danzo finally shattered with a sharp sound beneath the combined attack of Shodaime's wooden golem and Yamata no Orochi. Danzo was taken aback when his Susanoo broke, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. Nidaime, who had been hiding in the shadows and waiting for the right moment to appear up until now, made his move and blasted a piercing water jet at Danzo. This is the end, Danzo. Water style, severing wave. Slash. Sensei, Danzo tried to turn around and look at Tobirama. But it was too late. Under the high pressure of the water jet, Danzo's body was instantly cut into two halves. Puff. Blood splashed. Whoosh. Susanoo disappeared instantly. Thump. And he fell on the broken rock pieces of the volcano, dead, finally. Danzo was killed. The powerful body that was implanted with Hashirama cells and survived the Kekkei Genkai absorption jutsu finally fell under the surprise attack of Night Aim Hokage. Orochimaru appeared out of one of the snakeheads of Yamato no Orochi and muttered with a smile, finally. It's over for him. Chapter 660, Lucky Orochimaru? When Orochimaru noticed that Danzo had been slashed in half by Tobirama's assault and had died as a result, he smirked and looked at the body with ravenous eyes. He has only one thought racing through his head at the moment: it is finally time. As soon as Shodame, Night Aim, and Homasubi were able to react, Orochimaru's body transformed into a gigantic white snake that rushed towards the remains of Danzo's body. All of this is being done with the goal of obtaining the greatest number of benefits, beating Homasubi to it, and emerging from this experiment as the sole winner. By benefits, he refers to either the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the eye sockets of Danzo's corpse or Danzo's corpse itself, which is extremely valuable due to the fact that Danzo's corpse has survived the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. Awakening the attention of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Homasubi was Orochimaru's unexpected act. Tobirama shook his head and whispered, "I knew it, from the very beginning," and prepared to employ Flying Raijin to halt Orochimaru from achieving his goals. However, it appeared to be too late. Orochimaru did not forget to use specific hand signs while rushing at Danzo's corpse, and as he did so, he exclaimed mockingly, "Yes, but it's too late. Rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. Release!" Just as Shodame and Night Aim were about to take action and stop Orochimaru, their bodies were stopped in midair, seemingly out of nowhere. And then, before either of them had a chance to react, their bodies began to deteriorate and disintegrate into white paper strips as their souls were finally liberated from the confines of their impure vessels. "There you have it," Orochimaru exclaimed with satisfaction. "I've released the two of you. You can go and rest in the Pure Land. If I ever need your assistance again, I'll summon the two of you, but I doubt it would be necessary given that I'm about to obtain the best body for me." In all likelihood, the hand signs weaved by Orochimaru were intended to free the Edo Tensei of both past Hokage so that Shodame and Night Aim wouldn't be able to prevent him from obtaining Danzo's body for himself. When Homasubi noticed Orochimaru's deeds, she became alarmed and alerted Orochimaru. "You idiot, don't!" As he approached Danzo, Orochimaru ignored Homasubi's warning and instead exclaimed, "Homasubi, this time it's my win," as the two of them exchanged a fleeting glance. His attention was soon drawn away from what Homasubi was saying and the reason for her attempted interruption and returned to Danzo's corpse. In the knowledge of everything that Danzo could accomplish with his developed form, Orochimaru's desire for the evolved body of his adversary had already reached its zenith. According to Orochimaru, Danzo was able to go toe-to-toe with Shodame and Homasubi, which was significant in itself, and the fact that he was able to force all four powerhouses present inside the volcano to unite against him demonstrated just how great the potential of his body had been after undergoing the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual was even more significant. And, perhaps most importantly, Danzo's state of mind during the combat was not optimal. He was fighting instinctively, and he had not yet become acquainted with his newly evolved body. Despite all of these obstacles, Danzo was able to demonstrate such raw power and strength. This only serves to demonstrate how great his body's potential was and continues to be. Consider the possibility that none of these issues were present, and that Danzo had a prior opportunity to become acclimated to his newly developed body. In a different scenario, the context and conclusion of this combat would have been radically different, and it is possible that the four of them would have been on the losing end instead of Danzo. Indeed, it would not be incorrect to speculate that the four of them may have perished in place of Danzo in the first place. Fortunately, Lady Luck was on Orochimaru's side this time, and everything worked out wonderfully for him, and thus we find ourselves in this position. In the face of these possibilities and expectations, Orochimaru grew increasingly eager for Danzo's body, racing at him at top speed. Even while their souls were outside of their Edo Tensei bodies, Shodame and Nidame's expressions were filled with concern as they observed their plight. They were able to detect that something wasn't quite right with Danzo's corpse for some reason. The two of them were somewhat familiar with these circumstances, but they were unable to pinpoint the specific problem they were experiencing. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama said, "Let us leave the difficulties of this generation to the shinobi of this generation. The lesser the amount we interfere in their affairs, the better it is for everyone." A sigh could be heard from Tobirama as well, who agreed with his elder brother's words. As a result, the two former Hokage departed the stage. It's a shame that Orochimaru was so preoccupied with Danzo's corpse that he failed to notice the expressions of concern on the faces of the two former Hokage as their souls left for the Pure Land. On the other hand, if you think about it, even if Orochimaru had noticed it, it's possible that he wouldn't have cared much about it because their anxiety and the reasons for it didn't matter to him all that much. As a result, he couldn't care less about what the other Hokages were attempting to say. The only thing on his mind at the moment is Danzo's corpse, which he intends to take possession of as soon as possible. The closer he got to the target, the more clearly Orochimaru was able to see a pair of scarlet-colored eyes, which made him even more ravenous, to the point where he couldn't stop himself from shouting. That pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it's mine. That perfect body, it's mine. They're all mine. Whoosh! Orochimaru charged ahead and jumped towards Danzo's body, which was just a few steps away, making a harsh air-cutting sound in the process. Chapter 661, Orochimaru's Shock. He laughed and dived ahead to get a hold of Danzo's body. Poof! Bang! Crash! But for some reason Orochimaru didn't understand. Instead of grabbing Danzo's body, he caught nothing in his grasp and fell into the rocks ahead. He glanced at his empty hands, perplexed, and questioned, what the hell happened? Orochimaru was baffled as to what had happened. All the delight and excitement on his face faded as he stared at his empty palms, leaving him with feelings of loss, incredulity, and perplexity. Orochimaru, startled, twisted his head mechanically and gazed toward the location where Danzo's body was supposed to be. But it was the fact that the body that had been lying there only a few seconds before had vanished into thin air as if it had been a trick of the light. Was it only a jinjutsu, he questioned, but I'm certain Nidame Hokage-sama killed him. How can it be a jinjutsu? It was an odd thing to behold, and no explanation. And, if Orochimaru appeared dazed and bewildered, Homasubi, on the other hand, appeared to be completely awake. At the same moment she noticed Danzo's corpse vanish into thin air, she spun abruptly around and with great control made a sharp slash with the golden sword of her Susanoo. The golden sword slashed through the air, carving vast ravines into the earth. As a result of the ravines extending towards the magma pool not far away, magma began to flow through them and rise to the surface of the earth. Ah! As the magma began to pour in, a heavy and agonizing scream could be heard, which attracted the attention of Homasubi and Orochimaru. Increasingly perplexed, Orochimaru said, his mouth agape, how is this even possible? Hasn't Danzo already passed away? Obviously, as everyone has probably figured by now, Danzo was the one who let out this agonizing scream. However, as Orochimaru pointed out, Danzo should have been dead by now. Consequently, the question is, if Danzo was already dead, how is he still alive and able to cry out in agony? To answer your question, Danzo was certainly murdered by Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, but the fact is that Danzo has mastered Uchiha's Ban Jinjutsu Izanagi. Izanagi is a forbidden jutsu that has the ability to change the fate of the caster. Danzo, who has mastered this forbidden jutsu, instinctively used it when he sensed the approaching danger of death to change the fate of his death at the cost of one of the Sharingan implanted in his body, and as a result, he was saved from dying. Uchiha Madara was able to deceive both Shodame and Nidame utilizing Izanagi, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that Orochimaru was also duped in this instance as well. In terms of the suspicions that Hashirama and Tobirama harbored until recently, it is due to the fact that Danzo's mastery over Izanagi is not as perfect as Madara's, and that the two of them are already dead, and as such, they understand the state of death better than any living shinobi around, and as a result, they were able to sense that something was wrong with Danzo's death. However, the actual cause for this was not known to them at the time, therefore. However, Homusubi was well aware of the actual nature of the crisis, and she attempted to alert Orochimaru to it, but the fool utterly disregarded her. In fact, not only did hers, Orochimaru utterly disregards the warnings of both former Hokages as well. The fool didn't give Homusubi a chance to explain that Danzo wasn't dead yet and instead released the souls of both former Hokages of their Edo Tensei bodies. Because of this action of Orochimaru, the two Hokages who could have been a great help in the fight against Danzo were no longer helpful. It was only now that Orochimaru realized that something weird was taking place. When Orochimaru watched how Homusubi suddenly slashed behind her, he recognized that Homusubi appears to be aware of the situation and couldn't help but question her, with a blank expression, "What's going on?" With each passing inquiry, Homusubi's rage became more. Tick marks emerged on her forehead and she exclaimed, "You fool," in frustration. "Can't you keep your greed under control for a change and use your intellect? You're a snake, aren't you? Then act like one for God's sake." Orochimaru remained deafeningly quiet. In spite of the fact that he was embarrassed, he chose to swallow the insult and wait for Homusubi to explain the issue to him. As Homusubi sighed, she explained, "This is the outcome when Izanagi is used." Izanagi? When Orochimaru spoke, he had a thoughtful expression on his face. "I seem to recall reading this word on one of the scrolls while I was secretly sneaked into Konoha's forbidden archives, but, as far as I recall, there was no explanation about it on that scroll. What is Izanagi?" he wondered. "Can you tell me what Izanagi is?" he asked. It is not surprising that the restricted archives of Konoha included a scroll on Izanagi, but it is unfortunate that the scroll has no information about the jutsu. It's extremely likely that the information contained on the scroll has been tampered with by someone. That someone may be anyone. It could be someone from the Uchiha clan, it could be Danzo himself, it could be Black Zetsu, it could be anyone, but the point is, the scroll was tempered. Well, whoever it was, he or she did an excellent job, and the information that should have been stored in that scroll is no longer there within it. And, because Orochimaru betrayed Konoha so early in the game, he didn't have the opportunity to learn about it from Danzo's mouth either, which was unfortunate. Homusubi is also aware of this truth, and as a result, she provided Orochimaru with a brief explanation of the ins and outs of Izanagi. "How many Sharingan do you think Danzo has on his body?" she inquired after giving a brief summary of the situation. And Orochimaru responded promptly, 9, with a matching set of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glinting in his eyes. Prior to the ceremony, Danzo had a total of 8 Sharingan on his body, with 1 in his eyes and the other 7 in his arm. During the ritual, his other eye was also converted into a Sharingan, bringing the total number of Sharingan on his body to 9. "It means that Danzo has a total of 10 lives, stated Homusubi, who rebuked Orochimaru fiercely. "Only one of his 10 lives was finished," she added. "And you lost yourself to your avarice seeing that. Not only did you disrupt the battlefield's flow, but you also undid the Edo Tensei of both the Shodame Hokage and the Nidame Hokage, even if Danzo wasn't actually defeated at the time. Danzo still has 9 lives left despite the fact that the 2 of them are no longer present. And I have my doubts about your ability to summon them again." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he heard Homusubi say those words. Homusubi shrugged her head, completely ignoring Orochimaru's expression. Homusubi couldn't care less about the ideas that were racing through Orochimaru's head at the time because her attention was diverted wholly elsewhere at the time. Homusubi was able to detect Danzo's usage of Izanagi and his concealed appearance behind her at the time, which is why she was able to instantly react and deliver a sharp slash in the appropriate manner. The reason behind this is her pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's almost as though both pairs of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan are connected to one another, which explains why she can foresee where Danzo will appear with the use of her pair of Sharingan. It is not incorrect to state that her pair, as well as Danzo's pair, have both far beyond the level of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at this time. A strong hostility between the two couples appears to exist at the same time, as evidenced by the fact that they loathe one another. Because both sets of eyes appear to have some sense of reasoning, they appear to grasp that only one of them has the potential to evolve any further, which is why they both appear to harbor animosity toward one another, and clearly, as their users, Homusubi and Danzo are both adversely affected by their animosity toward one another. This explains why Homusubi was able to detect the presence of Danzo, who was attempting to sneak up on her from behind and launched a counterattack of her down on him. Chapter 662, Susanoo Wrestling. Homusubi had been able to take advantage of Danzo's lack of logic and his hurry to absorb visual prowess for the advancement of his dojutsu up until now and had slain him. In fact, even after murdering Danzo the first time, Homusubi didn't dare to relax her guard. Homusubi's nerves tightened as she realized Danzo may utilize Izanagi to affect the outcome of his death. Although she was scared, she knew Danzo wouldn't be able to survive for long if Shodame and Nidame were present. After all, she reasoned, with the numerical advantage and power of the two past Hokage, murdering Danzo n times wasn't such a difficult task. Furthermore, both Shodame and Nidame have learned some of the Senju and the Uzumaki clan's most deadly Fuinjutsu. They would have used their enormous expertise battling against the Uchiha clan to find out a way to circumvent Izanagi in order to deal with Danzo if they had been told the facts and exact mechanism of Izanagi. There was no way Danzo could survive in such a battle. However, Orochimaru's blunder changed everything. Orochimaru, influenced by greed, made a blunder by hastily removing two key combat personnel, worsening the situation. Despite the fact that Homusubi was irritated and angry with Orochimaru, she remained silent. After all, Orochimaru had no prior knowledge of Izanagi, so his actions were fairly normal given his personality. And even Homusubi only knew about Izanagi because of her past life knowledge. If it hadn't been for that, she might have done something similar to Orochimaru. As a result, she has no right to dismiss Orochimaru. Sigh. Focus, she grumbled as she took a deep breath, and then she put all other thoughts aside and concentrated on the battle at hand. Homusubi poured as much chakra as she could into her eyes as she stood inside the protective armor of her golden Susanoo, attempting to capture the location where Danzo would soon manifest himself. Tsukihei sensed Danzo hadn't regained his sanity and was still acting entirely on instincts when she killed him a few moments ago. To be honest, relying on instincts isn't always a bad thing, because intuition can be more perceptive to danger than rational analysis. However, there are a few things that can't be done solely on instincts. Homusubi is well aware of this, which is why she believes that if she carefully prepares a plan, she might be able to dispose of Danzo within the volcano. Don't you want my eyes? Homusubi snorted coldly, come and take them. Homusubi knows Danzo is after the pair of eyes in her sockets, so she realizes she can use them as bait to entice him out. And while Homusubi was planning on how to deal with Danzo, the overall situation of the volcano started to worsen. Rumble. Crash. Collapse. Because Orochimaru sent Shodame Hokage's soul to the Pure Land, the chakra supply to the tree vines that held the volcano came to a halt, and as a result, the tree vines were no longer able to support the volcano's structure. The rocks and boulders began to fall, and the cracks began to widen. While Homusubi was thinking about how to deal with Danzo, the volcano's overall situation began to deteriorate. The pressure inside the volcano began to rise, more gas was emitted, and the volcano began to show clear signs of eruption. Without a doubt, the damage has progressed to the point where unsupported tree vines can no longer prevent the volcano from erupting and collapsing. In the midst of all of this chaos, a dark red complete-body Susanoo appeared out of nowhere and dashed towards Homusubi's golden Susanoo. Homusubi was already on high alert, so when Danzo's Susanoo suddenly attacked her, she was not surprised and reacted appropriately. Bang bang bang. With that, the two Susanoo began a new round of combat. From sword and claw combat to hand-to-hand combat, which evolved into wrestling. Both Susanoos wrestled and soon fell to the ground, creating a massive hole that was quickly filled by magma. Danzo and Homusubi were not harmed by the intense heat of magma around them as they wrestled against each other because they were both inside the crystal cavity of their respective Susanoo. Homusubi was unaffected by Danzo's greed and desperation. Even if she sensed it, she didn't seem to mind and continued to fight Danzo with all her might. She used all her strength to lift Danzo's Susanoo into the air, threw him inside the magma pool at the center of the volcano, and followed after him. Boom! Splash! The hot and melting magma was splashed all over the place as the two massive Susanoo landed in the magma pool. Her Susanoo and mindless Danzo's Susanoo are nearly identical in brute strength, but the presence of magma and its hot temperature makes a difference. Tsukihei is Hyuga Kuroto's fire chakra nature clone. She was created with the purpose of mastering the fire chakra nature, so magma isn't a problem for her. In fact, when surrounded by hot and burning magma, all of this clone's abilities increase dramatically. But the same does not apply to Danzo. Not only does magma not provide any significant benefit to him, but it also restrains the corrosive mist released by his Susanoo, limiting a significant portion of his power. Not to mention, the dense magma also limits the mobility of his Susanoo, which is a significant limitation. Homusubi is well aware of these facts, which is why she has chosen to fight inside the magma pool. Roar! Homusubi's Susanoo let out a roar and slammed into Danzo's Susanoo. Boom! The start of the next round of melee was signaled by this explosion. Orochimaru stood at a distance, a gloomy expression on his face as he watched the battle. Orochimaru wasn't feeling well after seeing Danzo resurrect twice. He had no idea that Danzo had already touched the immortality that he had been pursuing for years. Orochimaru is also furious with himself, wondering how he could have made such a blunder. Orochimaru is unsure whether or not he can participate in this battle now that Shodame and Nidame are no longer there. He feels as if he's stepped on a stone. There's no way to take control of Danzo's body now, and Orochimaru isn't sure if he can even assist Homusubi in solving the problem they've created. He is very clear that he is not Danzo's opponent based on his own strength and without the help of Edo Tensei Shodame and Nidame. He can't do anything to Danzo, even if it's the Danzo, who has lost all senses and is acting solely on instinct. The movement inside the magma pool came to a halt while Orochimaru was cursing himself. It means the ferocious battle that had been going on inside has come to an end. Who won? Orochimaru muttered, his face unsettled. If Tsukihei is the winner, Orochimaru may be able to negotiate with her and obtain a portion of the benefits. However, if Danzo is the winner, not only will he not be able to obtain some benefits, but he may not even be able to escape alive. While Orochimaru was concerned, the wait was finally over when a massive golden hand emerged from the magma pool. Phew! Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. It's Homusubi. Then as he was about to approach her, suddenly his expression shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, that is Danzo's. Chapter 663, Thread of Fate Tangles Up. That is Danzo's arm. Orochimaru exclaimed in shock. Without a doubt, Homusubi was carrying a white arm that was embedded with several Sharingan. Just as Orochimaru was intently staring at the severed arm held by Homusubi, out of nowhere, an arm pierced his chest without him being able to react at all. Arf! Spew cough! Orochimaru screamed in pain and spewed blood, but more than pain, he was shocked. The reason? The reason is that when Orochimaru looked down at the arm piercing through his chest, he was stunned to find that this is the very same white arm that he transplanted into Danzo's body during the transformation operation. But how is this possible? How can the arm that is already severed by Homusubi appear back in Danzo's body? Even if Orochimaru thought about it, he couldn't get an answer, and this wasn't all that confused him. In fact, even if it was the very same arm, there was still something different about it. And this made Orochimaru more confused. The arm that pierced through Orochimaru's chest had no Sharingan embedded in it. It was as if they were never there, to begin with. All this confusion and doubt, and yet no answer. And before Orochimaru could think anything more, he was kicked by Danzo standing behind him, and thrown out like a piece of shit. Plop! Already gravely injured, and bleeding, when he fell on the scorching ground, it seemed several more bones were cracked, and he soon lost consciousness. After dealing with Orochimaru, Danzo turned his attention and looked at Homusubi. Although hellbent on killing Homosubi, Danzo didn't rush toward her like a mad dog this time. Instead, he stared at her from a distance with doubt and confusion. Yes, even the mad and senseless Danzo was sort of doubtful at this point. Looking at his hesitant and doubtful expression, Homosubi smirked slyly. Others may not be able to figure out why Danzo still has an arm while his original severed arm is with her, but Tsukihei understands it very well. While she and Danzo were fighting inside the pool of magma, Tsukihei did not aim to kill him. She understood very well that it would be useless as Danzo will change the fate of his death using Izanagi. Therefore, instead of aiming to kill him, Tsukihei aimed to restrain his arm and stop all the chakra flow around that arm. However, Danzo's own chakra has grown too strong and violent, and permanently restraining it was proving to be extremely difficult even for her. Therefore, she changed her approach and tried to seal his arm for a very short instant. She believed that even if that instant was not enough to kill Danzo, it should be more than enough to sever his arm. And with that approach, she proceeded. However, even in that instant, Danzo was somehow able to use Izanagi. But this time, Homosubi was not about to let go of the opportunity presented before her, so she used her own visual prowess and cast a Jinjutsu on Danzo, trying to affect Izanagi. Homosubi and Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan were previously linked, therefore, Homosubi's approach worked, and the Izanagi was affected. It was not disrupted, but two fates, one created by Danzo, and the other created by Homosubi overlapped, tangled up, and resulted in a completely different outcome. As a result, the thread of the fate of escaping the death and the thread of the fate of the arm being severed overlapped with each other and resulted in a completely different reality where although his arm was severed he was resurrected with a new arm. It's just that the new arm didn't have all those Sharingan implanted in it, unlike the original one. So, it turns out that I can interfere with Izanagi in this manner too, Tsukihei muttered as she sealed away Danzo's severed arm in a storage scroll. This also leads to a new theory. Even the forbidden justice like Izanagi can be affected to some degree if appropriate means are deployed, which means that if the visual prowess of the caster is strong enough, then the effect of Izanagi can be completely eliminated through interference. Well, I suppose this is something that might prove to be useful in the long run. Anyhow, getting back on the topic. After hiding the storage scroll inside her cloak, Homosubi slowly walked toward Danzo. Seeing Homosubi walking toward him step by step, Danzo's bloodthirsty aura gradually subsided and a trace of fear became evident on his face. At this time, he is afraid. And not only him, but even the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye is also afraid. Having lost all the Sharingan, if Danzo is forced to use Izanagi again, then that would be at the cost of an Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which is something he doesn't want to do at any cost. The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan themselves wouldn't want to sacrifice themselves, hence the fear. Chapter 664, Kakashi's Powerlessness. Danzo's sudden actions made Homosubi confused. Initially, she thought that Danzo has recovered back his senses, but now that she sees him again, she is not so sure. As far as she knows, Danzo is a veteran shinobi who would never show the unease and nervousness of a greenhorn, yet there were clear signs of unease, nervousness, and anxiousness on his face that only a novice would show, and this made Homosubi frown. After some thinking and observation, Homosubi felt that rather than recovering his senses, Danzo, as a person, has completely changed. It's as if, even if his outer body is still the same until a while ago, the soul inside his body is not the same, it is completely different. Tsukihei muttered, is he trying to put up an act in order to deceive me? Or is something really wrong with his soul? Watching Danzo escape, Homosubi hesitated. Homosubi wants to take away the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets, so, in her eyes, Danzo is nothing more than prey. But she doesn't want to forget that the same situation applies to her. In Danzo's eyes, she too is prey. If Homosubi manages to get Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and obtain the Rinnegan, it would just be an extra ace up her sleeve. However, if Danzo manages to take away her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and awaken the Rinnegan, then that will be much bigger trouble for not only her but for everyone living in the shinobi world. Knowing this, Homosubi obviously can't take a risk and will have to be extremely careful. Hence the hesitation. If it is exactly as she thought, then perhaps she will be able to take away that pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with quite an ease, but if not, and if Danzo manages to pull up a reverse Uno, then the situation will take a bad turn for everyone. What to do? By the time Homasubi recovered from her thoughts, Danzo had already escaped out of the cave. Seeing that Danzo is no longer in sight, Homasubi regretted a little being too lost in thought. She then looked around and saw that Orochimaru is also not present where his body lay until a while ago. She muttered, "No surprises there, Orochimaru is still alive." Knowing full well that the longer she stays inside this volcano, the more dangerous her situation will become, she also dashed out of the cave. Outside the volcano. Watching the hundreds of meters tall volcano exploding and collapsing, the one-eyed silvered-haired shinobi showed a despairing expression. In the face of such a level of disaster, Kakashi feels powerless. And what's worse is that he has felt this sense of powerlessness over and over again in his life without being able to do anything about it at all. Back when his father committed suicide, when his friend and squad mate Obito died, when his other friend and squad mate Rin died, and when his sensei sacrificed himself, all those times, Kakashi felt helpless. Whenever he remembers those painful memories, Kakashi regrets, and wonders, if only. And now that over 1,000 Konoha shinobi are about to die here, in front of his very eyes, Kakashi feels the same powerlessness. Even if he wants to do something to save them, he doesn't know how to save over 1,000 shinobi in such a short period of time. Even if he has gotten much stronger compared to those times, even if has become much more resourceful compared to those times, right now, at this very moment, he still feels the same powerlessness he felt back then and doesn't seem to have a way to save the lives of people in front of him. As he was struggling to figure out a solution, Kakashi looked around and saw despair in the eyes of all the Konoha shinobi. The only good thing about the current situation is that no root shinobi is present around to stop him or hinder him from doing anything. Seeing the disaster coming towards them, all the root shinobi who were fighting him and stopping him up until now have escaped without giving a shit about what happens to all the Konoha shinobi still present at the foot of the volcano. For those root shinobi, if all these Konoha shinobi were to die, then it is not necessarily a bad thing, as the inhuman actions performed by them will get buried here along with these 1,500 men. As for whether their wishes will be granted or not is all up to Kakashi. In fact, if he has to save just himself, then Kakashi is not worried. All he has to do is teleport away, and he will be safe. But Kakashi can't bring himself to abandon them. His father, his sensei, heck, he himself will never be able to forgive him if he were to abandon them. And so, he hardened his heart, I must save them, and I can do so with the help of flying Raijin if I become as quick as sensei. If sensei can do it, then so can I. I just need to have faith in myself. With such words, Kakashi suppressed the despair in his heart and inspired himself. With a resolute expression, he weaved the hand signs and, poof, created 5 shadow clones. After that, he threw dozens of kunai marked with the flying Raijin seal and threw them on the battlefield in an array. With the preparation made, Kakashi ordered all his shadow clones one simple task: bring them all to near the markers, and I will teleport them. The 5 shadow clones nodded, and with that, the figure of the original Kakashi turned into after images. Whoosh! 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 The chakra transmission array that sealed the movements of Konoha shinobi flickered constantly, and each time it flickered, a Konoha shinobi was teleported far away. On the other side, while Kakashi was trying to put his all and save the lives of Konoha shinobi, a figure jumped out of the volcano and collapsed on the ground not far away. The area he fell at conveniently happened to be surrounded by several masked shinobis who were part of the root. The root shinobis saw the man and exclaimed in worry and excitement, "Hokage-sama!" That's right, this man is none other than the very same Hokage-sama. However, the Hokage-sama didn't act according to what the root shinobi expected of him. Their leader, Hokage-sama, or better yet Shimura Danzo, looked uneasy and immediately used swift release and crystal release justice to slaughter the leader of the unit, and after doing that, he didn't even waste a second before he rushed out and disappeared into the dark. The remaining ones were taken aback by the actions of their Hokage-sama. They stopped all their movements and looked at each other in shock and fright as an unexpected silence dawned upon them. As this event occurred, a snake slid out of the hole in a tree not far away and looked in the direction where Danzo disappeared with a doubtful expression. The snake here was unable to understand the reason why Danzo killed his own man and ran away. This made no sense. While giving it some thought, the snake used body flicker jutsu and followed after him. Earlier, he was knocked unconscious inside the volcano, but was able to regain consciousness soon enough. Even after he recovered, he didn't act recklessly, knowing full well that he might die. But of course, he wouldn't let Danzo escape so easily, as Danzo has what Orochimaru wants. Therefore, when Danzo escaped, Orochimaru closely followed, and is going to do the very same thing right now in the hopes that he might get his opportunity soon enough. But the fate be damned. Not long after Danzo escaped the volcano, he ran into the Kumogakure shinobis that were being led towards the volcano by the Raikage. Looking at the familiar yet not so familiar face of Shimura Danzo, Raikage frowned. However, he didn't forget to shout at the man, "Where is my shinobi, Danzo?" Looking at the Kumogakure shinobis surrounding him, Danzo panicked, and with a quick flash, he tried to escape. Whoosh! Zzz. Zzz. Z. But unlucky for Danzo, Raikage was faster and landed his fist on the face of the old man. Bang! Sound echoed. Raikage himself fell back, for he didn't expect Danzo's speed to be so fast. But he is Raikage after all, so he was able to get up soon enough and angrily shouted at him, "Damn you, Danzo, did you use the same jutsu on yourself?" Danzo did not answer Raikage's question. Instead, he slowly got up from the ground, and while wiping the blood coming from his nose, he said to Raikage, "I don't want to kill anyone, don't force me." Raikage had his answer, and thinking of that boy, thinking of the boy's family, to whom Raikage will have to answer, Raikage grew furious, the nerves on his temple twitched, and he shouted, "A scum like you cannot be allowed to live." Chapter 665, Hamu? Boom! 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 A series of explosions reverberated in the forest, and amidst these explosions, the figure of Danzo dragged a series of afterimages and shuttled between the trees, herbs, and shrubs seemingly unharmed. From time to time, his body would flicker, and every time it did, painful screams of Kumogakure shinobi would resound on the battlefield. No one among the Kumogakure squad except the Yondaime Raikage was able to keep up with Danzo's speed at this moment. Damn! Seeing his shinobis being slaughtered by Danzo one after another, and that too in his very presence, Yondaime Raikage grew furious by the minute. However, he was helpless. Earlier, I was able to beat Danzo in terms of speed and power, so he was confident that no matter what means Danzo uses in the battle, the old man will be beaten by him. But as the battle started, I quickly realized how wrong he was. True, he has mastered the lightning chakra mode that gives him good reflexes, immense power, and most of all, speed, but that speed seems to be nothing in the face of Danzo's swift release. Much less stopping, Raikage is finding it hard to be able to keep up with Danzo's speed. Raikage wondered, how is it possible? Even Chiriku wasn't as fast as he is. Just how? In fact, Raikage was finding the situation before him quite strange. Danzo's speed is too fast, fine, but what's up with his combat skills? Oh, and for all those wondering that Danzo's combat skills have also improved significantly along with his speed, they haven't, rather, they have degraded far too much. Based on what I am seeing, it is as if Danzo doesn't even know the first thing about combat. All he is relying on at this moment is his speed, which is quite strange and a matter to be frowned upon, but it is also a blessing at this moment, for if that was not the case, the number of casualties his shinobis would have suffered at this moment would have been much more. Whoosh! Another flicker, another shinobi fell. Thump! Plop! As the blood of the shinobi splattered on his face, a strange expression dawned on Danzo's face. It seemed to be the joy, excitement, and pride that a new shinobi would have on succeeding in killing his enemies. Raikage muttered to himself in confusion, "What the hell's going on?" Although he was unable to figure out the situation before him, this didn't stop him from doing his best to stop Danzo. Lightning Operation Horizontal. As Raikage used his nin taijutsu, an enormous amount of lightning gathered on his hand, and using his hand like a battle axe made out of lightning, he slashed it towards Danzo, creating a thunder blast. Boom! Facing one of the most dangerous nin taijutsu of Danzo was unable to resist head-on and instantly flew out like a cannonball, slammed into trees creating holes in them, and finally smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. After delivering such a powerful and dangerous blow to Danzo, Raikage panted heavily, and after recovering, he turned towards Kumo the Cure Shinobi, and instructed, "Seal his body inside a scroll, and we will immediately be leaving the hinterlands of the Land of Fire." Raikage did not worry whether Danzo is really dead or not. Raikage has confidence that no one can survive such an attack after taking it head-on. In Raikage's eyes, Danzo is already a corpse. Understood, Raikage-sama. His shinobi nodded and got to work. They too were convinced that Danzo is dead after taking Raikage's lightning operation horizontal, head-on. They couldn't have been more wrong. As Kumo the Cure Shinobi walked towards the pit where the supposed corpse of Danzo should be lying, they heard a sound. Kacha! It was the sound of a twig being stepped upon, and it definitely came from the pit. The Kumo the Cure Shinobi looked at each other's faces as the figure of Danzo walked out of the smoke step by step. Although the Hokage robe he was wearing was tattered, his body had no signs of damage whatsoever. Witnessing such an unrealistic situation before them, all the Kumo the Cure Shinobi were taken aback. But how? How is this even possible? What sort of monster has he become? Has he really become a perfect shinobi just like Chiriku of the Five Styles? Even Raikage was out of his wits and realized that he can no longer assess Danzo before him with the same eyes. The supposed old man standing before them has completely changed. He is no longer the same guy he used to be. He has become a monster, just like Chiriku. As Danzo walked out of the smoke, his demeanor and aura were completely different from a while ago. It was as if the Danzo standing before them at this very moment is a completely different Danzo from a while ago. Although his expression was still a bit dignified. Chapter 666, The Biggest Hurdle. After Danzo hurriedly left with Yondaime Raikage and his fellow Kumo shinobi, Orochimaru slowly walked out of the shadows. At the same time, Homusubi also came out from behind a big tree and stood near him. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and asked Homusubi, "Why did you not try to stop him?" Homusubi asked the same question, "Why didn't you?" Orochimaru shook his head, "You know that I no longer have an ace up my sleeve, and neither do I have the strength to fight against Danzo in the presence of Yondaime Raikage. Stopping him would have been a very difficult task for me." "Difficult?" "Yes," nodded Homusubi, then added after a pause, "But impossible?" "Certainly a no." Orochimaru chuckled, "It seems you know me quite well," then added after a pause, "And what about you? What excuses do you have?" Homusubi said helplessly, "The volcano collapsed, so I wasn't able to make it here on time." Orochimaru said, "So it seems." But these were just empty words. Orochimaru is clear that Homusubi was here on time, and if she really wanted, she could have stopped Danzo from leaving. But she didn't, which can only mean that she too has realized it. And it is exactly as Orochimaru thought. Homusubi was not affected by the collapsed and erupted volcano, although it seemed that she would be buried in it. However, using the defense of Susanoo, she was able to safely make it out alive, and saw something unexpected the moment she arrived here. The silence lasted for a while until Homusubi broke it with her solemn words, "Our cooperation ends here." Orochimaru nodded, "I suppose it does." After thinking for a while, Homusubi added coldly, "You better not spread the word about the ceremony to anyone, otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be very good. Amatsukami is different from Akatsuki. Offending us is something you can't afford, and you can't escape our anger even if you hide in the depths of Ryuchi Cave." "Humph," Orochimaru shorted coldly, then used body flicker jutsu to disappear. To be honest, Homosubi is not that worried about Orochimaru publicizing the effects of the newly improved Chimera Jutsu and Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual as well as their involvement in it. She knows Orochimaru would never do something so foolish because doing so would make him one of the enemies of the entire shinobi world, which is something he definitely doesn't want at this time. Well, all that aside, after Orochimaru left, Homosubi once again glanced in the direction Danzo left with the Raikage and his entourage, then she too disappeared. Anchor Vantien. Kuroto's laboratory. After erasing all signs of Homosubi's presence at the volcano, Kuroto returned to the floating fortress. Here, firstly he calmed her mind, then recorded every bit of information about what happened during the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. True, many unexpected things happened during the ritual, among which some were acceptable, and some were unacceptable. Overall, the effect of the ritual was beyond what he had expected. After witnessing this ritual, Kuroto can certainly say that attaining Kekkei Mora is not impossible. It is no longer just wishful thinking, or a theoretical possibility, but a goal that is practically achievable as long as all the conditions are met. One after another, all the details were recorded, and soon the ledger was completed with a brief summary. The effect of the newly developed Chimera buds is also very good, although there is indeed some hidden danger that they carry. However, this problem is not unsolvable. There was also no problem in regards to the arrangement of the ritual ceremony. All the seals did their job perfectly. However, I have to make sure that the altar must be stronger. The altar used by Danzo was also very strong. However, it was easily destroyed, which is a bit of a conundrum. The ritual altar is the key to continuing the ceremony until the very end, and Kuroto can't guarantee that he won't lose control over himself during the ritual ceremony, which is why the altar must be very strong, so that, even if he does lose control over himself, at least, the altar doesn't get destroyed, such that nothing goes wrong with the ritual ceremony. All of these problems are identified, and if enough attention is paid to them, all of them can be fixed, except one, and that is the problem of chakra. This is the biggest headache. As the problem of chakra came, even Kuroto became helpless. He doesn't seem to have any solution to this problem. The preparations Danzo made for his Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual were supposed to be more than adequate. However, those adequate preparations were still inadequate. Kuroto assumes that even if there were no external interference in the ritual from Homosubi's side, the best Danzo could have managed to achieve would have been a pair of Rinnegan, and that too at the cost of the sacrifice of all those 1,500 shinobis. As for Kekkei Mora? Don't even dream about it. Kekkei Mora is levels above the Rinnegan state, and to reach that state would have required as much chakra as the 10-tailed beast carries, or at least half of it. Even the combined chakra of all the shinobi in existence isn't enough to reach the level of the 9 tails, much less half of the 10 tails. And even if we assume that the chakra of all the shinobi in existence when combined together is enough for attaining Kekkei Mora, how is Kuroto supposed to bring them to the chakra transmission array and drain them of their chakra until they are sucked dry and die of chakra loss? Chapter 667, A New Art to Pursue. To make almost all the shinobis in existence obediently stand on the chakra transmission array while their chakra is being sucked dry until they all die. Even if Kuroto were to become Hokage, he still won't be able to do such an outrageous thing. What's more, he doesn't want his Kekkei Genkai absorption ceremony to become public knowledge to avoid involving unnecessary people in it in any way, to make sure that the ceremony isn't interfered with by outsiders in any way, because the more people involved in it, the more troublesome it would become and the more difficult it would be to manage. In fact, if circumstances were to permit, Kuroto would much rather prefer to carry out the ritual alone. But the problem of chakra is still a problem that has to be solved. Maybe I can. Suddenly Kuroto thought of an idea, but it was discarded soon, and Kuroto drove this thought out of his mind. The method he thought of to solve the problem of chakra source was actually very simple, that is, to allow Black Zetsu's Project Tsuki no Mi to continue and allow him to rescue Kaguya. As long as Jubi is resurrected, the infinite Tsukuyomi is cast upon the shinobi world, and the entire shinobi world is bound to the roots of the god tree, then there will be no problem with chakra, as the chakra of the entire shinobi world would gather together. But this idea is too risky, which is why this approach can't be used. If the Akatsuki organization were to revive the Jubi and cast the light of infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon, at that time, Kuroto would be forced to face either Nagato in the sixth path state, or Obito in the sixth path state, or Madara in the sixth path state, or probably unsealed Kaguya. Regardless of which of the four he ends up dealing with, Kuroto knows that he wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight, therefore, it is better to not allow Akatsuki to revive Jubi. Of course, there is one more approach. Kuroto himself can try to collect all the 9 Bijou, revive Jubi, then cast the light of infinite Tsukuyomi on the moon to unit all the chakra into himself, but Kuroto knows that if he were to do such a thing, the Sage of Sixth Path won't stand by silently, he will definitely take some kind of action, and by that time, Kuroto's fate would be no different from any typical villain. In conclusion, it can be said that reviving the Jubi and using the infinite Tsukuyomi is not an appropriate solution to the problem. Looks like I will have to find some other way. With these words, Kuroto highlighted the chakra problem and closed his ledger. In fact, there are quite a lot of chakra sources scattered all over the shinobi world. Reviving Jubi, or extracting chakra from shinobis, are just 2 of those methods that are on the dangerous and crueler side. The other methods are the method that Chiriku adopted, absorbing energy from celestial phenomena, such as aurora waves or perhaps solar or lunar eclipse. Then there is also the option of using some kind of medication, such as Takigakure's hero water, or Akimichi clan's 3 colored pills, which would temporarily give him high chakra. In fact, these are not the only options. Kuroto can also opt for something else, such as using fuinjutsus such as unskilled to store chakra reserves over the years that he can use during the ritual, or perhaps some kind of forbidden jutsu like Hashiman Tonku that would temporarily increase his chakra while the gates are open, or maybe some other forbidden jutsu that would give him incredible chakra boost at the cost of burning away his life. Other than all these options, Giant Tenseigan on the moon and the other Giant Tenseigan that is probably hidden somewhere in the shinobi world are 2 of the many chakra sources that can be used during the ritual to maintain the chakra supply. As long as Kuroto obtains these 2 Giant Tenseigans, to some extent, he will be able to solve the problem of chakra. In short, there are many methods to solve the problem of chakra. All Kuroto has to do is identify the useful ones, and get his hands on them. After making a list of things he can use to probably solve the problem of chakra, Kuroto walked out of the archive room of Anchor Vantien and came to the cloning room. Cloning room. Inside the cloning room, a large number of cloning tanks were placed, and in each of these tanks, a clone was floating. In total, there were 30 cloning tanks, hence a total of 30 clones. The clones were of various varieties. Some had long hair, while some had small hair with various shades of golden blonde, blackish brown, and reddish brown. Some were tall, some were short, some were males, while the others were females. One thing common in all of them was that they all had white eyes that were unfinished Byakugan. These 30 or so clones are Earth Chakra nature clones that Kuroto cultivated. Their quality is very high as they were created using the most cutting-edge technology that the shinobi world has to offer at this point in time. But that's not important. What's important is that all these 30 clones are second-generation clones, and all these 30 clones carry the genetic material of 4 people at the same time, unlike all the previous ones that carry only the genetic material of only 2 people. The purpose of incorporating the genetic material of 4 people is to bring the best out of all the 4 and make a clone that is in perfect synchronization with the Earth Chakra nature clone, such that the final clone has no problem learning the dust release Kekkei Toda. Among the 4 people whose genetic material Kuroto used, one is obviously himself, while the other 3 are Deidara, Terumi Mei, and finally Kuratsuchi. Although this is the first time he created a clone using the genetic material of 4 people, given the status of clones before him, he would say the result is not bad. Of course, it would still take around a month for the clones to be ready, but based on the data he has collected of these clones so far, 2 clones seem to meet his requirements. After a while of observation, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter with a sigh. Although quite unexpected, Deidara's cells seem to have a very good aptitude for fusion, and only because of that aptitude was I able to fuse the genetic material of 4 people. I suppose I should thank him. With that, Kuroto turned off the lights of the cloning room. Iwagakure. Achu. At the same time as Kuroto was appreciating Deidara's cells, there was a loud sneeze in the Tsutakage's office. Deidara wiped clean his nose, then did a Dajiza in front of Sandame Tsukage and apologized. "Old man, the shinobi world is too dangerous. I understand I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen the forbidden jutsu. Please forgive me this time, and take me back into the village. Otherwise, those people from the Akatsuki and Amatsukami organization wouldn't leave me alone." Anoki snorted coldly. "Humph, you betrayed the village by stealing a secret scroll. Do you think it is so easy for you to come back?" Although he said so on the surface, internally, Anoki was very happy with Deidara's return. The situation of today's Iwabikure is very bad. That's not to say that the strength of the village is weak or anything. The strength of the village is fine and there are many elite shinobis in Iwabikure. The only problem is all of them are elites. There is no other Kage-class shinobi in Iwabikure except him. As such, the burden on his shoulders is a bit too much. Fortunately, Anoki has been able to hold his own up until now even with his small stature and old shoulders. Otherwise, Iwabikure would have fallen by now, and its status as one of the 5 great shinobi villages would be in jeopardy. But Anoki has already passed his prime, and he is aware that his strength is declining with each passing day, so he needs someone, possibly a Kage-class shinobi as his successor. Someone who can lead Iwabikure and carry the village on their shoulders. But it's a pity that Anoki wasn't able to find such a candidate up until now. In Anoki's eyes, Deidara did have that potential, but the kid turned out to be defiant and had no other interests other than his art and how that art is an explosion. The waste of potential really ached Anoki's heart. But, now that Deidara has returned, a hope has awakened in Anoki's heart. He may not show anything on the surface, but as said before, he is really joyful within. Anoki feels that the future of the shinobi world is full of stormy waves, therefore, he knows that Iwabikure would need a strong Tsukage such that Iwabikure can stand tall in those storms, and Deidara is a candidate who can lead Iwabikure in those troubled times. While Anoki was having an inner monologue, Deidara looked at him with a determined expression and said, "Old man Anoki, I want to learn your dust release." Anoki was taken aback by Deidara's sudden words. He studied Deidara's expression for a while, then questioned with a smile, "You want to learn dust release? Then what about your art? If I remember correctly, once you stated that you only care about your art. Why a sudden change of heart?" Deidara recalled the embarrassment he experienced when fighting against Homusubi, and how he was mesmerized by that goddess-like figure bathed in golden flames and even questioned his belief in art, and recalling all that feeling, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, I suddenly started to think that breaking down things at the molecular level is also very artistic, which is why I want to learn dust release. Chapter 668, Theory of Strangeness. While moving down the hallway of Anchor Vantien, Kuroto squinted his eyes and thought of Danzo, and as he thought of Danzo, something else came into his mind, the Rinnegan. Thinking of the Rinnegan, Kuroto took out the small capsule from his pocket and looked at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan floating inside it. From his observation of this pair of Sharingan, Kuroto can clearly see that after absorbing the yin-yang chakra from Danzo's ritual, the visual prowess of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has improved quite a lot. In fact, it can even be said that the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his hand is only a step away from evolving into the Rinnegan. Just the right trigger is required, and it will be done. This makes Kuroto quite delighted. Even if Kuroto already possesses the Tenseigan, he is still very excited to think that the Rinnegan with the power of distorting the boundaries of life and death is within his reach. But Kuroto can't yet judge whether this is a good thing or a bad thing because along with the increased visual prowess, even the independent will that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan carries within has also become stronger and more active. And this independent will deeply affects Homusubi's thought process. Even while she was hiding in the woods and observing the conversation between the Raikage and Hamu, she had to put a lot of effort to control the greed she was feeling at that time. The independent will in her eyes was urging her to steal Danzo's eyes even if it risked all her plans, and it took too much effort on her part to control that greed. After a deep exhale, Kuroto put back the capsule in his hand inside his pocket and smiled. He now has a new plan in his mind, and that plan involves the use of Rinnegan. Based on his understanding of the Chimera Jutsu up until now, Kuroto has concluded that no matter how much improvement is made in Chimera Jutsu, undergoing the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual is an extremely risky process with no guarantee of 100% success. Therefore, having a pair of Rinnegan in his hand is a good practice, as it would provide him with reassurance that if something unexpected happens to him and he dies, he can at least be brought back to life with the help of Rinnegan rebirth. This also means that Danzo must be eliminated, as Kuroto would need that pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets for creating the Rinnegan. It's just that Kuroto feels quite weird about Danzo's situation. Especially his conversation with the Yondaime Raikage Eye. In fact, by that time, Kuroto has already understood the gist behind Danzo's strange behavior. From what Kuroto has observed, the reason behind Danzo's strange behavior was the unexpected change in the ritual that was brought by Orochimaru's cursed seal that he secretly planted in Danzo's body. That cursed seal was obviously not the right solution to the problem of fusion of souls. Natural energy eroded all the souls, and Danzo's own soul wasn't spared. Although his soul recovered with the awakening of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, however, once something is broken, then even if it is repaired, there are always cracks left behind, and those cracks in Danzo's soul are the cause of his strange behavior. The other souls in his body were not completely eroded by the natural energy, they are still present inside his body. And since Danzo doesn't seem to have any power to suppress them for the time being, therefore, those souls are able to manifest themselves from the cracks in his soul. This is the only reasoning Kuroto has come up with to explain why Danzo showed several different personalities in such a short amount of time. Thinking of this, Kuroto summoned a crow and wrote a message to Yagura. If Kuroto's guess is indeed correct, then among the 5 souls present inside Danzo's body, only 4 of them have manifested so far during the battle. The first soul manifested itself while Danzo used crystal release jutsu to cut off the tree roots that were holding the volcano in order to escape. The coordination and planning he used highlighted that the soul that was in control of Danzo's body had some experience as a shinobi, but not too much, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to do things so messily. The second soul appeared when Danzo slaughtered Kumogakure shinobi and showed an excited expression. At that time, the battle prowess of Danzo was very poor. This was definitely the soul of someone who was just a civilian, without any understanding of how shinobi fights. The third soul appeared when Danzo was heavily punched by Raikage's Thunder Axe, but survived and then used Vapor Release Jutsu. At that time, Danzo's temperament had again changed, he showed the calmness of a shinobi and displayed good battle tactics. And finally, the fourth soul manifested, when Danzo suddenly stopped his battle with the Kumogakure shinobi and identified himself as Hamu. One of the souls has yet to manifest itself, but it doesn't really matter all that much. What's important is that if the soul of Kirigakure shinobi inside Danzo's body is manifested, then there is a good probability that Danzo might try to run away from Kumogakure and go to Kirigakure. Kuroto is not sure if this will really happen, it's just a possibility. Precisely why, Kuroto informed Yagura of the situation and instructed him to be prepared in advance so that encircling Danzo becomes easier. As for the possibility that Hamu aka Danzo will not leave Kumogakure, Kuroto highly doubts it. Raikage has indeed taken Hamu to Kumogakure, but Raikage is no fool, obviously, he won't give Hamu the kind of treatment Danzo might be expecting. This is Shinobi world, where benefits are the firstmost priority. Moreover, even if Raikage is willing to give shelter to Hamu, they wouldn't do so without complete reassurance that he won't be a danger to the village and he will be useful to the village because nobody wants to carry baggage. And even if he is willing to provide shelter to Hamu, the senior staff of Kumogakure wouldn't allow it to happen so easily. Therefore, the most likely thing to happen to Hamu is that he will be locked up in some dark cell or tied to a test bench, and then his nightmare will start. Kuroto believes that Danzo should also understand this, as such, he won't dare stay in Kumogakure any more than necessary. This is more evident from the fact that while Hamu explained Raikage quite a lot of things related to the ritual, he didn't mention a thing about would release an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Danzo can use. Knowing this, Kuroto's worries in regards to the safety of the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan also diminished, because at this point in time, other than him, Orochimaru, and Danzo, no one is aware of the presence of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets. Chapter 669, Untitled. As soon as Kuroto returned to the village, he sensed the tense atmosphere of the village. The security of the outer wall was much stricter than a few days ago. In fact, the number of guards has almost doubled as compared to what Kuroto remembers, and not only that, even a few perception barriers that aren't easily deployed were also activated. This tight security also caused problems for Kuroto, as it took quite a lot of effort on his part to sneak inside the village without alerting any barrier. Of course, he was able to pass through without any trouble and made his way toward the Konoha Ninja Academy. After entering the principal office, Kuroto deactivated the shadow clone he left behind and hurriedly sorted out all the memories that were experienced by the shadow clone. With that done, Kuroto smiled slightly. He walked towards the window of the principal office and muttered while looking towards the Hokage building. Surprisingly, the village's response wasn't slow either. According to the memories of the shadow clone, not long ago, Sandaime Hokage gathered hundreds of shinobi present inside the Konoha village and hurriedly led them outside the village. Obviously, the location where Sandaime is headed is the volcano where Danzo's Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual took place. Kuroto is so sure about this is because other than that, it doesn't make any sense for Sandaime to hurriedly rush out of the village with such a large force, given that the Akatsuki organization has not made any move recently, and nor does any other village has taken any aggressive action Konoha in the recent times. Kuroto muttered with a thoughtful expression, well, this is no surprise. The chakra transmission array used over 1,500 Konoha shinobi. Obviously, Sandaime would be able to track them one way or other. Despite the measures Danzo took to cover up the transfer of Konoha shinobi outside the village, his secret maneuvers were discovered by Sandaime, which means that it is impossible to bypass everyone's eyes. As long as people are involved, it is impossible to achieve complete secrecy. This has further strengthened Kuroto's determination to carry out his Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual alone. Only then will his ritual not be discovered or tracked by anyone and ensure total safety and non-interruption. Thinking so, Kuroto held his chin and muttered with a thoughtful expression, I should put learning In Seal and 8 inner gates to the agenda. Kuroto has thought of learning 8 inner gates even before. Not only will this be beneficial to him in terms of chakra level while the gates are open, but learning 8 inner gates will also increase his physical strength, which will help him overcome the only problem he has been facing in perfectly mastering Senjutsu. Therefore, it's time for Kuroto to delve into learning the 8 inner gates technique. Kuroto knows that the 8 inner gates jutsu is different compared to all the other forbidden jutsu out there. Unlike others, mastering this jutsu requires regular training. Only daily training, grinding, and constantly breaking through their limits allow the user to be able to make progress in the 8 inner gates formation. According to Kuroto's estimation, the first 6 gates are pretty useless to Kuroto. Even now, with his pure physical strength, Kuroto can compete with Guy while he has opened the 6 of 8 gates. Therefore, what's Kuroto's target is to breach the 7th and more importantly, the 8th gate before the ritual. But Kuroto also knows that opening the 7th and 8th gates will be an incredibly hard process for him. I mean, just look at my Guy. He has been training himself for the past 15 years. Even then, he has only opened the 7th gate. The 8th gate is still far too ahead. This goes to show how much effort and training is required to open the 8th gate. This is why Kuroto needs to immediately start his training, because if he doesn't, then it is very likely that all of his chakra clones will be created, but he won't be able to open all the 8 gates. Creating the In Seal is just as important for him as the 8 inner gate technique, so the sooner he starts working on it, the better for him, as he will be able to start accumulating chakra. The chakra reserves of current Kuroto are far higher compared to Tsunadeheim, therefore, his efficiency in collecting chakra will be much better than her, and he will be able to collect large volumes of chakra in a very short period of time. Kuroto isn't sure how much chakra he will be able to gather, but it should amount to at least something. Danzo, In Seal, 8 inner gate formation, and of course, the Earth Chakra Nature clone, all of these are important matters that I have to work upon, muttered Kuroto. Among the 4 tasks before him, he can learn the 8 inner gates formation from Guy. My Guy is a good friend, so there won't be any problem with it. Kuroto knows that as long as he approaches Guy with the intention of wanting to learn it, guy will definitely teach him. And the other two matters are also not that problematic. Cultivating the Earth Chakra Nature clone is going to take some time, so that's not urgent. As for dealing with Danzo, it is also not of immediate concern as it's going to take some time and planning. But the matter of learning In Seal is a bit troublesome, or should it be said that rather than learning In Seal, obtaining it is a more troublesome task. As Kuroto was wondering how to get his hands on In Seal, he suddenly thought of a method. Perhaps I can ask Yui to help me. She is Tsunade Heim's disciple. There is a good chance that Tsunade-sama won't deny her request. Thinking of this, Kuroto planned to go to Konoha Hospital and ask for her help, but just as he was about to jump out of the window, Shursui hurriedly rushed into his office and said, "Kuroto-san, Danzo-sama, he defected." Chapter 670, Konoha's Response. Hokage Building. Kuroto calmly sat on his seat and glanced at all the people attending this meeting. The former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Elder Udatain Koharu, Tsunade Heim, Sannin Jiraiya, the patriarchs of major shinobi clans such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Ino Shikacho, the captains and leaders of various important departments such as Umbu, Intelligence, Medical, and so on were also present at the meeting. As for Kuroto, he participated in this meeting as the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy. Oh, and the meeting? It was organized by Elder Hiruzen as soon as he returned to the village after the expedition. As everyone observed the solemn expression on the face of Elder Hiruzen, everyone felt that something bad has happened. Elder Udatain was the one who broke the silence and questioned him. "Sarutobi, what happened?" At Elder Udatain's inquiry, Elder Hiruzen took a deep breath, then told the details of what transpired at the volcano. As everyone present at the meeting became aware of what actually happened at the volcano, their expressions turned solemn, and a silence dawned in the meeting room. The most angered person was obviously Elder Hiruzen himself, followed by Elder Udatain. Both of them were burning with rage. As for the others? Some were shocked, some were stupefied, while others were calculating the impact of this incident on them and their clans. After a while, Hiruzen broke the silence of the meeting room and questioned, "What are your opinions on this matter?" Hizashi hesitated, then asked, "Sandame-sama, is this news really true? Did Danzo-sama really do such a thing?" Hiruzen nodded with a helpless expression. "Unfortunate as it may, what I have told everyone here is indeed true." As soon as Hiruzen received information sent by Kakashi, he immediately summoned a few hundred Konoha shinobi and led the army towards that particular volcano. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived there, whatever was happening there was already completed, and the volcano had already collapsed after erupting. He and other Konoha shinobi saw only death and destruction there. Seeing the corpses of hundreds of Konoha shinobi, and no sign of Kakashi or Danzo, Hiruzen was worried, especially because he had no idea of what actually happened there. After that, he did what he had to and led the shinobi squads in search of Danzo and Kakashi. After a while of the search operation, they finally found the unconscious Kakashi and nearly 1,000 unconscious but alive Konoha shinobi with him. Although he wasn't sure why everyone was unconscious, the fact that they were all alive greatly relieved him. But there was still one problem: there were no signs of Danzo. The search operation continued for the next few hours until the search unit was able to capture a few root shinobis. The root shinobis were mercilessly tortured until they finally confessed the details of what actually transpired at the volcano. After collecting all the information piece by piece, the entire story became clear to Hiruzen. The former Hokage was shocked to learn that Shimura Danzo actually held a Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual inside the volcano, and he had gathered those 1,500 Konoha shinobi outside the volcano to use them as chakra sources. And none of those 1,500 Konoha shinobi would have survived if it wasn't for Kakashi to rescue them. Learning all this, Sandame was already in disbelief, but the news that he received next made his mind blank. Danzo, who successfully completed the ceremony, actually defected and left the Land of Fire. Shimura Danzo, the Hokage agent, and the former leader of the Root Division of the Umbu defected. Such a ridiculous thing actually happened. Although Danzo was only Hokage agent, neither was he officially coronated as the Godame Hokage, nor was his face engraved on the Hokage rock. However, He was the highest political authority in Konoha, so he was practically the village's unofficial Hokage. And he actually defected? The faces of everyone in the meeting were in disbelief upon learning this news. No one ever imagined that such a thing would actually happen, especially considering Danzo's character and his loyalty towards Konoha. Sandame, who has been a childhood friend of Danzo, never imagined that one day Danzo would actually defect from Konoha. Uchiha Patriarch was the first one to recover from shock and inquired, "Sandame-sama, do we have any information as to where has Danzo escaped after his defection?" Jiraiya nodded with a sigh, "Kumogakure." According to the information Jiraiya has received from his information network, Danzo met up with the Yondaime Raikage and his entourage around the borders of the Land of Fire, and together both of them left in the direction of the Land of Lightning. Smash! Tsunade smashed the table in anger. Raikage dared to take Danzo to the Land of Lightning. Does he want to start a war? Elder Koharu echoed from the side, "I am not sure about war, but they must at least give us an explanation." At this time, Nara Shikaku said with a solemn expression, "Our current priority is not to discuss the actions of Raikage and Kumogakure. We have to focus on the most important matter before us, and that is the leadership of Konoha. The village can't function without a leader. Since Danzo has defected, he can no longer be called the leader of the village. This means we must choose a new Hokage, or someone to fill up the role of the leader." Everyone agreed with Nara Shikaku's words, and after a while of thinking, all of them, without any difference, looked in the direction of Elder Hiruzen. While Konoha is facing such a complex situation, the best and safest choice would be to let Hiruzen, the most experienced person here, hold the power in his hands. With that, voting began. And without any twists and turns, Elder Hiruzen was reinstated as Konoha's Hokage. After reassuming the Hokage's position, the first order he issued was to propose negotiation with Kumogakure. The negotiation team was led by Elder Koharu and immediately planned to depart for the Land of Lightning. After that, some further instructions were issued, and then the meeting was concluded. One thing to note is that there was no mention of Amatsukami or Orochimaru whatsoever in the meeting. This means that anyone who was aware of their involvement died except Danzo and the two people in question. And unless Danzo makes this news public, the involvement of Amatsukami and Orochimaru is going to remain buried underneath the ashes of that volcano. While thinking these things, Kuroto left the Hokage building and made his way toward the Konoha Hospital. Chapter 671, Short Trip to Hot Spring. As Kuroto entered the Konoha Hospital, he saw the increased rush inside. Because of the sudden influx of nearly 1,000 injured shinobi, and around 500 dead bodies being prepared for the burial, the Konoha Hospital is in chaos at this moment. Looking at the saddened villagers crying over the loss of their loved ones, Kuroto felt guilty. When he and Orochimaru designed the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual and chakra transmission array for Danzo, neither he nor Orochimaru planned to sacrifice the lives of those 1,500 Konoha shinobis. Both he and Orochimaru expected that the chakra support provided by 1,500 Konoha shinobi should be more than enough. As such, there won't be any problem of lack of chakra, so obviously, their lives won't be in danger. However, both he and Orochimaru were proven wrong during the ritual. Especially Kuroto, he never expected that the requirements of chakra would be so high that Danzo would become crazy and turn the chakra transmission array beyond the maximum limit, endangering the lives of the shinobis standing on the array. The thing is, even if it was Danzo who sucked the chakra of all those deceased Konoha shinobis, Kuroto and Orochimaru have equal unshirkable responsibility for their deaths, for they are the ones who designed the damn thing. Given Orochimaru's character, he won't be least affected by the deaths of these people. However, Kuroto feels guilty. But at the same time, he is more determined, because he knows. Weak people are always at the mercy of the strong. They have to dance at the whims of strong people. As such, in the plans of strong ones, the weak ones are crushed, trampled upon, and sacrificed without any regard. Kuroto has also personally experienced such a life after graduating from the academy and in his early teens, therefore, he never wants to go back to those days. Moreover, Kuroto can't allow the sacrifice of these 500 dead shinobi to go to waste. He has to give their deaths at least some meaning. This is why Kuroto has decided to work on Project Godhood with all his heart and see it to the end. With such determination, he continued to walk through the corridors of the Konoha Hospital and came to the room that is assigned to Yui. Of course, Yui was not sitting in her cabin. She was obviously too busy to be resting here because of the sudden influx of Konoha shinobi, and Kuroto chose not to disturb her. Instead, he patiently waited for her to come here. And Kuroto had to wait for a damn long time for her to return. Yui came to her cabin at 3 o'clock in the morning. As she entered her cabin to change her clothes and catch a quick sleep, she was surprised to find Kuroto sitting on a chair by the window and reading something. After noticing him, she questioned, "Kuroto-kun, when did you come here?" Kuroto answered with a smile, "Just a while ago." Yui sighed, "You have been waiting here since evening, right? You know you could have directly come to find me instead of waiting here." Kuroto smiled and didn't answer. Some things aren't required to be said because they are better left unsaid. Seeing Kuroto's smile, Yui shook her head helplessly and said, "All right." Then she closed the door and asked, "Is there something you needed?" Kuroto nodded, "Sort of. I needed a favor." Yui muttered, "I see. I'll definitely help you," but here she paused and said, "If it's nothing of emergency, would it be fine if I listen after a bath? I am extremely tired right now, and want to take a hot bath right this moment, so," but she suddenly stopped, thought of something, and excitedly said, "Or wait, why don't you join me? You can tell me all the details while we soak in the hot water." Seeing Yui's tired expression, at the same time, her beaming smile, Kuroto couldn't help but nod. "Now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since we have spent some quality time together. All right, let's do that." Yui bobbed her head, "Yes, it's been quite a while." With that, Kuroto folded back the scroll he was reading and said to Yui, "Sort out your things, and then we can leave when you are ready. Using this occasion, I will take you to a place I found not too long ago. That place has some good hot springs. You will be able to relax there." Yui frowned, "But Kuroto-kun, we can't go too far. The number of patients at the hospital is a lot at this time. And if I were to disappear for a long time, then it will be a problem. Tsunade-sama will also scold me." Kuroto reassured Yui, "I know, don't worry about it, we aren't going too far." "I mean we are, but we can return instantly," Yui asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Kuroto smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better to directly experience it?" Although not sure how, out of trust in Kuroto, she nodded, "All right, if you say so." With that, Yui went to sort out her things, as well as bring along a set of clothes that she would wear after the bath. Meanwhile, Kuroto started the preparations from his end. After 10 minutes, the two of them were prepared and ready to disappear. Kuroto took out a giant scroll and put it on the floor. Seeing the scroll, Yui narrowed her eyes. "Isn't this a scroll for signing contracts with the summoning creatures?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes, and you are going to sign your name in it too." She nodded obediently, "Okay," albeit in confusion. With that, Yui bit her finger, then used the blood to sign her name on it, then further marked it with her fingerprints. And the contract was formally established. "It's done," muttered Kuroto, and added, "Now we are all set to go." At this time, Yui asked, "Kuroto-kun, are we going to use reverse summoning to go to that place?" "Indeed," nodded Kuroto, then explained, "The place we are going to is located near the seas of the Land of Lightning. It's a volcanic island that I discovered during one of my Umbu missions. After I discovered it, I made some changes to it, so at this point, the only way to go there and come out is by the means of reverse summoning jutsu, and that is only possible if someone has signed the contract I designed." Yui blinked her eyes and looked at Kuroto in amazement. Kuroto smiled, seeing Yui's shocked expression. "Don't worry about it, it wasn't a big deal." And after reassuring her, he said to her, "Now that you have signed the summoning contract, let's use the reverse summoning jutsu to go there." Yui nodded, "Okay." The two then held one of their hands together, and using their other hand, the two weaved the hand signs of the reverse summoning jutsu, and poof! And off they disappeared from the Konoha Hospital. Chapter 672, Some Quality Time. "Ha, Yui exhaled a relieved sigh, and said, "It feels so relaxing. I can't even remember the last time I soaked in a hot spring." Hearing Yui's words, Kuroto scratched his cheeks awkwardly. He kind of feels guilty for never taking her anywhere, not even to any hot spring. Whether because of missions or because of his personal affairs, he has been traveling all over the shinobi world, but unlike him, Yui always stays in Konoha, serving the Hyuga clan and taking care of his home, never venturing outside. Although she has never complained about it, now that Kuroto thinks about it, he feels that he should treat her better. As Kuroto was thinking these things, Yui swam to his side, slowly hugged him, then sat upon him. Kuroto supported her waist with one of his hands, while using his other hand he gently brushed her back, and questioned, "You, okay?" Yui nuzzled in Kuroto's embrace and answered, just want to stay like this for a while." Kuroto nodded slightly and continued to soothe her with gentle caresses. After a while, Yui moved her head and gazed into Kuroto's eyes as she questioned, "Say Kuroto-kun, what other secrets are you hiding from me?" Kuroto asked in return, "What brought this on?" Yui held Kuroto's face with both his hands and said while looking down, Sometimes I feel that despite knowing you from my childhood, despite having spent the past 20 years of my life with you, I know nothing about you." Kuroto smiled slightly. He held her chin with his hand and raised her face to look into his eyes, and questioned, "Does it bother you?" Yui shook her head. "No, it doesn't. Because I know that you will tell me everything when you feel that the time is right. It's just that, sometimes I see loneliness and complexity in your eyes, and I don't know how to help you get over it. Yeah. One day, I'll tell you everything I have hidden from you as of yet, but until then, I want you to be patient and have trust in me. As for your worry about me feeling lonely, just having you by my side is more than enough. You don't have to do anything more," said Kuroto as he patted her head. Yui nodded, "Always," then buried her head in Kuroto's embrace. Kuroto nodded, "Always." After a while of silence, Kuroto suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Yui," then squeezed his hand skis, and pointed out, "You seem to have developed." Slap. With a clear red mark of a slap on his face, Kuroto was sitting opposite Yui as the two had dinner. Giggled seeing Kuroto's face, Yui giggled, "I'm sorry, it's just that you look so funny with that swollen cheek. Does it still hurt?" Kuroto shook his head with a sigh, "No," but as he tried to touch his swollen cheek he let out an involuntarily cry, "Ouch." Yui tried her best to control her laugh. "It seems that it does hurt even now. Come here. I'll heal your face." Normally, the swelling wouldn't have been so bad, but Yui subconsciously wrapped chakra over her hand. When she struck him, that's why the swelling is so bad. Kuroto nodded and let her do her thing. Soon, the gentle warmth of medical chakra appeared over his cheek and the swelling started to heal. While Yui was healing him, Kuroto questioned, "What is the status of casualties caused by the recent incident?" Yui replied in an emotional tone, "A lot of senior shinobis died while being tied down to that array. Even among the shinobi who have survived, there are many who can no longer work as a shinobi. Their chakra pathways are severely damaged. So, they are no longer suitable for carrying out missions." Kuroto muttered, "Is that so?" not so surprised. Yui nodded, "Yes," then added with a bitter smile, "You know, Kuroto-kun, isn't it an irony that shinobi who wouldn't have hesitated to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the village were killed by the village and died at the hands of their Hokage?" Kuroto was silent. Yui was silent, only the pulsating sound of the healing chakra resounded. After a while, Yui added, "What happened to them is unacceptable." Kuroto muttered, "I know." Because the number of people involved in this incident was over 1,000, as such, their mouths can't be kept shut. Therefore, within just half a day, the news of Danzo's ritual and what he did to the 1,500 shinobi also became public. The Konoha hospital where all the comatose and injured are being kept at this moment became the distribution hub of the news. Therefore, even Yui, who didn't particularly try to inquire for information, is also aware of the ins and outs of the incident. Because she has personally seen the pain of the people who lost their loved ones, and the pain of the people who were injured or can no longer be shinobi. As such, she is greatly angered at Danzo for doing such a thing. Kuroto patted her head, and questioned, I heard that Kakashi was the one to discover the site of the ritual, is that true? Yui nodded lightly. Based on what people are telling, Kakashi-san teleported near the array and fought against Danzo's men in an attempt to save them. Initially, he was struggling, but something happened which made Danzo's men run away. With those people gone, Kakashi-san used his flying Raijin jutsu and rescued all those people who were still alive. You know, he didn't leave even a single person who was alive out there to die. Kuroto has already heard all these details about Kakashi at the meeting. After this achievement, Kakashi is now being compared to Konoha's Yellow Flash. This is basically a transformation. A transformation from an elite Jonin class to a full-fledged Kage class shinobi. Ultimately, losing the Manjikyu Sharingan that Obito gave him proved to be a boon for him. It won't be wrong to say that Kakashi is also growing up. Just as Kuroto was thinking of Kakashi's achievement, Yui removed her hand from Kuroto's cheek and said, There, it's all healed up. Now no one will laugh at you. Kuroto nodded, thanks. Yui smiled sweetly and squeezed his nose, no problem. Then she thought of something and asked, Kuroto-kun, wasn't there something you needed my help with? Kuroto nodded, yeah. I almost forgot about it. He turned the topic and spoke, Yui. I need the In seal. Yui was taken aback, the In seal. But Kuroto-kun, the In seal is. Kuroto nodded, I know all those details. But I still need it. Yui thought for a while, and said, I can try and ask Tsunade-sama. But I can't guarantee. Kuroto agreed, yeah. Try asking her. If she gives it to you, then very well, otherwise, I will try to take it from the scroll of seals. Yui nodded, alright, I'll see what I can do. Chapter 673, A Talk with Tsunade. In order to minimize the adverse effects of Danzo's ritual and his defection, the Elder Council announced that Shimura Danzo would no longer hold the position of Konoha's agent Hokage. At the same time, he was branded as a wanted criminal and a rogue shinobi with a bounty of several 100 million ryo for killing and injuring hundreds of Konoha's shinobi. The position of Konoha's Hokage, as discussed in the meeting, was filled up by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who soon took over the command of the village with Daimyo's agreement. And as discussed in the meeting, a team of elite shinobi was led by Elder Koharu to the Land of Lightning in order to negotiate with the Raikage in regards to the handover of Danzo. On his end, Kuroto wasn't idle either. He ordered Godame Kazekage Pakura and Yonde Mizuki Jigura to spread out their men all over the shinobi world, especially inside the Land of Lightning, to collect as much information as they can on the movements of Shimura Danzo. Also, he instructed his former subordinates in Konoha Umbu to use their own channels to collect intelligence on Danzo. With that done, Kuroto waited and focused on the other important matters. On Yui's end, there was soon good news. Only a few days after she started pestering Tsunade to teach her the In seal, Tsunade relented and agreed to teach her the In seal. Without a doubt, Senju Tsunade loves her disciples, so she directly gave Yui the secret scroll of In seal. Since the Konoha hospital is extremely busy these days, so Yui didn't have the time to come home and give Kuroto the scroll he needed at home. Therefore, she called him to the Konoha hospital during her break time and passed him the scroll. After receiving the scroll of In seal, Kuroto patted Yui's head and said, Don't worry, I will keep it safe. Now you can go back to taking care of the patients. Yui nodded, Take care, Kuroto-kun, then left the room. After Yui was gone, Kuroto opened the window of the room and said while looking up, She is gone, you can come in. With Kuroto's words, a shadow leaped inside the room. Whoosh! As the light of the room fell upon the shadow, their appearance became clear. A fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and blonde hair, a diamond mark on the center of her forehead, wearing a gray, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing a sizable cleavage. Looking at her standing before him, Kuroto muttered, As expected, it's really you. Tsunade-sama. I wonder what you were trying to do while spying on me and my fiancé. Tsunade didn't answer. She walked closer to Kuroto and noted his eyes. You didn't activate your Byakugan. Despite that, you were able to sense my presence even while I was suppressing my chakra. It's quite commendable. Kuroto chuckled. It seems I was underestimated. Tsunade nodded. That you were. Then she looked at the scroll in Kuroto's hand and asked, So, what's up with that scroll? I remember giving it to my disciple. Why do you have it? Kuroto apologized. I am sorry about this. I really needed the In seal. So, I asked Yui to help me get it. Don't blame her, she did this for me. Tsunade pondered a little and questioned with a sharp look, what do you want to do with the In seal? Based on your knowledge of Fuinjutsu, you should already know that the In seal can't be used by males. Faced with Tsunade's question, Kuroto remained casual and answered, want to study it. I am aware of what exactly is In seal capable of, so I want to use it to solve a problem I have been facing since my childhood. I believe that if I can solve that problem, my strength will improve immensely. I see, nodded Tsunade in understanding. Then added, even if you are telling the truth, even if your intentions are pure, your method is not correct. What you are doing is practically stealing someone's secret ninjutsu. And what is the punishment of stealing someone's secret ninjutsu? This, you as a former Umbu, and the principal of Konoha Ninja Academy should be very well aware of. Kuroto nodded, indeed. I am aware. Kuroto's reaction was unexpected, and Tsunade couldn't help but say, aren't you worried that I might reveal this to the public? Oh, you don't happen to think that just because you are the principal of the Ninja Academy, you won't be punished at all, or do you think the Hyuga clan will be able to protect you? After speaking such words, Tsunade expected at least some reaction on his face, but she had to be disappointed. Rather than being intimidated or getting worried, Kuroto sighed tiredly and said, don't you think it would save both of us a lot of time if you directly moved to your main objective rather than beating around the bush? We both know that there is something you want from me. As for what exactly that is, you will have to tell me yourself. I won't know it unless you tell me. Hearing Kuroto's words and seeing his calmness, Tsunade was annoyed and questioned, what makes you think that I want something from you? Kuroto answered, as a matter of fact, it's too obvious. Tsunade was confused. How is it so obvious? Kuroto explained, you didn't directly take the scroll from me. Instead, you engaged me in a conversation and attempted to intimidate me about the consequences and all. It's obvious you want my help with something. It's just that you don't know how to ask for help, or maybe your pride as a Sannin isn't allowing you to openly ask for help, so you are trying to scare me into doing that thing for you. Seeing that her intentions were seen through by Kuroto so easily, Tsunade pouted, all right. I need your help with something. Kuroto asked, see, was that so difficult? Tsunade glared, beat it, kid. Kuroto surrendered, all right, then asked, so, what does Tsunade-sama want me to do for her? Remembering the matter, Tsunade's face darkened, and she explained, because of the stupid actions of that bastard Danzo, the dignity of the village is greatly affected. And the most troublesome matter is that the Uchiha clan that was silent up until now has started to become restless again. The Uchiha clan's desire for taking over the position of Konoha's Hokage was never diminished. It's just that because of the pressure from eternal enemies such as Akatsuki and Amatsukami, they had to curb their desire and work together with the Hokage faction. This was obviously not their intention, but the only choice they were forced to make in order to survive. But the current situation doesn't seem to be all that bad. On the surface, Amatsukami seems to have reached an agreement with the village and is defending the Shinobi world and Konoha from the threat of the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, due to the destruction of the village, the cruel actions of Danzo, and the deaths of several thousand Konoha shinobi in a very short span of time, the reputation of the Hokage faction is no longer what it used to be in the eyes of the villagers. Although they have chosen Sarutobi Hiruzen again as the Hokage, internally they are also frustrated. This has presented a wonderful opportunity for the Uchiha clan, and several Uchiha clansmen have started to work their minds on this opportunity. Obviously, this matter wasn't unnoticed by Kuroto. Tsunade continued, I have received reliable information from a source of mine. In their last clan gathering, the Uchiha clan began to openly discuss the steps they are going to take to compete for the position of Hokage. Although this is not a problem at this point, however, it can become troublesome over time. And, asked Kuroto, knowing full well where this is going to go. Tsunade sighed, I am going to be straight with you, the village needs the explicit support of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 674, Agreement. I am going to be straight with you, the village needs the explicit support of the Hyuga clan. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kuroto fell silent and glanced at Tsunade. As far as he can think, Tsunade's reliable source of information is definitely Uchiha Izumi, who is another one of her disciples. And knowing this, Kuroto couldn't help but feel pity for the Uchiha clan. Up until now, they have sent 3 children into the Hokage faction as a pipeline to connect the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, but unfortunately for them, all 3 children betrayed the trust of their clan. Shursui did so, Itachi was no different, and now, Izumi has probably followed suit. Neither of the 3 seems to support the intentions of their clan and seems to have sided with the opinions of the Hokage faction. This shows the scary side of the Hokage faction, especially their brainwashing abilities. But that is a different matter altogether and we won't be discussing it now. As for what Tsunade has said, to Kuroto, it does make some sense. As far as Kuroto sees it, at this point in time, other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one is more suitable to serve as the Hokage in Konoha. There are several reasons behind this line of thought. First is that Sandaime Hokage is highly experienced and will be able to stabilize the situation of the village one way or the other, and the second reason is that he is quite old, which means he won't be able to serve as the Hokage for very long, which means, sooner or later, others will have their chance. So whether it is someone who is ambitious for the position of Konoha's Hokage, or not, everyone will be willing to serve him for a while. To be honest, Kuroto doesn't really have any problem if someone from the Uchiha clan serves as the Hokage, but what worries him is that that person should also consider the overall situation, not just their clan. As far as Kuroto can think, other than Shursui and Itachi, no one seems to match that criteria at this point. Shursui is obviously unsuitable to be the Hokage, while Itachi is too young, so for a while, the Uchiha clan will have to stand on the side. This is why, Kuroto agrees with Tsunade that if the Uchiha clan is allowed to rule the village at this point in time, then there might be some unwanted trouble in the village, and what Kuroto needs more than anything is stability in Konoha. But all this aside, what confused Kuroto is, putting aside the matter of keeping the Uchiha clan at the bay, what I don't understand is that if you want the explicit support of the Hyuga clan, why to contact me instead of Patriarch? My opinion isn't that important in the clan. I am just a member of the branch family. Oh, don't try to be modest in front of me, she said, then added with a sigh, true you are a member of the branch family, but you have deep influence over the Hyuga clan. I have come to notice that even the patriarch of your clan takes your opinion seriously. This is why I am asking you. Based on her personal investigation and all her observations, Tsunade has come to understand that Hyuga Kuroto really does have a deep influence over the Hyuga clan. Although some members of the main family don't seem to like him very much, there still exist a few who side with him, and what's most important is that the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, as well as the leader of the branch family, both of them seems to trust Kuroto, and deeply care about him. And that's not it. Most of the members of the branch family seem to love him, admire him, and feel proud of his achievements. I see, murmured Kuroto, you seem to have done your research. Tsunade nodded, Kuroto pondered a little, then said, I can try to do it, but are you really sure it would work? We both know that the Hyuga clan may be one of the 2 major clans of Konoha, but it doesn't stand in the same league when compared with Uchiha clan. Tsunade was surprised. It's surprising for a member of the Hyuga clan to admit such a thing so openly. Kuroto said, what's true is true. Not accepting it won't change it. Accepting it leads to the possibility of changing it if we work to change it, but if we don't even accept the reality, then nothing can be done. But that's not important, as I said, are you sure it would work? Tsunade shook her head, probably for some time. Kuroto questioned doubtfully, and you still want me to do it? Tsunade nodded, yes. Kuroto nodded, all right then. And added, I will make sure that the Hyuga clan stands on the Hokage faction. Then asked, is there anything else? Tsunade looked at Kuroto for a while, and asked, there is also something I want to ask. Kuroto nodded, ask away then. Tsunade questioned, how did you make Uchiha Shisui loyal to you? Kuroto asked in confusion, what makes you think he is loyal to me? Tsunade replied, my woman's intuition tells me. Then questioned, how did you do it? Instead of giving a direct answer, Kuroto questioned instead, then tell me how did you do it with Uchiha Izumi? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. So you were able to figure it out? Kuroto replied, as a matter of fact, I was in the Umbu for several years. I was also the leader of the most elite team in the Umbu department. Obviously, I can figure out such simple things. Tsunade nodded, makes sense, and added, you are too sharp for your own good. Kuroto chuckled, that's why I tend to stay anonymous. Tsunade sighed, and said, forget it. I don't want to listen to how and why Uchiha Shisui became loyal to you. I only hope that you can keep him under control, just make sure he doesn't get involved in things he shouldn't. Listening to Tsunade's words, Kuroto was thoughtful. To be honest, gaining the loyalty of Shisui wasn't that difficult for him. In fact, if the Hokage faction really tried to trust Shisui, then Shisui would become completely loyal to the Hokage faction as he was until a few years ago. It's a pity that Hokage-sama didn't do that. But if you think about it, even Sandaime-sama isn't to be blamed. After learning that Uchiha Shisui has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and hearing the details of Koto Amatsukami, it's not strange for him to be vigilant of Shisui. Well, not that it matters to me. He thought, and agreed, I'll do what I can. Tsunade nodded happily, all right then. Then she took out a scroll from the pocket of her vest, and tossed it towards Kuroto, here take this. Kuroto caught the scroll and muttered in confusion, this scroll is? Tsunade explained, the scroll Yui gave to you is meant for her, you are not allowed to have it, return it back to her. Instead of that, you can have this scroll, it also records the In seal and might prove to be more helpful to you. Kuroto muttered in surprise, helpful? Tsunade nodded, I don't have enough time to explain it to you. You will understand when you study it, anyway, you have only 7 days, after that, you must return it to me, so you better hurry up. 7 days, huh? Kuroto pondered, then nodded, all right. Seeing that Kuroto agreed, Tsunade added, oh, and one more thing. The In seal was designed for females, so whether you can master it or not is hard to say. If I were you, I won't get my hopes too high. Kuroto is not worried about this problem, and said, thanks for reminding me. But that's my problem, you don't have to concern yourself with it. Tsunade turned around and jumped out of the window, but before disappearing, she didn't forget to remind him, make sure to not spread it. Kuroto promised, I'll keep that in mind. Chapter 675, The Underestimated Kuroto. After coming back to his home, Kuroto immediately went to his study. Thing is, he couldn't wait to open the scroll Tsunade gave him and study the In seal. From just a simple glance over the scroll holder, he could see the mark of the Uzumaki clan, meaning that the In seal was undoubtedly an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. And it obviously need not be said that the creator of In seal is some kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan. After studying the engravings on the scroll holder, he put it aside and focused his attention on the scroll before him. Studying the esoteric scroll word by word, Kuroto's expression changed with every next word. For a moment, he would frown, sometimes he would look doubtful, then fall into contemplation, and another moment he would smile in triumph as if he solved a great problem and all. Overall, a multitude of expressions was visible on his face in a short time as he was delved into the study of In seal, and before he knew it several hours passed away. Sigh. After reading the entire scroll, Kuroto released a tired sigh and went into deep thought. The In seal is exactly as he expected, a very high-end, probably an SSS rank Fuinjutsu with a very delicate sealing procedure. Based on his knowledge, Kuroto can definitely see that the In seal was designed several centuries ago and perfected over the next few generations. This is why almost all the problems that In seal might have had at the time of its creation have been dealt with, making it a very practical and high-end fuinjutsu with almost no hidden dangers or defects. But that's where the problem comes from. Precisely because the In seal was perfected over generations, it has no hidden dangers or defects. The difficulty of successfully mastering it has increased by several multitudes. And it is very straining for those who don't have sufficient knowledge or chakra reserves to master it. This further explains why there were only 3 known people, that being Uzumaki Mido, Senju Tsunade, and Haruno Sakura, to have mastered the In seal in the canon. Among these 3 people, the first 2 were the princesses of the noble shinobi clans. As such, they had a solid foundation and sufficient chakra reserves, having inherited the genetics of the Senju and the Uzumaki clans. Even in terms of talent, both Mido-sama and Tsunade-hime are kunoichi, standing at the peak of the shinobi world. Therefore, it's not too surprising for them to have mastered the In seal after hard work. But Haruno Sakura was a different case altogether. Neither did she inherit the genetics of some noble shinobi clan, nor did she have high chakra reserves. The only thing she was good at was chakra control and Tsunade's guidance, allowing her to somehow master the In seal. This truly is a big very achievement. Take Shizune, Tsunade-hime's other disciple, for example. Shizune hasn't yet mastered the In seal, despite being aware of its existence for years. This clearly proves that In seal is not so easy to master. Of course, all these problems are not difficult for Kuroto. He has very good chakra control, a solid foundation, and good chakra reserves. Most of all, Kuroto has a very good grasp of fuinjutsu in general, which should allow him to master In seal without too much difficulty. But even with all that, Kuroto isn't sure if he can truly master it. Of course, even if impossible, Kuroto will still try it. If it works, then well and good. If not, then figure out why exactly went wrong and what changes to make in it to master it. With these intentions, after reading the complete scroll and memorizing the hand signs, he put the scroll aside and started to seal it. Unlike other fuinjutsu, burning the core of the In seal is a very difficult task. The In seal is burned in one of the most vulnerable and sensitive parts of the human body, and to be able to successfully do so, a lot of knowledge about the human body structure is needed. Fortunately, Kuroto has that knowledge. Not only does he understand the chakra pathway system of the human body because of the rigorous education provided by the Hyuga clan, but he also has a lot of knowledge about all the other parts of the human body because he has been dissecting them, studying them, and creating them for years. If the knowledge of the human body is considered, Kuroto believes he can easily rank among the top 10 people in the shinobi world. As such, he can repeatedly try to burn the In seal on his body and figure out the problems through trial and error without having to worry about accidentally injuring his brain or chakra pathway system. With that understood, he started to work on it. He gathered chakra on his fingertips while simultaneously reading the hand signs, then burned it on his forehead to insert the chakra inside the chakra pathway system and connect all the meridians in his body. One by one, all the steps recorded in the scroll were completed without any problem. After successfully engraving the seal on his forehead, Kuroto slowly opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror, and he was surprised to find a diamond mark there. Did I succeed in the first attempt? Kuroto was shocked and delighted. He didn't really expect to succeed so easily. But his happiness didn't last very long. Looking inside his body through the Byakugan, Kuroto noticed that all the chakra meridians in his body haven't connected with the In seal. Why did this happen? Obviously, I connected them, but, muttered Kuroto in doubt. He calmed his mind and traced back the burning of the seal, and after some observation, he noticed that he didn't do anything wrong in the procedure, yet, there was a problem in the procedure that confused him. Then why? Confused, he retried it, but failed again. But he wasn't one to give up so easily, and he tried again and again, but no matter how many times he performed it, the result was the same. All the chakra meridians in his body weren't being connected. But his attempts didn't go to waste, and after a while of trial and error, he finally figured out the issue. The problem is the difference in the chakra pathway system between the males and females. Males and females obviously have some differences in their chakra pathways, and the In seal he was burning is designed for the female chakra pathway system, which is why all the meridians weren't connecting with the seal. When she said to not get my hopes too high. I guess she wasn't kidding, Kuroto muttered with a sigh. Tsunade was indeed right. In seal is truly designed to be a fuinjutsu that is to be used only by women in general. When the In seal was created, the creator might have had the idea of creating it for both males and females. However, the males rarely tried using it, and as such, all the perfections that were made in it were made by females, and were made to suit the needs of females. This continued to happen for several generations, and over time, In seal became a fuinjutsu that can only be used by women. In this way, it is nearly impossible for males to master the In seal. Since the chakra pathways of the two are different, so obviously, the seal that is designed according to the chakra pathways of one gender won't work on the chakra pathway system of the other. No wonder Tsunade gave me the scroll so easily. It seems she was quite certain that even if I have the scroll, I won't be able to master the In seal. Only now did Kuroto understand her line of thought. The deal the two of us made may seem quite fair on the surface, but in truth, it is not. The chances of being able to master the In seal are quite low for Kuroto. However, he will have to complete his end of the deal, because she did complete her part. She gave him the scroll. As for whether he can master it or not is not her problem. It's just that Tsunade seems to have underestimated Kuroto's abilities and his means. I guess I'll have to show her that I am a tough nut to crack, Kuroto muttered with a determined expression and delved into successfully mastering the In seal at any cost. Chapter 676, Alternate Approach. 7 days later. According to the agreement made with Tsunade Heim, Kuroto came to the Konoha hospital to return the scroll of the In seal. As Tsunade took the scroll back, she noted that Kuroto was not disappointed. Noting this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Did you succeed? Kuroto just smiled mischievously and chose to remain silent. Tsunade wasn't sure. She had the feeling Kuroto hasn't succeeded, but at the same time, his expression was telling that he has. Kuroto said, "Well, now that I have returned back the scroll, I'll take my leave. As for my end of the deal, if any situation arises, I'll do what I promised," then turned around and left. Tsunade nodded absent-minded as she watched Kuroto disappear from her office. As for Tsunade's state of mind, Kuroto sort of expected it. And if he has to tell the truth about whether he has mastered the In seal or not, then the answer would be, he has, but at the same time, he hasn't. It is an indisputable fact that the In seal is more suitable for females as per its design. As for whether it is impossible for males to master it, then the answer is no. There is nothing impossible in this world. All that there is the level of difficulty. Kuroto knows that as long as he is given some time, he can make the necessary changes to the seal and make it suitable for males to use it. It's just that 7 days is not enough to make all those changes. So, what Kuroto did was use another approach. He believes that if he gets the chance to personally experience the working of In seal, then mastering it isn't a big deal. And to do so, he used his Tsukihai clone and tried to burn the In seal in that clone. Since the Tsukihai clone is biologically a female, so the chakra pathway system of that clone is that of a female, hence, there was no problem in regard to burning the In seal in it. When tried, he succeeded in the first attempt and experienced the feeling as all the meridians in the body were connected to the seal. He was really happy about the success, and for the next few days, he experienced the process of chakra gathering inside the In seal. Using this approach, Kuroto was able to understand the In seal quite well, and also figured out how to improve it so that males can also master it. Of course, it would take some time as the goal is quite far, but since the road is smooth and clear, so, there won't be any problem. With these thoughts in his mind, Kuroto returned to the Ninja Academy. Standing by the window of the principal's office, and looking at the children on the training field, Kuroto pondered over the other matters. This entire week he was busy cultivating the In seal, but, even if he was busy, his attention on the intelligence of the shinobi world was never relaxed. According to the information given to him by his various sources, the shinobi world has recently fallen into turbulence because of the incident that recently occurred in Kumogakure. Let's start from the beginning. As it is already known, after Sandaime took back the position of Konoha's Hokage, he sent a negotiation team to the Land of Lightning with the intention of recovering Danzo back to Konoha and punishing him for his crimes. However, this didn't go exactly as planned. The negotiation team led by Elder Udatane was intercepted at the border of the Land of Lightning by the Kumogakure shinobi, and an argument broke out between the two. The people of Konoha accused the people of Kumogakure of providing shelter to Konoha's criminals and destroying the unity of the five nations. Meanwhile, the people of Kumogakure accused Konoha of kidnapping their shinobi and using them to perform forbidden and inhuman rituals. Both sides were accusing each other, and at the same time, both were right on their part, so obviously no negotiations could be held unless a third party gets involved. When the two sides were arguing with each other, and the matter was starting to escalate, an unexpected, inexplicable fierce battle broke out inside Kumogakure. The battle was of such a degree that it affected the entire village. Although Kumogakure tried to block the news, such a thing is obviously impossible. The spies of one village are always inside the other, therefore, other villages such as Konoha, Suna, Kiri, and Iwa soon learned of it. The most shocking part of the news was that during the battle, an incomparably large Susanoo of dark and dirty red color also appeared in the battle. It wasn't seen for very long, but for the time it was, Kumogakure experienced catastrophic destruction. After the Susanoo disappeared, the injured Raikage and Killer Bees led a large number of elite Kumo shinobi on a hunting mission outside the village. When the other village got this information, everyone was at a loss. The Uchiha clan showed clear concern in this matter. The appearance of Susanoo meant that someone from the Uchiha clan was involved in the battle, and since the color and appearance of this Susanoo were completely different from all the Susanoo that have appeared so far, it meant that a new pair of Manjikyu Sharingan has appeared in the shinobi world. When Kuroto learned of this, he was able to roughly guess things. Undoubtedly, the ones who fought in the battle were Kumogakure shinobi, probably including Raikage as well as Killer Bee, and Danzo. It seems that Hama wasn't able to keep control over that body for very long, and whatever later happened led to the series of events. Anyway, the news that Raikage and Killer Bee led a large number of elite shinobi on a hunting mission meant that Danzo is no longer in Kumogakure, which is quite the conundrum. This problem may be a good thing as well as a bad thing for Kuroto. Good thing because he will be able to keep a close tab on Danzo's movements and plan his next move accordingly, and the bad thing because other villages will also start to get involved in this matter. Sigh, it's such a hassle, he sighed, then sat on his desk and started to study some scrolls. Kuroto has a gut feeling that he will only get one chance to deal with Danzo, and if he doesn't deal with Danzo in that one chance, then something might happen that he isn't willing to see. Since Kuroto doesn't that to happen, so he needs to plan well before making his move. As such, he calmly sat back on his desk. The time is not yet ripe for Kuroto to act. Chapter 677, to learn 8 inner gates. Having escaped Kumogakure after creating troubles, where will Danzo go, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. As one of the former senior consultants of Konoha, Danzo knows a lot about the shinobi world. Even if all the root hideouts recorded on the papers are eliminated, there would still exist hundreds of hideouts that only he knows and can use to hide. Without a doubt, Danzo realizes that he is in a pretty bad situation. He has been declared wanted by several nations and is being hunted down by them. In this situation, even if there are some problems in his soul, as long as he doesn't make any big mistakes or give away his trace, finding him would be nearly impossible for anyone. What's more, even if someone does manage to find him, they won't be able to do much damage to him, given his current strength. The current Danzo is nothing to scoff at, his strength has surpassed most of the shinobi out there, and he can no longer be taken lightly. The damn old man has 7 Kekkei Genkai, each one more dangerous than the other, giving him the ability to survive the fights against most of the shinobi out there. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that there exists only a handful of shinobi out there who can defeat him. What happened in Kumogakure is the direct proof of this. Kumo wasn't able to deal with Danzo inside their village and allowed him to escape their village. It's hard to say whether the hunting team Raikage and Killer Bee have led to Danzo would be of any effect or not. Shaw. As Kuroto was thinking this, suddenly a sharp hawk whistle resounded. He walked up to the window of the principal's office and noticed a small black spot gradually disappearing. Seeing this, he thought, communication eagle used by Konoha. It seems Konoha is also planning to make its move, then frowned, but is the village even aware of the exact situation? It's hard to say whether Konoha has any significant information. Based on what Kuroto knows so far, currently, Konoha doesn't have any useful information. But considering the bold move the village seems to have made, it seems they have conducted an in-depth analysis and some speculation on all the likely possibilities. After all, there aren't too many reasons why Kumo would become the center of attention of the entire shinobi world. Moreover, why and who would attack Kumo out of nowhere? It could have been the Akatsuki, but considering that Killer Bee was not taken away and chased after the attacker along with the Raikage instead of hiding somewhere, so the Akatsuki organization can be ruled out. Since the attacker was not a member of the Akatsuki organization, it means that it has to be someone else, and it just so happens that Danzo had defected to Kumo not long ago. Although no one in Konoha wants to accept it, it is a possibility that can't be denied, so sending in ambush squads to investigate the matter is plausible. Completely clear of the intentions behind Konoha's move, now Kuroto has to think of his move. After weighing it up, he decided to stay put for the time being. Kuroto's personal energy is limited, and he would much rather spend that energy somewhere productive instead of aimlessly searching the entire shinobi world by himself. Kuroto believes that staying in one place and concentrating on collecting information is a much better idea. Anyway, Kuroto controls 2 shinobi villages from the shadows and also has a very good grasp over the intelligence network of Konoha. With the assistance of the intelligence network of 3 great shinobi villages, Kuroto will be able to stay updated on every movement. As long as Danzo shows up, Kuroto will definitely be the first one to know his location and can plan accordingly. Since he has decided to stay put for a while, Kuroto focused his attention on another important matter and came to the training field of the Konoha Ninja Academy. The person he is looking for is none other than my guy. Since he has almost mastered the In Seal, the next step is mastering the 8 inner gates. And the best way to master this forbidden jutsu is to learn it from the pro. After strolling for a while, Kuroto came to the place where my guy was present. And looking at what Guy was doing, Kuroto smiled lightly and walked up to him. Bang! 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 As he walked closer and closer, the rhythmic sound of fists and feet colliding on the wooden stump could be heard. He walked up to Guy's side and asked with a smile, "Has that kid caught your interest?" Undoubtedly, Guy was hiding behind a tree and observing a child in the distance. And yes, the sound of fists and feet colliding on the wooden stumps was the result of the child carrying out his training. Guy has of course noticed Kuroto approaching by his side, and hearing his question, Guy nodded. "Kuroto, isn't that kid similar to you and me? We used to be the same, don't we?" Hearing what Guy said, tick marks appeared on Kuroto's forehead, and snorted coldly, "What do you mean similar to me and you? He is only similar to you. I was never like that." Guy rubbed his forehead sheepishly, and nodded with a melancholic expression. "Yes, now that I think about it, you were more of a book guy, lazy and absent-minded in the classes, but still the smartest among all of us. To be honest, I never saw you carrying out physical training all that much, and you still grew up to be such an excellent shinobi. You are really talented." Kuroto shook his head. "That's not the case. I was never the talented one," then added, "It's just that I knew my upper limits, and also the way to increase those upper limits, and worked on it, so the type of hard work I did was different from everyone else," then said with a smile, "And for your information, I did train, but the only person who saw me training was Yui, others didn't." Guy smiled, "Ha ha ha. I guess that's true," then looked in the direction of the kid, and added, "But I can't deny that this kid is very similar to me. Similar to me, he can't even learn any of the 3 basic ninjutsu. As a result, he ended up ranking last in this assessment." The content of the last assessment was to perform one of 3 basic ninjutsu. And Rock Lee is incapable of using ninjutsu and failed spectacularly. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't far behind and raked just above him, but thanks to the presence of Rock Lee, Naruto was spared from being last. Anyway, when the results of the assessment were displayed on the school notice board, many children were discouraged, and it required the joint effort of the faculty to re-encourage them. Mike Guy thought that Rock Lee might also be discouraged, and come here to help the kid get over it. However, what Guy saw surprised him. He didn't see Rock Lee mewling or crying. Instead, he found the kid training. Of course, this isn't the first time Guy has observed Rock Lee's training. However, there is something different about Rock Lee this time. His eyes are filled with determination and perseverance that is beyond his peers. And it is this determination and perseverance that has moved Guy, who has experienced a similar situation in his childhood. Looking at Rock Lee, who seemed to be tired as hell and sweating buckets, Kuroto stated, "In fact, his situation is way worse than you. Rock Lee lacks the skill necessary to use ninjutsu and jinjutsu. However, I have come to notice that he has an unrivaled talent for taijutsu. If you feel that he is up to it, why don't you take him under your wing?" Guy nodded. "I am thinking of doing the same. However, I need to see more. Having been through this experience, I fully understand that ordinary people cannot easily stick to the path that my father and I have walked. It takes unmatched struggle. Therefore, I need to be extremely certain about Rock Lee before taking him under my wing. Years of same, simple, and monotonous training that is extremely hard upon oneself. Not everyone can endure it. About this, no one can know more than Guy. Guy doesn't yet know whether Rock Lee can endure taking such a path. This is why, even if he was moved, he didn't plan to start Rock Lee's training immediately." Hearing Guy's words, Kuroto sighed. He wasn't too surprised by this. After a while of silence, Kuroto no longer paid attention to Rock Lee's matter, and touched on the matter for which he was here. "Guy, I too wish to learn the 8 inner gates." Guy looked at Kuroto in surprise. It's really strange and surprising." Kuroto was confused about Guy's reaction, and asked, "What's so strange about it? Can I not learn the 8 inner gates?" Guy waved his hands. No, you can. You definitely can learn the 8 inner gates. It's just that." Kuroto asked doubtfully, "Just what?" "It's just that Kakashi also expressed his intention of wanting to learn the 8 inner gates technique," said Guy, then asked, "Did you two discuss this with another? Kakashi also wants to learn the 8 inner gates?" "That's news to me," muttered Kuroto in surprise. Guy nodded, and said proudly, "In fact, Kakashi has wanted to learn the 8 inner gates for a very long time, but he was too lazy to train all that much, and didn't want to do anything troublesome. But recently, he found me himself and asked me to teach him the 8 inner gates." Kuroto nodded in understanding. "I see." Kuroto is indeed surprised. In the canon, Kakashi was indeed capable of using the 8 inner gates, but that was only superficial use and he could open only the first gate. However, in this world, that would no longer be the case. Thinking so, Kuroto asked Guy, "So, what is your reply? Will you help me?" Guy laughed out loud, and said with a thumbs up, "Obvious yes. You and Kakashi have finally asked for my help in something, obviously I can't refuse. It just so happens that I and Kakashi decided on the time of our first training session tomorrow. Join us at that time, and we can get started with both of your training." Kuroto immediately agreed, "All right. I'll meet at the location." Guy nodded, and added with a smirk, "Kuroto, don't say that I didn't warn priorly. Training the 8 inner gates won't be easy. Even if you and Kakashi are one-of-a-kind genius, you have to be prepared for the struggle." Chapter 678, Learning 8 Inner Gates Formation. As discussed with Guy, Kuroto came to the training field the next morning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Even before he walked out of the woods, he was able to hear the burst of winds and the sound of battle. As he walked for a while, Kuroto was soon able to see the figures of the 2 people who were engaged in a fierce battle. "No surprise there, I guess." Kuroto chuckled and sat on a tree branch as he closely observed the battle. The two people who were engaged in the battle were none other than Kakashi and Guy. Both of them probably arrived a while earlier than Kuroto and decided to carry out a friendly battle to study each other's level. Well, Kuroto didn't have any problem with that. He leisurely sat on the tree branch as he observed their battle. Both Kakashi and Guy have excellent combat skills, and since they were fighting seriously, it seemed to be a sight to behold. Ordinary shinobi won't even be able to keep up with the speed of two. Of course, Kuroto faced no such problem since he is on a level of his own. Holding his chin, Kuroto muttered with a thoughtful expression, Guy's physical strength has increased significantly, and his moves are also getting more and more fierce. For a shinobi of Steel Fist style, improving the physical strength is not an easy task. And there is no easy way to do so. Only through sheer hard work and training can one improve their physical strength and speed. Due to this reason, the growth of such shinobis is relatively slow compared to other shinobi who use other forms of combat too. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Steel Fist style has no future. On the contrary, the upper limits for the shinobis who practice only Steel Fist style are much higher compared to other shinobi. Of course, there are strict requirements. As long as a person is willing to endure rigorous training, years of hardship, and continuous struggle, then their growth is a sight to behold. My Guy is a very good example of this. Back when he was in the academy, his strength wasn't that good. However, as years passed, the scenario started to change, and now, except for a very few shinobi like Kakashi and Kuroto, the growth curve of almost everyone has hit the plateau. However, Guy is different. Not only he has not hit the plateau, but in fact, from the same generation, he has left almost everyone except Kakashi, Kuroto, and Obito behind him. And Kuroto is very clear that within a few years, as he reaches the state of being able to open the last gate, there would only be a handful of shinobi in the shinobi world who will be able to stand up against him. Thinking of his future achievements, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh, my Guy, what a guy. After a while, he focused his attention on Kakashi, and muttered, he seems to, but Kuroto's words came to stop as he couldn't think of the accurate words to describe his state. When Kuroto looked at Kakashi, he felt that Kakashi seems to have reached a critical point, as if he is in the midst of some kind of major transformation, but what exactly it was, Kuroto couldn't exactly describe it in words. He found this quite weird. Before Kuroto could continue to ponder on this matter, Kakashi and Guy stopped their battle. Seeing this, Kuroto put the thought to the back of his mind and jumped down the tree. The three walked closer to each other and greeted each other. Morning, guys. You two seem to have come here quite early. My Guy showed his unique toothy smile and said with a thumbs up, early morning sweat keeps our youth aflame, right Kakashi? Kakashi didn't speak but nodded and lightly. Now standing next to Kakashi, Kuroto felt it again. Kakashi is no longer the same person who was lost on the path of life. At this time, standing next to him, Kuroto can feel a sense of sharpness being emitted from his body. Normally this is a good thing, but Kuroto isn't sure whether such a stark transformation in such a short time is a good thing or not. Somewhat concerned, he asked Kakashi, Kakashi, are you alright? Kakashi nodded lightly, yes. Kakashi actually knew what Kuroto was referring to. He realizes that he has gone through a lot of changes in terms of both character and temperament in his pursuit of strength. However, he has no regrets because this is the path he has chosen. Kuroto smiled, well, if you are alright then it's fine, it's just strange to see you so energetic, especially in the early morning. I am really not used to you being early. Guy nodded with Kuroto, yes, you used to always make everyone wait, honestly, I was kind of freaked out when I saw you here. You came here earlier than even me. Kakashi remained silent. He didn't seem to be in the mood to joke around. Seeing that all the three of them were here, he said to Guy, let's start. Kakashi's words brought the attention of all three to the matter at hand. With that, the three of them came to the riverside, and Guy said with a serious expression, to be honest, there isn't much to explain about the 8 inner gates formation. If the two of you need to know one thing, then it's that the 8 inner gates formation is not just a forbidden jutsu that can be learned with training for a few days. No, it's a habit that you follow for years, and make your body get used to with time and training. Both Kuroto and Kakashi nodded. Guy continued, both of you know the basics of our body. Among all the chakra points in our body, there are 8 special chakra points. They are like centers. And added while pointing at the specific centers, and these 8 chakra centers are the 8 gates. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, and finally, gate of death. These 8 gates exist in order to limit the flow of chakra within our bodies. Ordinarily, we are only capable of using 20% of our body's full potential. This is our brain's way of protecting ourselves from harming our body through overexertion. And the 8 inner gates formation is a forbidden technique that helps us with bypassing these limiters. Kuroto asked, it means that the people who practice 8 inner gates formation train their brain to bypass those limiters, and also trains their body to be able to bear the overload of chakra when the limiters are bypassed. Is that correct? Kakashi added, and since there are 8 gates, it means there are 8 levels of limiters our brain places on our body. This also means that opening each gate would imply bypassing a limiter. Earlier you mentioned the 8 gates by their order. The order is based on the difficulty of bypassing the limiter, is that right? Listening to Kuroto and Kakashi's question, Guy came to a stop and looked at the two of them with a dumbfounded expression. Seeing Guy's expression, Kuroto asked, what happened? Did we misunderstand something? No, Guy shook his head and said, the two of you understood it perfectly. For a moment, Guy had forgotten who the people he is teaching are. Both Kakashi and Kuroto are excellent and talented shinobi with good reasoning and contemplation skills. It's no surprise that they were able to easily figure out the gist of the technique with just a little explanation. Especially when there is no such complex theory behind this technique. Ahem, he coughed, then said, well, the two of you understand the theory behind it. This technique basically focuses on adapting our mind and body with training, so that we can break those limiters and bear that burden of breaking the limiters. After a pause, he said in a serious tone, but remember this, we can only adapt our body to a limit, and that is the 7th limiter, or the 7th gate. Beyond that there is nothing we can do. There is no method to adapt to the 8th gate, so that limiter must never be touched easily. Kakashi asked, what happens if the last limiter is broken? Guy answered with a solemn expression, once the last limiter is broken, it would mean certain death. Of course, the result is very tempting as the strength, speed, and chakra would increase exponentially, but the price is also not cheap. The price is one's own life. Therefore, it should never be opened, unless. Hearing the details of the 8th gate, Kakashi fell into deep thought. He was seriously considering his chances. At the same time, Kuroto was also busy thinking about something. Chapter 679, Learning 8 Inner Gates Formation 2. Seeing that after hearing the description of the Gate of Death, and the consequences of opening it, not only were they not scared, but in fact, they started to consider something. It is as if they really planned to use the Gate of Death. Guy was speechless and asked strangely, Hey, the two of you can't be serious, are the two of you considering it? Kakashi shook his head in response, and while restraining his thoughts, he answered, no, nothing. At the same time, Kuroto also retracted his thought and said with a smile, don't worry Guy, we understand the benefits and consequences of opening the Gate of Death. Obviously, we won't try to use it unless we are left with no other choice. Guy shouted, you two aren't being serious. Don't think that opening Gate of Death is so simple that you can open it just by wanting to open it. I have been training for years now and I have only opened the 7th gate. In fact, I haven't even fully adapted to the 7th gate. Reaching the Gate of Death is still too far, and two of you are already planning to. Kakashi lightly bonked Guy's head, and said, Guy, calm down, what Kuroto said is true, we won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Now, we understand the basics of all the gates and mechanisms of the 8 inner gates formation works, so you can start teaching us how to break those limiters. Guy sighed, you guys, and nodded, alright, I am now going to demonstrate the process of opening the gate. Let's start with the first gate. The two of you should observe me closely to get a better understanding. Both Kuroto and Kakashi nodded and focused their attention on Guy. 8 inner gates formation, the gate of opening, open. Why-ish. As Guy opened the first gate, the air around him swirled. In fact, with the help of his Byakugan, Kuroto was even able to observe a rush of chakra around him. Now, look closely, he said and disappeared from his position. Immediately afterward, he appeared a dozen meters away, and said, "My speed has increased several times." Then he took a punching stance, and he landed a punch on the tree smashing it into countless small fragments, and pointed out, "My physical strength has also increased several times." For the next few instants, Guy performed a series of movements such as kicks, jumps, dashes, as well as body flickers, then appeared back in his original position, closed the gate of opening, and then explained, "You see. The gate of opening breaks the first limit that is placed on our body by our brain, and this limiter limits the extent of physical energy we can use." Kuroto nodded. "Well, the effect isn't too obvious to the eye, but it exists." Kuroto could clearly see that after Guy opened the gate of opening, apart from the increase of chakra in his body, the muscle movement of his body has improved, especially the expansion and contraction of muscles, as well as the blood flow. Kakashi also nodded with a solemn expression, as expected. "This is what I really need." Seeing the expressions of Kakashi and Kuroto, Guy didn't forget to explain in detail the specific benefits and changes as a result of opening the first gate. Once this gate of opening is breached, we can utilize 100% of our physical energy, so whether it is our speed or strength, everything gets a boost. And then questioned, "Do you two understand?" Kakashi and Kuroto glanced at each other and nodded simultaneously, "Yes." Guy said, "All right then. Since the two of you understand this, why don't you two give it a try?" And added after a pause, "Opening the first gate is the easiest compared to the other gates, and our body also adapts fastest to it, since the burden it places on our body is the minimum of all the 8 gates. Of course, even if it is easier, you cannot do it overnight. It will take a few mon." Before Guy could finish his words, Kakashi took a deep breath and shouted, "Ha!" And the next thing you know, in Kakashi's body, the first gate was opened. Kuroto wasn't to be left behind, and he too easily opened the first gate. Why-ish. Why-ish. Seeing Kakashi and Kuroto so easily open the gate of opening, Guy was so shocked that he forgot to close his mouth. All he could do was blob his mouth like a fish and mutter in disbelief, You guys, how?" When his father Might Guy first introduced him to the 8 inner gates formation, it took Guy several months of targeted training to be able to open the gate of opening, and even then, he wasn't able to sustain that state for very long and soon collapsed due to exhaustion. And here are Kuroto and Kakashi who, without any prior targeted training or explanation, were able to directly open the first gate. Obviously, such an experience is going to shock him. As for Kuroto and Kakashi, neither of the two had enough energy to pay attention to Guy at this moment. Having successfully opened the gate of opening, they seemed to have been introduced to an all-new world, and their minds were busy processing the changes of this all-new world. Looking at Kakashi and Kuroto, who were immersed in their thoughts, Guy complained, "The two of you are really beyond every limit. It's no exaggeration to say that you people are true geniuses." Hearing such words, Kuroto shook his head. He was pretty clear of what actually happened. Kakashi was able to open the gate of opening, indeed because of his talent, but not purely because of it. As for Kuroto, he was able to open the gate of opening, because he has already broken the first barrier that is placed on his body. It's just that he didn't know how to completely breach it up until now, but now that he does, he successfully broke it. Of course, he didn't bother to explain this to Guy and chose not to comment on this matter, because being a genius can often be used as an excuse to cover up a lot of things. After all, Kuroto doesn't want to explain to Guy that even his normal strength has long since surpassed the level of a Kage, so opening the gate of opening is just an understatement for him. Well, all that aside, after a while, the two brought their attention back to the training field, and Kakashi said, "Guy, the first gate is opened. Now let's move to the second gate. The gate of healing." Guy looked at Kakashi with a weird expression, and asked, "Hey Kakashi, you don't happen to want to learn the 8 inner gates formation in just one day, right?" Kakashi asked with a puzzled expression. Is it possible to learn the technique completely in just one day? Kuroto shook his head and said, obviously not. This is 8 inner gates formation. How can it be learned in just one day? Guy nodded, right. But apparently, he nodded a little too early, because Kuroto's next words made him almost fall. It should take around a week or so. Kakashi added from the side, okay, then maybe a week it is. Guy was annoyed. Are you kidding me? So annoyed that he couldn't help but say, alright fine, do it. I want to see how many gates can the two of open today, and in 1 week. In fact, Guy wasn't really jealous of Kakashi or Kuroto. With years of training, Guy's mind has reached the state where he would never get jealous over such simple things. It's just that he was genuinely curious. He wanted to see how fast will Kakashi and Kuroto make progress when learning the 8 inner gates formation. So, without any delay, he immediately explained the details of the second gate, that is, the gate of healing. After a few hours, Guy finished the explanation and demonstration. Kuroto successfully opened the gate of healing. Kakashi wasn't to be left behind. Only about an hour later, he too was able to open the gate of healing. With the second gate opened, both Kakashi and Kuroto looked in the direction of Guy, the third gate. Guy gritted his teeth and said with a dangerous glint in his eye, all right then. I will now explain the details of the third gate, the gate of life. Chapter 680, Learning 8 Inner Gates Part 3. Looking at the orange hue of the sunset in the distance, Guy smiled his iconic smile. What a fulfilling day it was. Kuroto, Kakashi, how are the two of you doing? Were the two of you able to find the secret of opening the gate of life? Both Kuroto and Kakashi didn't pay attention to Guy. They were stuck in their thoughts. Both Kuroto and Kakashi were able to open the gate of healing with not too much difficulty. However, when the matter of opening the gate of life came, they are stuck in a bottleneck. Even after they struggled for the entire day, neither of them has made any progress. Seeing the two strugglings, Guy said with a smug face, I already told you that if you want to master the 8 inner gates formation, you must be prepared for struggle. With talent alone one can only go so far. Mastering the 8 inner gates formation purely based on talent is impossible. Kuroto said, sigh, the difficulty of opening the gate of life is indeed much higher than I imagined. It seems it's going to take some to open it. Well, the sun is about to set. Let's finish here for today. I will do my own research on the gate of life and discuss with you guys next time. Kakashi nodded while looking at the setting sun, then said to Guy, Guy, I have really bothered you today. But still thanks for giving your time today. Now I know the training method for opening the gate of life. For the next part, I will train it myself and find you if I face any problem. Guy hurriedly warned him, hey you two, don't mess around after going back. Training and exercise should also be done in moderation. Both of you need to give your bodies some rest else your core will get weak. Kuroto chuckled, don't worry, I understand my limits and won't overexert myself. Kakashi replied, me too. Seeing that neither of the two seemed to heed his warning, Guy said with a sigh, you too. Be careful. Truth be told, the speed that the two of you have shown in opening the first 2 gates is already amazing. No doubt, the two of are worthy of being unrivaled geniuses, but it is also necessary that the two of you listen to me. The 8 inner gates. This technique is different from all the other techniques. It requires time. Hurrying to open the gates won't do you any good. Instead, it will weaken you, and even if you both manage to somehow open all the gates, you won't be able to display the complete potential of this technique unless you both give your body the time it needs to adapt. So, my suggestion is to take it slowly and steadily. This will allow your bodies to adapt and your foundation will be stronger, and the two of you will be able to go farther on this road. Kuroto said lightly, I see. I'll keep your words in mind. Guy nodded to him, then looked at Kakashi. In fact, Guy wasn't really worried about Kuroto. He knows that Kuroto is the most sensible among the three and he won't do anything that would harm himself and his future, but Kakashi on the other hand. Well, Kakashi sort of worries him. Guy fears that Kakashi would overexert himself, way beyond the limit of what he can handle. This is why Guy couldn't help but say to Kakashi, Kakashi, your current state worries me. I know you are carrying it yourself and don't seem to want to involve others, but... Facing Guy's concern, Kakashi bowed his head and chose to remain silent. In his opinion, only he can solve this matter. Seeing that Kakashi didn't seem to have any intention of saying anything, Guy said, all right. If you don't want to share it, then, you don't have to. I just want to remind you that we are friends. We will always be there to help you. Kakashi nodded lightly, I understand, then without giving Guy any chance to say anything he disappeared with a silver flash. Looking at the spot where Kakashi was present until an instant ago, Guy sighed. Kuroto said, don't worry about him. Kakashi is not a child, he knows what he is doing, probably. Guy nodded, I hope so. Kuroto added, focus on the positive side, he at least has a goal which is better than doing nothing and having no goal. Guy nodded, yeah, you are right. Kuroto nodded, then said, all right then. I will see you next time. With that, both of them separated and went to their homes. Arriving at his home, Kuroto carefully sorted out his experience of opening the first 2 gates, and all the information he managed to gain about the 3rd gate. Based on his current strength, Kuroto could only manage to open the first 2 gates. As for the 3rd gate, it will indeed take a lot of time. Kuroto thought to himself, Guy was right. I can't rush it. Mastering the 8 inner gates formation must be taken slowly and steadily. If I rush it, then the effect won't be as good as I want it to be. Well, all that aside, Kuroto believes that even if he doesn't rush it, his speed will still be very good. My chakra is superior compared to most, and my physique has also surpassed others. My body should adapt faster than others. Thinking so, Kuroto squinted his eyes and estimated the time it would take him to completely master the technique and open all the 8 gates. If his analysis and estimation are correct, then it should take about a week to open the gate of life. After that, it would take about 3 to 4 weeks to open the gate of pain, then approximately 3 months to open the gate of limit. The 6th gate, that is the gate of view, will take about 7 to 8 months, and the gate of wonder will take about 2 years. As for the gate of death, Kuroto isn't sure how much time would it take to open it. It is difficult to calculate based on his understanding. Now that Kuroto understands the training method to open the 8 gates, the thing he has to focus on is working hard and actually opening all of them. To this end, Kuroto plans to use his privileges as the principal of the Ninja Academy and set up a personal training field in the woods around the Academy campus. The reason is so that Kuroto can continue his training at the Academy. Of course, if Kuroto is being honest, he doesn't really need this training field as he can always disappear from the Academy, but, still, it's better to have it, and carry out this training while staying inside the campus. After all, it's no secret that he is learning the 8 inner gates, so why do the trouble of carrying out the training somewhere else when he can always train it here? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 16. Peace.